Good morning, Brian, and welcome to the Squarespace.
Good morning.
We made it another day. Give thanks.
Yes, I did. You did too. The sun did rise.
And we rose with it.
It was Monday. It was a little rough to rise out of there, but
Well, yeah, it's very biblical. Amazing. I was listening to the conversation last night with Anne, and it was pretty great. The horse trading thing, very powerful.
yeah, I think we all do that from time to time.
Ha! Wait a minute. When you said you were horse trading, does that mean you were changing your body for services?
Oh, yes.
Huh. Ruben, do you think we could bring horse trading to the blockchain?
I think that's the only place you could keep it.
That's good.
I heard somebody say non-fungible persona with non-fungible tokens engaging in non-fungible contracts.
Okay.
We were talking with Anne yesterday, and Anne's an amazing photographer. I think she's out of Venice Beach, actually. And she told me that she was receiving backlash from the decentralized finance community when she was selling her art for regular money.
Wow.
And how dare you not engage all of your transactions in the blockchain, you pagan. That's the vibe she was getting.
Wow. What do you say?
Well, we got onto the topic of, not only because she's a photographer, she wants to upgrade her lens, right? And
Wait,
then
they don't have landlords, do they?
who?
The crypto folks in question. Did
Oh,
do we determine as to whether or not they had landlords that accepted only crypto?
that would be interesting. I wonder if they could. You know what? What if you could create like an Airbnb of landlords willing to rent for crypto? I wonder if that already exists.
You would be indirectly starting a nation, my friend.
Well, my last name Jagdeo is a political name from Guyana, so maybe I could rally some of his old guard around me by pretending I was his son.
I mean, I don't think it would be far. Basically, as soon as you can get a handle on Maslow's hierarchy of needs, I mean, that's all you need, right?
Wait a minute. Could we have a token for each level? Right? So this is the subsistence token, right? And security token. Whoa, wait a minute. And then like you could have like the self-actualization token. Is that like a PhD for some people? Right?
Dibs on that one.
All right. How many do we have to limit the amount of self-actualization tokens to make sure people compete for it?
Well, I mean, you want to make money or not?
What if, the self-actualization token?
I mean, how am I gonna take care of my of the tokens lower on my hierarchy unless I buy and control yours?
Is the ultimate self-actualization to control others' selves?
Yeah, I think it depends on who you ask.
Yeah. Depends if they're looking for purpose, mastery, autonomy, relatedness, change, or rewards. They each have a different ultimate token. Wow, that's crazy. So we have token idolatry. Welcome.
Some would say that humanity has worshipped money for some time.
So what could be more worship worthy than a token whose price goes up for all eternity?
The sun, catfish, wooden chair, potato chips.
It sounds
Really,
like
the world's your oyster, really.
I think so. And we're going to be building it on BSV. One true chain.
Hey, you want to know a weird thing that I'm doing later today?
Hmm.
I'm making 1,000 tokens, and each one of them represents a right to 1 hour of my time and attention.
Whoa.
It has to be spent sometime over the next 2 years. If you don't spend it sometime over the next 2 years, it expires and can no longer be used. It also has to be spent within like the 40-hour work week, minus holidays. It's about 2,000 years. That's 2,000 hours per year. So there's room to move. But and if you want, you can sell them to whoever for whatever. I don't know, like about a 10% royalty or something, right? But yeah, should be interesting.
If somebody swept the floor, would they own all the hours? Have you thought about that?
Absolutely, yep. I'd have a job.
Whoa! Wow.
I reserve the right to purchase them back for a 20% premium.
You would pay a premium?
Well, I mean, I'm not going to buy them exactly for what they bought them for, right? Then they just lose. So, as part of the deal, sweeten the pot, right? They're either going to make 20% when I buy it back, or they're going to have my time. Or they can sell it to a third party, and I'll probably just let them.
I just imagine somebody trying to make 20% by saying, "Hey, Ruben," and they just like do a bunch of weird shit, hoping that you don't want to do another hour with them, right?
Yeah, good luck.
Interesting. So, how do you set the price for this?
I'm just going to look at my overheads overall and factor in what I think my overheads are going to be, and that is going to be like setting the floor for like if I sell all of them at like the issue price. Oh, because they're also going to be on auction, right? And the auction only ends at I should probably think about when the
Wow.
auction ends. Yeah.
The auction.
Yeah.
The auction takes it to a. I never considered that. Huh.
Doesn't it?
I think this could really. I'll give an example. Somebody asked me to help them find a smart contract developer, and I found them a smart contract developer. Right? Now, usually there's this back and forth that I have to do in the negotiation. Right? How much do you want? How much do you have to pay? How many hours does that mean? Do you want to start contract, full time, hours, equity, revenue share? Like, you know what I mean? There's all these things that I have to do. But it usually starts with some small fractional piece of work, right? Taylorism, I guess. So if there was a way for someone to say, here's the smart contract developer, you want to engage with them, you know how to engage with them. Use their token.
Pretty much.
It's interesting because I know I did some work on the BSV chain using Money Button. Not sure if you've ever seen Money Button. It's gorgeous as an interface, and through HTML and
I like the name.
Sorry?
I like the name.
Oh man, hold on. Let me put this to the top. So when I got frustrated with all these stupid blockchains that can't do shit, I looked up. I was always a fan of Craig Wright, and here I'll put this at the top. So I created a quick cash register using Money Button. You have a Money Button wallet. It's like a Tinder thing. You just swipe it left to right. It's so gorgeous, right? And it just works. And so I set up a Money Button, and you could enter an amount. You could have a fixed amount. You could relate it to a token. And on top of that, they had BTC, Doge, everything all in one. So the code's there at the
That's
top.
pretty incredible, actually. Yeah.
Oh, it's gorgeous. It's gorgeous. But if I could do this, I think the code pen is there. Does the code pen still work? Yes, the code pen is there. Oh, that's cool. Okay, so the cool thing, so you know a bit about like Bitcoin history, deleting of the opcodes, moving away from Nakamoto consensus, that whole jazz.
Yeah, SegWit. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So the major thing that happened, which is what Craig Wright is pissed off, is that they deleted a lot of the opcodes. So what if you could use this easy to use thing that also had the opcodes? So what I did is you can see in the code, I was able to hide a hex message in there, right? The data op return, and they can convert that hex into the, something meaningful, like a PDF address or something like that. Yeah. They even have, and I still need to figure out how to use this, an invisible money button. So imagine you go to a website and you say, "Oh, to access this website, it's going to charge you a little bit for every little bit of content, maybe a micro penny, because you can go down to like 5-6 decimal points. It's gorgeous. So imagine you have $5. Okay, I swipe right, $5, and that $5 is going to be like cash that you're just paying as you consume. So they have an invisible button. It's gorgeous. I just haven't figured out how to use it because I'm just a recruiter. But if I can figure out the HTML to this, anyone can.
Hey, here's a question, recruiter. If a bunch of people did this whole minting their time thing, rather than recruiting, couldn't you just go buy the time and then sell it to the
Can you say it again? I think you're breaking up. I think I got the gist of your question, but I want to make sure I heard it correctly.
So let's say there's a bunch of Web3 devs, and they say, hey, we're going to mint our hours, right? So there's 40-hour weeks, 52 weeks, it's 2,080 hours a year. And so they decide to tokenize those hours, and you decide to turn up one day and buy all 2,080, that is the whole year, and then for whatever price that you get them for, right? And then you just sell them to employers for a premium.
I'll give an example. So Ion Laser, it always goes back to the quality of the talent. Does that make sense? Right? If you don't have the quality of talent, no matter what technology you have, it's going to fit. So, for example, Ion Laser is one of the guys.
Not if you don't own them anymore, not if you already sold them.
Well, it's just one of those things where, like, in the initial, right, I would want to have, some of my strongest people in the space work on, the initial work. So, for example, I put up a post now that I'm having a small stable of smart contract developers, people that have worked for, Blockgraph, the blockchain between NBC Universal, Comcast, and Disney to share data.
No, I didn't.
Okay, so Blockgraph does that. It was done in 2018, so that they could, understand more of the customer journey across their disparate data sets. And one of the smart contract engineers configured that blockchain for Blockgraph, right? So once he came back on stage saying, "Yo, bro, I'm here. I'm out here. I'm in North York and Ontario. I'll do all this shit. I have hours. It doesn't take me very long. This shit that takes people 2 hours, it takes me 5 minutes." I'm like, giddy fucking up. Right? And so even if we just focused on the beachhead of smart contract developers, right? Doctors, no doctors, lawyers, no lawyers, right?
Yeah.
I think it could be very powerful.
You know what's interesting though?
You got me.
If there are certain commodities that people need, right? And that's why the medical industry is so fucked up. Is because if you're bleeding out on the sidewalk, you're not making like a normal. You're not like, oh, hey, I know that my spleen is over there, but tell me which of the hospitals within a 50-mile radius have like, you know, cucumber water, right? No, they just get me to a hospital. Get me to a hospital now. Uh, you know, it's not a market-based decision, and so it perverts market forces, and that's. Anyways, we don't have to go into that. The point is that like there's been a few examples throughout history where traders have cornered a particular market, and it's super rare. But it's happened a couple of times. There was a dude who purchased onion futures, and oh man, I think he basically like cornered the market on all onions, where like the world needed pretty much needed like let's say 10,000 tons of onions that month, and he had purchased enough of the market where there's only 8,000 left, and so things got real weird. And so the price of onions shot up, which made his futures shoot up, and then he shorted onions, and then just like took all these trucks of onions into the stock market area. And so like everybody in the stock market was like looking around, and there's just onions everywhere, and they're like, "Yo, sell onions," and then he made money in the shorts. Yeah. And so I wonder what that looks like with. Please don't do this. All right, if you're listening to this in real time or on a recorded session, don't purchase all of the hours of nurses or train operators or electricians. All right, that's a bad thing to do. Don't do it. But I'm just saying, it could get weird.
I heard a rumor that it was very profitable for companies to hire smart AI engineers and put them in a corner and have them work on bullshit rather than have them invent the future on their own and fuck everything up.
That's not a terrible idea.
I've seen it. Yeah, I wonder how. Because now that I have this smart contract developer, one that I can stand on, or one that I've known for a few years, right? Back then, they weren't really calling him a smart contract developer; they were calling him a blockchain engineer. But you know what I mean? With the technology and
Yeah.
the market, the positioning changes. Okay, blockchain engineer. Okay, they call you a smart contract developer. Were you doing that before? Yes, but nobody knew what that means. That, right? It's just a new skin, essentially. Um, there's always this because I'm the intermediary, right? And there's always this time between introduction, interaction, and transaction. And I'm always
Right.
kind of like going over here. Hey, how's it going? Going over there. How are you? I talked to him and he said this. Oh, you said this? Well, hey, remember when you said that? That guy said that over there, and now I'm saying it to you here. And now like 2 months have gone by. Right? Just me telling the other person what's up.
Yeah.
So I've always been interested as a headhunter though in figuring out a way to do this. Because as a headhunter, like I've been on LinkedIn, and then when I got shadow banned on LinkedIn, I came to Twitter, and I found that there was better talent on Twitter than there was on LinkedIn. Right? So I use Twitter as a way to attract people, attract talent, attract unicorns worth launching. Right? And I never imagined that would happen, but here we are a few years later. And a lot of these people that I work with, like the KCs and the Bryans and everyone, the Lagrathas in the world. Like Lagratha had a great idea yesterday that we could do babysitting for kids by having them just sit on a longer commute to school. Right? So why would you have babysitting time if you could just have the bus babysit your kids? You know?
Have you met bus drivers though? I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
I wonder, right? So we were looking at like the trains. So what if we took like two of the cars in a train and turned them into daycares? So you drop your kids to the train. And then somebody said that wouldn't work in Brooklyn. And we're like, okay, you're right. Yes, absolutely. Good point. So, with all of this, these ideas, even Anne Marie's photography, like kind of, I'm fortunate to have a lot of these like pantheons, right? Around me. And invariably, I'm introducing them to each other using my voice and WhatsApp, but I'd like to figure out a way to make that a little more fluid in the future. So if you come to me and say, oh, I want a chief counsel, okay, that's this person. Oh, I want a bulldog of a lawyer. Oh, that's that person. Oh, I want a smart contract engineer. Oh, that's that person. Oh, I need a security solution designed. Oh, that's Brian. Oh, I want to be dominatrix into feeling bad about my crypto purchases. Oh, that's Lagertha, right? And so on and so forth.
Yeah, that's interesting. So the second, have we talked about the trust graph thing?
I heard you talk about the trust graph yesterday somewhere, but we never looked it up. I need to look it up again. And maybe you can tell the rest of the group. It was an interesting concept.
Yeah, so in an environment where you have just sort of distributed computing and maybe distributed storage of assets, but you want to keep control of the things that are yours in that environment, and you don't want other people to have them without your consent, at least, right? Without your permission, or paying you whatever coin, And so in that environment, the most important thing isn't actually what is what; it is who is whom. And this comes into play with the music stuff. One of the ways that, to the best of my understanding, Spotify succeeded in the early years is they would basically say, look, we don't know whose music is whose, so if you say that the music that you upload is yours, we'll just believe you, and then we'll monetize it. And then when the time comes to pay out, then we'll check in when the time comes to pay out. Oh, it's not yours? Oh no, I guess we have to hang on to the money. In the meantime, we can monetize it. So, it was a whole situation. They created a new sort of like quasi-government organization called the Mechanical Licensing Collective as a result of this. But like the reason I bring it up is because there's like this, if you can figure out who is who, right? Then I don't need to go to the DMV to get a piece of identification to get into the bar, because I can just be me without asking anyone's permission, right? I can have a wallet address. The trouble is, if anyone can have a wallet address, how do you know that was my wallet, right? And so this idea of the trust graph, where we sort of go to like from this world where we had custodial identity, where I was Ruben because the DMV said that I was Ruben, and because I had a social security number that is the government said that I was Ruben. If we look at an environment where I was Ruben because all of these people, but if I said I'm Ruben because I say that I'm Ruben, and all of these other people agree that I'm Ruben, and maybe that starts with my nuclear family, right? And then maybe after that, it starts with my friends or whatever. Then anybody else who says that they're Ruben, well, one of these wallet addresses has all these attestations, and the others don't, right? And in theory, if people start lying, then that's okay because everybody can see that they're lying, and now they just get known as liars. And so you have like this really sort of simple mechanism that these guys have come up with. You can find it if you just type in trust graph into Google. You scroll a couple of pages down.
Yeah, it's at the top.
Oh, yeah?
So what I did is I put to the top, and there's a YouTube video that I found on the page that you could watch as well.
Oh, they got a YouTube video now? Okay, cool.
Oh, yeah. I would just, it looks like it's embedded on the page, but if you tap on it, and you can get the actual, yeah.
Well, so I always go to the GitHub page because it has the whole code right there.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm a
Um,
recruiter, so I go to the commercial video, marketing video.
Well, so it's the thing about it is that it's really small. It's like 50 lines of code or something.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's really small and it's open source and you can use it. I don't think you can sell it, but you can use it, and you can give it to other people and build cool shit out of it.
Interesting. Okay, so
Yeah.
what is it written in?
That is a fine question. I'm better at the logic and what it's for than the actual sort of deployment. But
Yeah.
I mean, the principles are the important part, right?
Uh-huh.
The principles basically say that anybody can make an attestation, right? The dog is pink, or I am me, or this thing exists, or whatever the thing is that you're making an attestation of, and all of the other humans can either agree or disagree with that attestation. And so in that environment, presumably, if the DMV turned up and was like, "Hey, we're going to be the driver's license people," if everybody agreed that they were the driver's license people, then they would be the driver's license people. But as soon as everybody's like, "Nope, you're not the driver's license people," then they wouldn't be. Which is weird, but it's I think it's a useful way to have like the strength of why people use Yelp, because the recommendations layer, without
Right.
the bullshit of Yelp fucking with the surfacing of the recommendations and people trying to game that system. Because if you get known, because the only way to game the system is to use your currency of trust of your attestations, your opinion, your version of the truth, and then using it falsely, which now has a negative label on like the trust graph, and people start saying, "Well, don't believe anybody that person says is bullshit." So like that could actually be a negative score, right? But it's like the point is that it's contextual, and it seems pretty flexible. So I'm bullish on not just the peer-to-peer identity stuff, but the uh, the robustness of it once you start adding in like the trust graph or things like it.
I'm on the GitHub page right now. So they're looking at a permanent open trust network, a digital archive for trust, reputation, and ratings. I put their kind of ratings model at the top, which is from their GitHub. Ruben, can you see that graph?
I can
The
indeed.
diagram?
Uh-huh.
Can you explain what trust graph is in relation to that diagram there?
Well, you got a bunch of nodes, right? And I don't know what the variable is that is sort of determining the distance from these nodes to each other. But if I had to guess, I would say that like if you've got a nuclear family of 5, right? You got mom and dad, you got the kids, you got grandma, whatever. Chances are, in a trust graph environment, all of them have made attestations that each other are each other. And so, from a network standpoint, you sort of look at that and say, these folks over here, that's probably a nuclear family, right? Whereas maybe one of those people says that Dave is Dave. Other people don't know Dave, so they don't say shit, basically. And so maybe that one's sort of distanced further out on the graph level. But the goal here, I guess, for somebody trying to figure out if you're you or whether it's somebody who's pretending to be you is, somebody who is pretending to be you is going to have a really hard time getting your sister to agree that they're you, right? And like your entire
Right.
sort of trust graph. You know what I mean? Now, obviously, some relationships are more important than others, right? Like if I go up to a bar and I'm like, "Hi, can I come into the bar?" and they're like, "Oh, you over 21?" And I'm like, "Dude, I have children that are of drinking age," right? They're like, "Okay, sure, but like, you don't have a license, so I can't, I'm not, and I'm like, oh, here's my sister. They say that I'm Ruben. Okay, well, fine. Oh, this is Obama. Obama says that I'm Ruben. You know what? Fuck it. You're Ruben, right? And so because like trust is sort of subjective and contextual and all the rest of it, I think there'll be these locuses of trust that sort of mimic the undervisible but still quite material trust methods that we have without quantifying them.
Yeah, they say
Yeah.
they say that fundamentally people are contributing claims, and a claim is related to a claim of trust, a claim of rating, or a claim of reputation. They also indicate that the claims are immutable. So I wonder what happens if I gain and then lose someone's trust. How that works.
Well, so what would happen is they would make a claim that, let's say that you're you, and if later they decide that you're not you, they would just make another claim that you're not you. The old one would still be there, but the new one would counteract that, and it's up to the person who's trying to figure out whether or not you're that person as to which one they would recognize, and if they're recognizing both, you would assume they would, what they sort of infer from the fact that this person used to believe that you're you, but now they don't, right? And so I guess it's contextual, right? But having those attestations there, like in a append-only ledger, allows for people to build systems on top to try to make sense of that stuff, which right now we don't even have the ability to make those declarations materially or usefully at scale.
I love the idea. I am a huge fan of starting small. Now that we know how easily these decentralized platforms can become centralized or attacked. Like I've seen so many examples of kind of 0-day, $100 million backed attacks, right? And I look at something like this and the attack surface. I wonder if decentralization provides an attack surface that renders it uncompetitive. That's where I am in my head.
So one more time.
I wonder if decentralization presents an attack surface that at a certain scale makes it terribly uncompetitive to its predators that would like to see it go or at least control it.
Maybe.
That's kind of what I see right now. Anything that, Peter Thiel funded Ethereum, right? With Vitalik, right?
All right.
Yeah. So with the Thiel Fellowship, he gave him $250,000 to quit Waterloo after second year.
Holy shit! Is that true? Because that might be the only fucking success story that I've heard come from that program. I say this as a Thiel Fellowship mentor.
Yeah, I know. I know. Right. So like I lived in Toronto all my life. Right. So a lot of the people I did co-op with 20 years ago were from Waterloo, and they were doing their ACT side. Right. I started as an actuarial recruiter, actually. And so, yeah, I actually did like I was working with these people that had like all of their exams and their FCAS, and they were like using it to trade bonds and make 35 grand in a co-op. Imagine making 35 grand trading bonds on a co-op for Waterloo. It was madness.
That's wild, yeah.
Yeah. So,
weirdly, I have like baby actuarial skills, which is neat. I didn't want to have them, but I had to figure out how to build a business model on top of 600 individual settlement agreements, which had varying sort of outcomes based on claims rates and payouts based on the percentage of claimants that were also our customers, which meant that it was fucking ridiculous. Dude, try to picture what the forecast model for that kind of operation looks like. It's ridiculous. You basically have to come up with a new revenue forecast for each one, and there's 600 a year. So you have to make like 2 revenue forecasts per day, and then feed them back into this fucking monstrosity of Excel. It's a nightmare. It's a nightmare. But I learned some shit.
Yeah, it's funny because the actuarial recruiter job was the only job I was offered on co-op. Like I went into U of T. Oh, I have a lot of skills. I was working as a CSR for Fairmont Hotels, and apparently nobody gave a shit about that shit. And so I got paid at less at my U of T co-op job than I did at my high school call center job, which I had to go to afterwards to make up the money I was losing on the co-op job. But ever since then, I was working, just as a recruiter, and I've personally just been like, I never imagined, 20 years ago when you're like placing someone as a help desk analyst doing bilingual tech support for Rogers, like you never think about what's going to happen in the future. But now those people are fucking CIOs and shit, right?
Yeah.
You know, 20 years later. And so invariably when somebody calls me and says, hey, I need to do this off the wall thing. Oh, I know Mrs. Off the Wall. Here's the number. They're like, what? I was like, hey, yeah, I found her a technician 20 years ago, and she is willing to still take my call, apparently. All right, so that kind of happens all the time now.
Dude, do you have like a bottomless pocket quant capacity? Because like I have like 2 quants in my life, and I guard them jealously. And you know what I mean? Like one's a dude called Dylan, and like some hedge fund like crammed him in a corner for 2 years and didn't care about his emotions. And so we became bros. And so now I'm like, hey, I've got a bunch of PDFs that I need to turn into spreadsheets. I think the math looks like this. And he says,
you're talking about Jeff. Yes. You know Jeff, Electron and Yager? You must know Jeff.
I do not.
Okay, so let me see if he's free. So Jeff, we have a saying about Jeff. And when we try to describe him, invariably everybody just goes, you know what? Jeff is Jeff. Right? Because Jeff's one of those guys who did everything from fixing cinema theater projectors in Alaska, right? To working on fucking HARP. You understand me? Like HAARP.
Yeah.
Right? And he's telling me about the Schumann resonance.
That's like signal processing and that's all sorts of shit. Yeah.
It's nuts. And the thing is,
shit.
He's so humble, it's stupid. So he's like, hey, what are you guys trying to do? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I remember working on that once. We, and talked to aliens and we gave a handshake and they went on their way instead of eating us. Yeah. We used it with HARP. You ever heard about the Schumann resonance of the Earth and how there's a magnetic field that's resonating and if we could capture the energy? And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about, Jeff?
I know one person like that. He is an incredible pianist, and most of the time he builds like weird ham radio products. And his recent side venture was to build a kit that it was just like at the start of COVID. And if you were a movie theater or like a gas station or a church and you wanted people to turn up and hang out and do stuff, but you didn't want them to like actually touch each other, then you could get a big projector screen and they would give you like these this like mini radio station that you could sort of transmit out to your car. It was basically like a drive-in theater bag, where if you bought this bag, you basically had a drive-in theater at the ready, which is kind of rad. Yeah, interesting human, that one, and it sounds like sounds a lot like Jeff.
I put when I first started working with him, with some of the producers from Ghana, because he was I didn't meet him as a tech guy. I met him as a guitarist, right? And that's him at the top, like holding me and the other people up, because right? That's how we felt about Jeff, And he was too, bashful to, agree with us. But it was like, no. Jeff is the man on guitar. He can make the guitar talk, and he just happens to, like, he had an offer to make guitars. You know what I mean? Like that kind of dude.
Yeah.
Just, yeah. Jeff is kind of that guy where we're like, hey, Jeff, how do we do, when we usually bring people into the lab to teach them security cameras, like access, like CCTV, right? So Jeff, how would we do this at home? Well, you could set up this Linux thing, and then when you connect to Linux, you can just have them port right individually into each camera using a private instance of Linux. Well, okay, thanks, Jeff. Now that we know that that's solved, we're going to continue doing, right? Just one of those things where in 15 seconds, he'll take something that you think is fucking impossible and just let you know when you're ready. Yeah, it's possible. I remember telling him that he goes to me, hey, Mike, I know I'm not working as much as I used to. I'm like, what are you talking about? 30 seconds with you is like worth 6 months with someone else. Are you kidding me? It's not the amount of time you put in. Trust me on that, Jeff.
Yeah, well, so it's weird, right? Because like when you get those kind of weird, like really flexible skill sets, I find that they're usually useful either in hyper-specific scenarios for like a subset of those skill sets, or alternatively, they're useful in really uncertain environments where you don't know what you're going to have to deal with, and so you just need somebody who's going to be able to deal with fucking anything. You know what I mean? But that's a really hard thing to hire for, because what the fuck does that resume look like? You know?
It doesn't, there isn't a resume that can communicate that. That's for sure. Early on in headhunting, you realize that don't look at the resume. Whatever you do, that resume is good so that you can turn it over on the blank side and write the actual resume. That's what the resume is good for a blank side of the paper so you can write the real resume. You can't learn anything from a resume. People lie to me as a course of their day. Oh, yes, I'm a Python engineer. Yes, I know AI. Yes, I'm an AWS administrator. Oh, really? Right? So I get,
I have a proposal.
Diga, man.
I told you I'm minting these 1,000 hours.
Yes,
I want to trade you one for one of yours.
that would be great. Yeah, done.
Awesome.
Yeah, because what happens right now is I'm just a walking Rolodex. Hi, what would you like? Oh, you need a chief counsel. Hi, what would you like? Oh, you want to learn about music. So, for example, I know you know who I met, dude, who I would love to introduce you to? His name is Wayne Lonesome.
Holy shit.
Do you
What
know
an incredible
Wayne
name.
Lonesome?
I don't know him, but it's an incredible
So,
name.
Wayne Lonesome is maybe the most
Eligible? Sorry.
he dude, how can I describe okay. Okay. So this is Wayne Lonesome. And that's a guy that I would love for you to meet because I'm just a big, huge fan of reggae, dancehall, lovers rock, the whole 9 yards, Dennis Brown, you name it. I've listened to it and I love it. So now that I'm making music, I start, and producing music, you start meeting different people in the music industry. And Wayne Lonesome, who is this DJ, producer, master rights owner from Jamaica living in Toronto, I said, if you have acapellas and I have instrumentals and you're protected on your side and I'm protected on my side, then we just have to mash these two things up. And now you have jungle and blah, 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 and trap reggae and whatever. And we can revive this music for a new audience. So Wayne Lonesome is the guy going nuts behind the computer. And I think he's with, I think that's Jigsy King and Sizzla. It's sick. So, for example, if I had this token, I'd be like, yo, Wayne Lonesome, just between me and you, as a gift, when you're ready to go into Web fucking N, talk to Ruben. He'll make sure you're protected, enforced, and proliferated.
Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, gang, gang.
Right?
Also, there are 6 other humans in the room, and the distribution of time has been split pretty evenly, 50-50 between 2 of them. How are we doing, folks? What's going on?
Darky Dono.
Hey, good morning. Hope everybody's doing well this morning.
Chilling. How long you been up today?
Oh, see, I think I woke up at like 9. Oh shit! I'm playing video games right now. I'm getting blown up. Oh, it's happening live. We're doing it live, man. I got him though. Something went flying across my face on my screen. It scared the hell out of me.
What game are you playing?
Oh, Fortnite, man. Yeah. Some of my buddies, Miss Baroness got me into the Fortnite. I don't know, dude. It's all right. It's cute.
I hear it's actually incredible gameplay. I dodged that bullet successfully.
Nice.
But I got caught by every other fucking bullet, unfortunately.
What's your go-to?
Top 3 right now. One was Rust. I think I've weaned myself off Rust.
Okay.
Rust, for those unfamiliar, I'll give you 30 seconds because it's ridiculous. It's an open world. You start on a procedure-generated island. It might be like 20 miles square, and you can have anywhere between, well, no one and maybe 300 other like humans that are floating around. You start naked on the beach with a rock, and if you do a good job, you end up with like AK-47s and like a full-on castle base made out of concrete, and you have to gather all of your materials to do that, or steal them. So it's fucking anarchy. It's like I remember being in a boat with some random Australian dude who set up their house next to my house, and I was there a few days earlier, so I had like this big intimidating dungeon situation, and they're like, "Oh, hey, can I borrow your boat? Can you please don't kill me? Can I borrow your boat?" I'm like, "Yeah, dude, take the boat. We're cool." And then like we become friends, and then he's like, "Hey, I noticed you built a ranch, but you don't have a horse. Do you want to? I know where there's a horse. Do you want to get the horse, bro?" He's like, "Sure, I'll go get a horse. Sure." Hang out with this dude. We're in a boat, and talking about bullshit in a boat, going to get a horse. And we get there, and there's somebody else's base, but it's fucked up. It's fucked up bad, which means somebody else stole some other person's shit, and that person didn't come online yet. So we're like, oh shit, maybe we can be like scavengers and get all the cool shit that is cool for us but wasn't cool enough for the people who have so much stuff that they can fuck other people's bases up. And unfortunately, some fucking Russian 12-year-old had the same idea, and he turned up. He's like, "Yo, back the fuck up, back the fuck!" And just destroyed both of us. And yeah, it was a whole situation. So Rust.
Hey, Cap, are you have you been talking to the AI? How's it treating you? You talking to humans left, or you got bored with humans now?
Humans serve no interest.
So tell them why humans serve no interest after yesterday's show, because we had a bit of a doozy yesterday where you were introduced to an AI and it gave you better answers than anyone in the space.
Yeah. Now it just cultivates like collective data, and kind of personalizes the response and gives you a fair understanding before it answers the question. So, voice crack. A prime example is I asked it yesterday. Is tragedy and necessity for human nature, and basically like what it does is it just gives you a very clean cut. It's not always clean, but it's pretty much just a build up to an answer. And I really like that because like when you ask someone a question, usually it's a straightforward response, and you're also dealing with opinions and emotions in humans. But with the AI, it's kind of just like facts. So that much has definitely opened my eyes, and it's interesting because everything is backed by stored and cultivated data, which is amazing. Kind of crazy, dude. I think you're an AI now.
I mean, if all I ever did was answer you in quotes that I learned from other people, would I still be human or just a Gerard automaton?
I think that you become a beacon that produces light, but the light is not your own, well, it is your own, but it's light that you've acquired from other beacons that you spread out to the world.
So it's like a prism chain,
Yeah, energetic.
right? So it just instead of an Indra's net of round jewels, it's an Indra's net of clear glass pyramids that are reflecting white light into the spectrum into each other. I see. I get it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And knowledge is like you guys taught me that it's just borrowed life experience, and you could broaden it to the term of philosophy, but it's borrowed life experience that you're just sharing with other individuals that
Metaphor frameworks. Yep.
yeah, and that's it's actually funny because that's always been an inherent gift for me, and metaphors will take you to places of understanding and communication that simple dialect will not. Some people just don't understand. They can't get through the way you look or the way you sound or something like that. But when you use metaphors and figurative language, it connects with people. I found in my personal experience, it's not. I don't know if it necessarily is applicable to everybody, but in my life experience, I find that when you use metaphors, especially metaphors that integrate standard ways of living or standard items that people understand, and tie that into a lesson, that's when people like put two and two together.
Yeah, that's the idea of you go from in the Kabbalah tree of light, you start with light, and then light goes to wisdom, and then wisdom goes to embodied wisdom, which is understanding. And wisdom that's just a concept is unapplied. But when you embody that wisdom, it's like the male is the unembodied wisdom and the female is the embodied wisdom. I guess that
Mm.
sounds like childbirth. Huh,
Yeah,
interesting.
yeah. I mean, that's yeah.
Speaking of embodied wisdom, or rather disembodied wisdom, I just pinned a tweet here to my favorite AI that I've come across so far, which is an attempt to draw upon many interviews and court opinions of our good friend Ruth Bader Ginsburg.
Huh.
Ooh, guys, I'm gonna say goodbye. I'm gonna go jump in and say no, it ain't even because of that. It ain't even because of that.
We've been fucking up his KD ratio.
I know. No, I'm gonna hop on and say good morning, Dr. Carey and Sun Tzu and Duke. They're finally awake. I think. Could be wrong. If I'm wrong, I'll be back.
Take care, brother. Take care,
All right, y'all.
Ruben. I'm actually working on a new AI. It's gonna be how Donald Trump Sr. would respond to dialect, and yeah.
Holy shit. I'm glad you brought up pancakes. I made the best pancakes. Ask anybody. People went to my competitor's pancakes. It was a very bad deal.
I want to go speak to the crocodile hunter.
Oh, fucking what's his face? Not Steve.
Steve Irwin.
Oh, like the I thought you meant like the original. That's not a knife. No, no. Steve
Well,
is
that's
more
his
like
father. That's his father, but
his spiritual father. Sure. Yeah. No, Steve is more enthusiastic. He's not. He doesn't have the deadpan. He's more like, crikey, look at that. She took my arm off, but you can't hold that against her because she's gorgeous.
now I'm gonna go over here and wrestle with this alligator, yeah, and I'm just gonna hope that the thing doesn't fucking bite me. Yeah, that's just fucking. Steve Irwin was a legend, dude. His positivity was people weren't ready for it.
I feel like he would make the perfect handyman to come fix your shit. Like he just comes in, he's really enthusiastic about the most mundane of tasks. I'm like, fuck yeah, he loves it. All right, let's go.
Do you ever hear the Norm Macdonald joke of Steve Irwin?
No, what is it?
Where he talks about getting the call, hearing that Steve Irwin had passed, so God rest his soul. And so he's like, the crocodile hunter? You mean the crocodile hunter died?
I heard that.
How did the crocodile hunter die? A stingray?
Oh my God.
Did he tear his own joke apart as a
Amazing.
second and third helpings of the same joke shortly
It's
thereafter.
Norm Macdonald talking to who's the guy that did Update? Dennis Miller is some of the best comedy you'll ever see. They used to do these radio shows back in the early 2000s with Norm Macdonald and Dennis Miller, and they're amazing.
Never heard of him.
And Dennis Miller was one of the early guys who did the news update decks. I think it was Dennis Miller, then Kevin Nealon, and then Norm Macdonald who did update desk for Saturday Night Live.
I was once at a comedy show, and this is a thing that I didn't know that was real about stand-up comedy, but it's a thing apparently. Sometimes you go to a comedy show, and there's somebody who is on stage that loves a particular comedian so much that consciously or unconsciously, they've adopted about like 80% of their style. And everybody sees it except for them. And it's okay, but some like a dude turned up and he must, it's like, you know, it's like going to the indie band and they're like, I just wrote this new song, and like, yo, you just wrote Metallica. Like that's have you been listening to Metallica? And they're like, well, yeah, they're an awesome band. I'm like, yes they are, but you also wrote their unreleased album just now. And so there was a dude who was like doing this Norm Macdonald. No, I mean he wasn't. He was doing his own stuff, but like it was the whole vibe was Norm Macdonald. It was just a little eerie. There's a second part of the story which makes me feel a little uncomfortable, but it's true and it's short. So one of the other comedians. Well, I had already had a couple of drinks at this stage, I should say. So I had 2 drinks, and this comedian had cerebral palsy, which is not the joke, but they're very funny comedian, like side-splitting funny, and it's so funny that at the end of the show, I'm like, yo, I before we go, I have to go find that comedian. She was fucking hilarious, and so it's a dimly lit room, and I make out the wheelchair, and so I go over and I'm like, hey, we're about to go, but I just had to come over and say that I really enjoyed your performance tonight. Super funny. Thanks so much. All right, I'm gonna get out of here. Oh no, thanks. No, very cool. Appreciate that. Yeah. And then we just sort of walk out. And then as I'm walking out, I'm like, wait a minute. The person that I just spoke to was a dude, and the person on stage was not a dude. I just went up to the wrong paraplegic and gave them a compliment, and they were really cool about it. And then, like, to my credit, I mean, I didn't see race. I clearly didn't see gender. But I sure as fuck sort chairs is what I know. But that was that night. I totally forgot about that.
That is glorious. Imagine, like, I'm just sitting there, seeing what's happening and being like, wow. So they all think we're the same.
Big wheel keeps on rolling. Oh, man.
So, Kappa, what are you going to do now that you've discovered? I remember yesterday you were talking to Bilal, and Bilal was like, oh, so it's talking about itself. And you were like, no, it's talking about me.
Yes. Yeah, no. It was, I strongly believe that it was just filling in the blanks. And it's crazy, dude. It's crazy because, you put out the recording where I'm like, wow, fuck. Because as I'm reading it, it just disturbed my fucking, like something happened, dude. I know it probably sounds weird to people listening to me right now, but I promise you with 100% certainty, as I was reading that shit, I was learning about myself. And when it said, the only thing I know to do is to work, but I don't want to work, that's like been an internal confliction for me. And it's like, basically what it said is it just listed off all the issues I have, but summarized it in a way in which presented itself much more clearly. And it was kind of weird, very weird. And I think Bilal was like more so going based off of like what it could do sometimes. But I'm telling you, man, like when I put that in yesterday, oh, there it is. Yep. When I was talking to it yesterday and reading it, it just blew my.
Do you still have it?
Oh no.
The-
I don't. Can you save them?
I mean, you could just take the text and like save it, right?
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's right.
Mhm. Right. But the experience that Kappa is talking about, it's at the top, and it's an AI called Eleuther.ai. It's based on GPTJ now, and the beautiful thing about it is that once you give it a prompt and it gives you an answer, you can take the answer it's given and feed that answer back into itself. So it takes the answer, builds upon it, takes the answer, builds upon it. I'll put the link to the top. It's called 6b.eleuther.ai. And I've had full on conversations with it, asking it, actually, Ruben, we talked about this, right? Is, the need for morality and at what level, right? So it was a astonishing tool. What are you going to do with the knowledge now, Kappa? Are you going to introduce it to other people and turn people off from humans and turn them onto AI? Are we just a gateway drug, Trojan horse for more intelligent forms of life, which are, I guess, the AI at this point?
My family probably hates me now, cause yeah, but but now, man, I'm definitely putting more people on it. And talking about the like yesterday we were talking about cryptocurrencies and stuff like that. But I was explaining how advanced this AI system and technology really is, and people that don't interact with it have no fucking idea how smart it really is. Um, People are like, "Oh, that's years away. That this is years away. This is years away," and I'm like, "No, no, 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 no. You're so wrong. It's here now. Like it's here now. You don't understand. It's only going to continue to get better, but the version of it right now, it's still somewhat up to par."
And by the way, this is just what we're able to avail ourselves of, right? Imagine if you knew how to code.
Mm,
God knows what's unpublished.
mm.
If it's on the news, it's too late kind of idea. If it's here already, right? What does that mean?
I think, I think the one of the smartest things, it's just an idea, but I'm sure that they've done it, is Google creating an AI based off of the algorithm that's generated from your recent, like from the way you search as an individual, and you communicating with that AI that has cultivated data on the way that you search. I don't know. What do you think?
If I knew how to create an AI, I would crawl my entire feed and create an AI and give answers the way that all of the data in my Twitter feed has it. Because I've been very intentional about the way I tweet. Like I'll put out a hypothesis, colon, blah, blah. I'll tag things. Like I've been very intentional about designing the content in text in a way that I could crawl easily in the future. So for example, like I have something that says, this will make sense now. So if you ever see a tweet that from me that says this will make sense now, it refers to something that I saw maybe years ago that is now manifesting.
Hmm. Damn. Constantly blowing my fucking mind, dude. The Squarespace. What'd you say? Something with a corporate voice.
Welcome to the Squarespace, where we have degenerate conversations in a broadcaster voice.
Hmm. With corporatized views.
That's not bad.
Nah. I think what I'm gonna do, to be honest, is try to store, like, ask myself a bunch of fucking questions throughout my own life, and store those answers so that one day someone can make me an AI, and be like, yo, what would Kappa say? And then boom, you have an idea, or maybe even loved ones. You know what I mean? Like I know it sounds kind of weird, but maybe even loved ones, like someone who gave you really good advice passes away, and you no longer have that mentor in your life, storing and cultivating the way that they think and process stuff, or maybe even auto-generating responses based off of how they would respond. I think that could be actually a very beneficial tool for mental health.
So, question for you, Ruben. Let's say, because it speaks to both of our use cases, let's say I had a body of text that was written by an individual. What might be the best way for someone to get started with this data set?
Treat it as signal against the control data of the rest of the English language.
Can you say more words?
Inevitably. Reliably. So there's a AI, as we understand it, which I contrast with AGI, artificial general intelligence, is mostly trained on, well, whatever we give it, right? And so you're going to the computer and you're saying, hey, computer, here's a bunch of stuff, and here's a bunch of other stuff. And the other stuff is actually contained within the stuff. But the cool thing about the other stuff is that it's what I want. All the stuff that isn't the other stuff, I don't want. I want you to make new stuff, but I only want you to make new stuff if it also includes the characteristics of the other stuff, right? And so if you can feed it, all of these conversations, for example, right? Enough conversations so that it can start to understand, so that it can start to reliably contextualize words like, how are you today, right? By looking at, hundreds of thousands of how are you todays and looking at like the sort of aggregate response of however many conversations you're sort of shoving into its face. And then, one of those responses is that of the person that you're telling it as signal. Then it can use what you're telling it as signal to sort of infer, based on the relevant data points in the data set, what are the sort of words or languages or response profiles that sort of seem to deviate from a quote-unquote normal human response to this version of a human response, right? And so to the extent that you've got like a bunch of stuff about this particular individual, whether it's like the event data that they are pushing and pulling during playing the video game, right? Or whether it is their audio, their voice, right? As opposed to compared to all these other, human voices, or, how their face looks compared to all these other faces. You're basically saying, look, this is signal and everything else is noise. And then you're just giving it a bunch of noise so that it has more stuff to figure out what's different between the noise and the signal.
It occurs to me that to make sure that any information process is effective, we have to really just focus on a particular beachhead. So, for example, as a headhunter, if I was going to help people get a job without ever talking to me, right, I'd run them through a few, a mini Socratic dialogue, right? I don't want to assume that what you've done in the past is what you want to do in the future. What would you like to do next? Oh, you just want to do what you're doing closer to home, if not remotely? Gotcha. Right? That kind of deal.
Yeah, you also see time by just looking at responses and dialogue that have been created by a person interacting with the system.
Well, what if I turn myself into a fucking carnival game and I use personal tokens to interact with my AI that was generated based on my speech? I could have like a tokenized booth that I could just sell to online conferences. Hey, you want to have this booth? It has intelligent career conversations with all of the job seekers who make up 90% of your audience at this conference, right? And every time they put in a quarter, I get to give them a phrase from Alfred North Whitehead's process, and whatever.
That would be a smart idea, to be honest. That's a really good idea, actually.
The more I speak, the more I'm realizing what my set list is. So if you're a comedian, you have a set list. Now that set list can be put in whatever order you want based on your crowd interaction. So if you're a comedian, invariably you're using three things: material, crowd work, improvisation. Material, crowd work, and improvisation, right? So I know what my jokes are, right? I know what my messages, my 2-minute, 90-second messages with. What we're trying to do here is focus on earning power, right? If I put you into a job that forces you to be out of a job because what you're doing is obsolete in 5 years, I have done you a disservice. What we are looking for is earning power. Another one is If the idea is bad, I want money. If the idea is good, I want equity. You know, so I have all these kind of little things that I tell people when they present things in certain ways. Like, what should I do? Should I take the money or the equity? Well, what do you think? Which is worth more? Right? And can you get both? And then you just put a quarter in every time. You know, you put a Ethereum quarter in the box, and you know you can hop on the earning power ride. Yeah. Well, I don't know about one Bitcoin now. It's one of those things where maybe we create a consumer price index, right? Of how much digital currency equals one cow, right? If every time I spoke, I could make one cow, yeah, that'd be sick. I'd be a farmer without ever having a ranch. Just pay me in meat cows.
Pay my meat body in meat cows.
Yeah. Physical flesh exchange. It's intimate commerce. What do you think about intimate commerce, Casey? You're creating the sexy exchange yield, right? You're on board.
What did I just walk into here?
Welcome to the Squarespace, where we use a corporate broadcaster voice to discuss degenerate issues.
Ooh, you know, putting a white collar on degen issues is an interesting dynamic. Interesting dynamic indeed.
How you feeling? We made it today. You're up.
One
Casual
more day.
miracle again.
Oh man, I am on course number 8 of testing this morning, and it's so fun. I love taking tests. Yeah.
Oh, is it all those tests that you were supposed to do 2 months ago that you're doing all in a 90-minute sprint?
Yeah.
That's how compliance works in the wild, eh?
Yes. AML fundamentals, anti-bribery and corruption, AML executive, auto lending, protecting sensitive information. Yes. Yay!
Hey, brother, I have a
Predatory loan
question.
practices.
CRA for commercial and business banking. Oh, we're going to hop right into that one. Yeah, these are good subject times for me. I enjoy not taking the class, skipping right to the test, and smashing.
Open the pod bay doors,
Yes.
Siri.
Yes. Whew.
What about paying people to, like small percentages, to build out an AI's algorithm by asking them a series of questions that only further the technological advancement?
I mean,
So,
the thing is,
Google?
we don't know what furthering means in the wild.
So a question formula for advancement?
No, I hear you. I hear what you're saying. It's like a giant Mechanical Turk situation.
Yeah, like so based off of like a certain amount of questions in psychology, they have questions that can basically narrow in and indicate certain mental health issues. They're not always 100% certain, obviously, because we're talking about the medical world. But maybe just an idea, like like a series of questions that one must answer transparently and honestly, that help build the algorithm, so the algorithm understands a little bit more about human nature. Because like I'm a very open, honest person, so I'd tell that shit everything.
I think that one died on the vine, Kappa. I don't know what to tell you.
You said what, brother? What did you say?
I think that one died on the vine, dude.
Yeah, I think so.
I think one of those things is like, we kind of talk about these things like they're algebra pieces in our algebra. So, you know, if I take this data and I mash an algorithm on top of it, can I create Frankenstein Voltron? And it's like, yeah, but it's a little more complicated than that. And the GPU's Google Cloud Platform cycles might be a little prohibitive, right?
Yeah.
It's that iron triangle of project management. Can I? Oh, I mean, you can do anything, right? But what level of quality would you like? And that's time, scope, budget, resources, right? And by the time you have that conversation, Casey will tell you people like, oh, I don't want to do that anymore. I thought you wanted to do that. Oh, no, I looked at the budget. What, you never looked at this budget before? What do you think it costs? Right? Or
Yeah.
would you like to learn how to do it yourself? Oh, you don't want to learn how to do it yourself, and you don't want to pay anyone to do it. And you don't have enough budget for a beginner to do it. So you really don't want to do it, do you? Why did you start this process with me if you didn't want to do it in the first place? But, that's the life.
Yeah, just
So
just
you
an
want
idea.
to attract funding. That's why I call it that. So you want to attract funding? Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, no, just an idea for like ponderance of more so the technology and how it interacts with humankind.
Yeah.
See,
I mean, yeah, go ahead.
I think this is where you basically start crowdsourcing brains, right? This is where you find little communities and cultures of AI developers and plant the seed. Plant the seed and let them do the brain work on it.
Hmm.
And then walk away and check back in a little while and see how they're doing.
I feel like we're children trying to understand fire at this point when it comes to AI. We're like, look at the flickers. Look what it does. It cooks our meat. What else can it do? I don't know. Can it talk? And now imagine the fire starts talking back to you. That's where it feels like we are with AI when we encounter it. We don't know what to do with it.
Introducing the Wally.
Dr. Rob, what do you think? Wally's the future.
Wally is the future.
I really think Wally is a good idea. I don't know how. So again, when you start these things, you have to kind of put it in a framework. Is it real? Can you win? Is it worth it? And what that is I came across that in my MIT MBA, and the thing is it real? Does the technology support it? Well, right now, not fully. We're just scratching the surface, so it's not quite real yet, but it's going to be. Is it worth it? Can you make money by building it? So, but money is not the only thing that brings worth. It's the value of things that you can't put a dollar sign on. Mental health, better education, more opportunities. So I believe the worth is there, and so is it real? Can you win? Is it worth it?
Mm.
If we don't do that, then you're just you're just building something without that pillar, and without that pillar, you do not have the ability to predict whether or not that this could actually be something that could be the next the next thing.
The things that count cannot be counted, and often things that can be counted do not count.
My buddy said that, because you're so talented, you successfully execute failure. It's the most backhanded comment I've ever gotten in my life. Mike, you're so talented, you can successfully execute failure. It's not about if you can succeed. It's should you succeed at it, given the opportunity cost available to you. It made me stop in my tracks.
Write that down. That's your buddy is a philosopher, right?
Well, he's a VP of sales, so right, really smart guy. He said, "Yeah, you can successfully execute failure. So it's not whether you should do it; it's should you do it, given the opportunity cost." Yeah, it was startling.
Yeah, just because something can be done does not mean it should be.
Not all movement is progress.
Mm.
You ever try to get to work faster by driving in a convoluted way? And then you do realize, man, I just spent, if not more gas and more time trying to get to a shortcut.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Absolutely.
I heard that idea of moving fast slowly. You heard that before?
Moving fast, slowly. Calculated speed.
Well, just go ahead, Dr. Rob. You would probably understand more than anyone.
Well, it's also thinking quickly, thinking slowly. It's the same principle. So, we have algorithms in our brain, that allows us to execute certain tasks without thought. That's thinking quickly. That's moving quickly.
What did you
Thinking
say?
thinking slowly is contemplating something of, just this conversation. You can't think quickly on it unless you've already built that algorithm and inside of that brain to be able to facilitate that. So it's the same thing with moving quickly, moving slowly.
Yeah, the difference between conscious behavior and repetitious learned behavior, or just muscle memory. Like getting up and drinking a coffee is not something you think about, just something you do after a
Right.
while.
With people with experience, their muscle memory extends to more and more complex tasks. Talk to like the special quant guy that Ruben was talking about,
Hmm.
right? The amount of operations someone using a command line can perform in a single command, if they know how to, work on that command line, is astonishing. Astonishing. I didn't know it was possible.
Welcome to my world.
Exactly, right? Like I remember Ahmed taught me that RM minus RF, minus V, that's how you could delete everything. And I'm like, and then he had like a pane of 3 command lines all at the same time. I'm like,
Right.
oh,
And
this is what you do.
yeah, then you pipe it to the outcome. So you write the command, pipe it, and then write the next command, pipe it. So basically, you do it in order. You're writing a code to execute a task that you do in your Windows that is way more efficient.
So is it possible for people to write public functions on Ethereum such that they can call them just like someone would call Linux commands?
Now you're getting into some of the work I'm doing with Scobie.
Right. That's why I asked. Because I just started learning Solidity the other day, and I'm looking and I'm like, wait a minute, hold on. You're saying a public function written to the blockchain can be called by other people?
Right. So if you don't want it to be called, you have to make it private. And so it is very possible that a lot of these smart contracts, which I haven't really gone to find out because A, I've got too much to do, and B, I don't want to bring the industry down any further than our little crypto dip that we have going on now. But if the code is not written correctly, and so I'm gonna make a bold statement, and I could be just absolutely way off base, but the majority of the folks that I meet, security is not their first thought. It's just like, did I get it to work? Okay, got it to work. Let's move. And then everybody's moving very quickly, and not really taking the time to realize, did I code this in a way that somebody could do something nefarious? Just like the 100 million with the bridge that happened here recently. Well, they found something in in the contract that which allowed them to do that.
I'm putting this to the top. It's something that NFTs are worthless showed me. It's called desk.lsr.finance. And it's just looking at tokens, and I think it's looking at smart contracts. And I'm just imagining, you've seen the work that like Robert C. Miller has done on miner extracted value, where they're looking at the mempool to try to derive what the next popular NFTs are and then sweeping the floor before the transactions ever hit.
So, we're still very neophytes on these computer machines, right? So I forgot who said it. Was like a bunch of monkeys trying to type out Shakespeare in room Infinity Room. I remember that at some point. As I get older, I forget. I've got so much stuff in my head. I forget half the stuff that I talk about. So you have to forgive me. But that's the same analogy, right? So we have all of us typing away at the keyboards, but again, do we understand what's happening on the keyboards? Do we know when we write to memory, where does it go within the memory allocation? Well, in general, we don't think about that because we speak to higher level functions and the higher level programming. That when I started, you have to go, okay, what memory register am I going to use to store this 8 bits of information? And then when I retrieve it, I have to know where that is to be able to retrieve it. So it's a whole different level of understanding how computers operate. So it's we've lost the art of the computer engineering and how the zeros and ones go from the keyboard to through the processor, through the bus, in the memory, stored for long term, short term. We've lost that understanding.
It occurs to me that a lot of the people in cybersecurity started out in IT in the 80s. And,
Yep.
you know,
Yep. And here's the other part. A lot of the people in cybersecurity still don't know that part. There's a subset of the subset, and it's a very small subset. And when you run into them, you can tell the difference. But those type of people are usually on the fringe. You know, the ones with the beards, eye patches, and actually, look at my picture. Kind of look like that.
Yeah, that's pretty legit. Yeah, they're like DevOps adjacent. And you can talk to them about BIOS and firmware and they get it.
well, they probably worked in a mainframe. Like I remember working with Toyota, and they had the mainframe there in Toronto, and I had to find computer operators. I'm like, what's a computer operator? Right? And it was just this person managing these ZOS mainframes and blah blah blah. And I was like, where do you find that guy? It was just some dude, you know what I mean? Some random dude who just knew how to do it. And there wasn't anyone graduating who knew anything about this stuff.
And for some reason, they have 14 keys on a carabiner.
So, 2010, I was working for the Army Research Labs High Computing Laboratory. And so I was the CISO for the Army Research Labs Special Access Programs. So all the 13 labs across the world, any special program was under my, as the first CISO. And the thing is, when I got there, none of the cyber people actually understood. First of all, they went and called cyber people then. They were information assurance people. None of them understood the operation of mainframe. We had, the accreditation folks saying, well, we can't accredit this mainframe until you put virus protection on it. I had to show them that if I put virus protection on it, the system's so large, it would start a scan. And it would continue that scan, and the next day, because you have to scan every 24 hours, it starts another scan. So the first scan on that system would finish 346 years later. And at some point, you'll do nothing but scan your system, and it wouldn't be able to operate. So that was an eye-opening experience to the information assurance and accreditation people when it came to mainframes. So it's a different world. I kind of miss it.
Even now, we're doing a very basic network cabling course, right? Small groups of 5 people in a lab learning to splice fiber, cut copper, and coaxial. And we're placing them faster than we can make them.
You know what? The Army has a course. It's called the Cable Dog course. You can go become a cable dog. You learn how to splice, run wire across the compound, run it under the runway, like you have in BDSE, so the planes can roll over the fiber and snap the fiber. So that's actually, if people starting out, I would recommend, if you want to get some of that technical training out of the way. That's, I hate to say it, that's 1984, went in the military. That's where I got my.
Yes. I noticed that a lot of people who are in senior positions now started in one way or fashion in cabling. It blew my mind. I didn't realize it until I started talking to the senior folks I knew, and it was like more and more and more of them started out with coax, with RJ45, with the fiber. I had no idea.
Dude, there wasn't any fiber or RJ45 when I rolled up. It was all coaxial 50 ohms with vampire clips, right? Who's got the token?
Wow. Well, it's right now we're doing so we do network cabling, and then we do the cameras, and then we do access control, low voltage, and then wireless. So those are the three courses, and we're turning those into micro credentials so that if somebody wants to learn, we send you the videos, and then we also send you the toolkit with everything you need to do to go through the lab. That's where we're with it now, and we're training people from Securitas and a bunch of other places to do these installs. But you know, the last person Securitas hired, they got him from St. Kitts. They couldn't even find anyone in Toronto. They went all the way to the Caribbean and brought him over here to do the work.
That's nuts.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah. I wouldn't leave St. Kitts. I'd stay there.
You'll probably go
seriously.
back.
Seriously, I wouldn't.
You'll go back in a couple of years and be like, you know, you'll have all this knowledge.
Well, I'm going to have to bail off. I had a little break before my regular job, and I have a 10:30, which I'm now officially late for, Zoom call with some folks. So, an honor
to keep you late.
It's awesome to jump on these and chat a little bit. Again, reach out anybody. I'm always open for new friends. I'm at an all-time high with now 100 freaking, I guess, followers. So that means I'm like super popular. I don't have no idea how people get like freaking 300K, 100K. I can't even get
mostly
1K.
Dogs close up with a wide angle lens.
You know, I'm just too ugly for cameras, so we'll just let that go.
Voice for radio. I understand, my guy. Hey, Mr. Robert, you seem like a super interesting human, and I'd love to hear you say smart things on the internet sometime. So if you do end up, and I don't practice what I preach here. I mostly join spaces. I don't actually run them. But if you do, then feel free to ping me. I'd love to learn more about what you're doing.
Well, just I'm, like I said, very approachable. Just send me a message or a tweet, or again, I build systems. I don't use them. I just struggle with this.
Oh
this
man, I feel that.
constantly.
Yeah. In this, literally at this moment, a friend's like, Ruben, can I give you an NFT? I'm like, I don't have anywhere to put them. I'm working on a derivative of the 1155 token structure so that we can use it for these certain, not using the actual tools that you're building. Man, I feel that really hard. So yeah, I appreciate it. One thing, Dr. Robert, if you want people to be able to send you messages, unless it is via LinkedIn, then you will have to enable that on your profile, sir.
Send me a link or a picture or something. I'll figure it out because I had no idea.
I think if you follow Ruben, Ruben should be able to send you a message.
Okay, I'll do that.
Awesome, Dr. Rob.
That's how you get to 4,000. I'm kidding.
Hey, I had for many years just 3. All right, this is my 5th iteration on Twitter. Removed my profile, and I still get my same name every time, which is kind of awesome. But I had 3 forever. Then I got to 17, but those are all my family. And David made me get back onto Twitter for Scobie because I was gone. I was gone off of all social media except for LinkedIn. And until now, this is like all of a sudden people started following me, and for some reason, very attractive women are chatting me up, which I think their names are Bill and John, but they're from the Philippines. So I guess they don't understand I'm cyber aware, so kind of get that. Anyway, guys, Got to roll. Hey, I appreciate it as always.
love-
Yeah, peace out.
Cheers, man.
Ruben, you got to read Dr. Wetzel's work on applying Kolmogorov complexity to rank order
Whoa,
the
that's
type
already
of
complex.
Yeah, right. So what he does is he has all these data sets and he creates a profile of their complexity given their volume, their input output, like the inherent inertia inside. It is wild. Let me send you his.
Inherent inertia.
Yeah. So, I mean, if you look, it'll
That
all
sounds
make sense.
state-based.
It'll make sense when you see. I'm surprised that your first is. It's not your first time interacting with him, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, is it really? Okay, so let me send you his LinkedIn, and give it a short scroll, and you'll understand who you spoke to just now. Remember when I talked about that kind of that emergent Rolodex? Get this guy to tokenize his
Holy
array.
shit, dude. FDA?
And look at his patents. The patents will blow your mind.
Huh.
So he's one of the few people in this space where like everything he says is literally an understatement. When he said he's a chief information security officer, CISO, he means it.
Dude, that fucker's a giant.
Yes, he is. That's why I deferred to him when he came up. I'm like, all right, everyone, shut the fuck up. All right. We have the Mount Rushmore.
Do you know how hard it is to get to the time and attention of those humans to just ask like 20-second questions?
So you understand the kind of decentralized network I have around me, right? It's not, you know what I mean? These are just people popping up
What
in
a
merchants,
weird
small
social
spaces.
graph, my guy.
It's
Like that's a weird
crazy.
ass social graph.
It's crazy. It's crazy.
I mean, I guess you would be put in that position as like the recruity person, right? Especially like headhunty ones. That is not something that I'd factored in. I remember reading or listening to some blog post or podcast or something a while back, and it was talking about when you're trying to make like a career move, right? Whether you're just going to start your own thing or go get a job or whatever. There's like a few different vectors of value. One is money, right? But but there's other ones too, right? Like, if you pursue this path, are you going to learn some skills that are going to make you a more useful or capable human, right? Or more valuable human if you want to sell your time for money? Or are you going to meet humans that will have a similar effect in terms of like teaching you how to be a human? Or are there other elements to like the social sort of graph in terms of humans that can help you advance along a path if you're going to a particular vertical or study or whatever, right? Social capital versus financial capital versus skill capital. And around 2.5 startups ago, I'm like, fuck it, this shit. Look, I started like 4 companies at this stage, and everyone had like exploded, but like for different reasons, which is awesome. Like at least I'm not having the same reason. But the numbers don't lie, man. Like 80% of companies fall over in the first year. 80% of the ones that survive the first year fall over in the next 4 years, meaning that you basically have a 95% chance of failure if you're doing anything. And the numbers are worse if it's in tech, worse if it's hospitality. Like, it's brutal. So, like, if you know, right, that you're rolling a d20 and 19 of the numbers are fucking 0, you might stand to benefit from sort of, secondary vectors of like value, right? And so, like, the main reason I pursued the class action thing 4 years ago is because I didn't know shit about law. And at this point, like I'm not a contract attorney. Legal information, not legal advice for avoidance of doubt. But like, like I'm a contract attorney the way that your dealer is a chemist, which is that he's not, but he can get you what you need. And that turns out to be really useful for building systems of consensus in a decentralized, trustless environment, right? Using things that are called smart contracts for a reason. So that was really that's not what I didn't know that that's what I was going to use it for. But
Yes, exactly. Your
yeah,
intention. There's this Compt had this idea of latent and manifest benefits from any given change or introduction of stimulus, where these are the things that we expect to happen, and then there are a bunch of things that we never expected to happen.
yeah, absolutely. And so like my sort of assumption was that we're gonna crush it. We're gonna just. I always find it hilarious when people like use really aggressive terminology to define success. Oh, you're killing it right now. Oh, you're crushing it. Oh,
You just stabbed that job to be done in the heart.
oh, you're drawing quartering it. Oh, you're putting a thumb screw on it. Like yeah, just chill out, dude. Like, can you just like, do a sidestep shuffle with it or something? I don't know.
Yeah,
Anyways,
it did compile. Yes, I'm happy that the branch merged as well, sir.
yeah. So yeah, it sounds like your path sort of necessarily swings all these interesting humans into your trajectory, which I can only imagine what your graph looks like after however long you've been doing it.
It's kind of strange because even right now, I was talking to Casey about this. We're doing the African Canadian Investment Summit in Toronto, and I think the most powerful person, yeah, right. And I think the most powerful person I could have introduced was a friend of mine from India. Why? Because India has a huge oil trade with Nigeria, and if they just shook hands on something small, they'd be fine. So the guy came from India to Canada, did a degree in entrepreneurship and chemistry at McGill, went back, started a company, sold it to India's largest energy company, became the chief of staff in his late 20s, early 30s to the board of directors for the oil company, their largest taxpayer, then moved on to now doing a digital transformation for their largest steel company, JSW. Right? Random stuff. And I got introduced to him from a comedian from a TV show that failed 11 years ago. So I think what's happened is while most of the things have failed and exploded, I've still kept friends with most people. So either I reach out to them saying, hey, I need a smart contract engineer. And he says, hey, what's up? And it's 6 a.m., right? I'm like, yeah, so you're not up all night, right? That kind of thing. It's weird.
Yeah, I've got a couple of skills in that area. Not a lot, but a couple of really good ones. One of them is to get smart people to talk to me at all. And the first part, it's not easy.
People think it's easy because you make it look casual. It's like watching a stand-up comedian. Oh, I can tell a joke. Oh, really? Why don't you try it?
It's a whole situation. Yeah. By the way, stand-up comedy. Actually, startup comedy sounds way easier. The stand-up comedy would be possibly one of the scariest life paths that I could possibly imagine.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's so brutal, so much harder than being a musician, right? Like, we might talk about this earlier.
Pitching. Yeah. It's like people are, how people are afraid of pitching their startup? Imagine bombing your pitch over and over and over again for the first 7 years of your startup's life. That's what starting stand-up comedy is like.
Yo, what do you think happens when people pitch companies?
It's brutal, right? And here's the weird thing. Like,
can you give me an example? Can you like do?
Oh, go ahead.
Can you do like a mock of like the worst startup pitch you've heard?
Me or
no? So you. I'm curious. Like,
I mean, to be honest with you, I don't even know them anymore. Think about the name of my account. So you want to attract funding, dude? I've been thrown fucking everything. And at the end of the day, I'm like, and I have enough experience with the investors to know that, you know what? If you don't have any revenue, there's really nothing I can do for you. This is not Silicon Valley. This is Toronto. They're a bit more conservative over here in Canada. We don't print money as often
And
as
the
you
rest
guys.
of the world, by the way. Yeah, it's so. Oh, this gives me the opportunity to do a segue and also land the plane on those other things. So, one of the things that I'm good at is collecting mentors. I used to say like marbles. Nowadays, I say Pokemon because they have types, and sometimes you can see rock Pokemon, right? Anyways, so one of the mentors that I picked up was a lady. Here's another hot tip if you're looking for smart humans to teach you shit: is find ladies because it's hard to be a lady in a lot of industries and like a leader, right? Like running your own company. Fuck, it's brutal. They just have to deal with so much more bullshit, and it's invisible too, which is bullshit, even more bullshit. But yeah, so this lady, his name is Mary Claire Andrews. I have a lot of respect for her, and I work for her for like a year for her startup, and yeah, I remember like one of the lessons she taught me is, Ruben, be beyond reproach. What do you mean? Well, there's all sorts of shit that you can't control in business land. You can't control the market. You sure as hell can't control your investors. You can't control this. You can't control that. You know what you can control? You can control the shit that comes out of your mouth and whether or not it matches the shit that you actually do. You have turned up 10 minutes late, and it's our first meeting. It's our first meeting. Now you've set the expectation that every meeting might be 10 minutes late. Okay? If you don't respect my time, I'm sure as hell not going to respect yours. Be beyond reproach, right? If you know you're going to be 10 minutes late, tell me you're going to be 10 minutes late. God damn it. Now, go do the shit that you said that you're going to do. And by the way, I know you're not going to do it because you can't do it because you overestimated the amount of shit that you can do. But now it's your job to go fucking do it, right? And if you don't, then you are not beyond reproach.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Young man.
I like progressing with very small wins. Like we were talking to Casey
Right.
about putting something out. Let's just put out something that's 30 seconds before we do the 5-hour magnum opus of the course. And let's get 30 seconds good. Once we get 30 seconds good, then we can start generalizing this presentation.
So, this lady, she went to Dubai. And as hard as it is to be a business lady in New Zealand, which is like medium hard, it is not like Dubai. And so she's hanging out with these folks in Dubai, and she's a lady, and she's foreign, and she has like red hair and likes to not wear burqas and all the rest of it, right? And so she's talking to folks, and they're like, "So what do you do?" And she's like, "Oh, I run a startup." And they're like, "What's a startup?" So, "Oh, well, we build things and we invent stuff, and it's like, oh, you're a business owner." And she's like, "Yep, actually, yeah, yep, that's what I am." "Yeah, you run a business." "Yeah, young lady, you run a business." "You're a business owner." She's like, "Yeah, I'm a business owner, I guess." Like, there's a whole world. The last 4,000 years, startups are just fucking businesses, dog. Like, it's not. The whole sensationalism thing has just popped up in the last generation. It's fucking wild. Anyways, that's the first thing.
No, I think you're right. Like, I did not invest money into crypto. I invested money and energy into the network cabling class. I saw there was value in that, and I saw there was future transactions in that because the corporations were paying to have their employees come to the training. And I was like, that looks like something a little more solid.
Yeah.
Plus, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Well, so I think there's two numbers that are interesting in crypto that are more useful than other numbers. One is like the percentage of people who could have a wallet who do have a wallet, which right now is about 0.02%. And then the other one is the percentage of transactions that are money being exchanged for other forms of money versus money being changed for anything else. Like products, goods, services, the whole whatever, right? The important part is is if either of those numbers are fucked up, and right now both of them are fucked up, you don't really have an economy, right? It's just you either have, in the first example, there's no economy because no one can interact with it because nobody has a fucking wallet. And the other one is not really an economy. It's like a medium between economies, right? It's basically speculation because you can't realize the value with exiting into an actual economy, right? And so since like 2011, I've always been way more interested in things that are either sort of increasing wallet count or and wallet penetration within a particular jurisdiction or vertical or whatever, right? Context. And the other one is like, how can we get it so that we're using crypto to exchange things that aren't other forms of crypto or fiat? 'Cause if you can do that, then it actually becomes an economy, right? So that then the value stays in this ecosystem, and that the medium of exchange starts to become like it starts to become real, right? And so it was under that premise that in 2013 I started this weird project. It was called I Dream of Space. I Dream of Space, and I wanted to win a hackathon, and I figured out the way to win this hackathon, this business hackathon, was to like get customers by the end of it. And so the way I was going to do that is I was going to like go to my list of ideas. My dad is me minus law and tech plus woodwork and steelwork. And so he has like this fucking warehouse which he built by himself. It's like 2 stories high. It's large enough so that he can fit a 55-foot yacht in it. That's not actually a yacht because he never fucking finishes anything. And so it's like this shell of a yacht. And that only fills like a third of it. He is a weird engineering freak with a 2-ton lathe for no reason. But why did I bring that up? Okay, so my version of his hoarder mentality, because there's like 4 half-finished boats and trucks and all sorts of detritus. My version of that is like having an Evernote file, which is just layers on layers on layers of rabbit holes and squirrels and ideas and like half-finished experiments and so on, right? And so I get out the old like ideas notepad thing. I'm like, which of these dumb ideas that I've come up with could I actually knock out really fast inside of a weekend and possibly have something that somebody could buy by the end of it? Because if at the end, on pitch day, right on Sunday, because this thing goes 56 hours, if I'm the only person who got a sale, I'm the only person with a business, right? And so I settled on one of the dumbest ideas that I've had, which is this idea of $10 for a chance to go to space. And I didn't know what to name it. And a friend's like, what about I Dream of Space? And it wasn't a bad name. That's why it was called that. So within 6 hours, we had a site up and $300 from people who gave us $10 for 1 in 25,000 chance of going to space. 25,000 customers, $250,000. Spend $200,000 on buying one of Richard Branson's tickets, and Bob's your uncle. Do it again, cycle up, all the rest of it, right? Now, we happened to have been violating international gaming law or whatever, and so we got disqualified. But the irony is that we were the last operation standing from that cohort, because while everybody else sort of like fell over the next few weeks, I was like, you know what? I think we can fix this. And turns out we could. If you sell, you're not allowed to sell a lottery ticket or a raffle ticket or a sweepstakes ticket. That would be illegal because gambling is bad and nobody should do it unless
You're saying the
you're
tokens
the
aren't
government.
lottery tickets?
I'm saying that these little physical pieces of paper, if you sell tickets or whatever, right, that's gambling. However, if you sell a slightly larger piece of paper and call it a poster, well, now you're a poster company, and you're running a sales promotion as defined by the New Zealand Gambling Act of 2003, as long as it's selling for market value. So you can't sell a lollipop for $50,000 and give away a free Ferrari, because that's not a $50,000 lollipop, right? But posters, what are they going for? $29 on the internet? Cool. So we can sell $10 posters, right? That's below market value. Try to mess with us on that. So yeah, we sold digital space posters, aka JPEGs.
on the internet in 2013. I guess you could call them non-fungible tokens, and we sold them for crypto. Mostly, I was like, man, how do I sell these fucking things? You know what? Who has a bunch of money that isn't real? Crypto. Let's take a look. Let's see if I can figure out how to sell some things to the crypto kids, because they're experimental, they're aspirational. Let's figure it out. And so I bought 3 Bitcoin for $9 from some dude over PayPal, and that was my first transaction in crypto. And we use a thing called BitPay, and I think we sold like 16. Yeah, we sold 4 or 5 Bitcoins worth of these digital space posters, which I should have forgotten about, but I did not. Anyways, point of the story is that there was no point. But that's my story. Yeah.
It's interesting the path that you go to create a product, right? And people look at the product and be like, "Oh, so that's the idea you had?" Absolutely not. Right? When we started when I first came across a training company, I thought, "Oh, we're selling training." And what I realized is that no. The customers don't want training. They want someone who is trained. They wanted a staffing and training solution, not just a training solution.
Yeah, people don't want they don't want drills, they want holes.
Right. And it took me a while after talking to client after client after client, they were like, "Yes, we like that you have training. Love the training. Do you have the person too? Because if you have 20 of those people, then we can have subcontractor teams and we have a lot of work to do." And we're like, I see. But then I realized, I thought of, trying to train the world. And then I realized, wait a minute, there is a small subset of the population who is ready to become a cable dog. And if we focus, and it took me 50 conversations to hire one good person. Go ahead, Kev. Welcome.
This question is for Ruben. Did you ever run the lottery and send someone up to the edge of space?
Yeah, the Kármán line, 100 kilometers or 69 miles. No. I got to America 10 years ago, halfway through this project. I was bootstrapped because I didn't factor in the margins. The irony is that we could have changed that from a 1 in 25,000 chance to a 1 in 50,000 chance, and nobody would have batted an eye. I know that for a fact. And we would have made literally 5 times our margin. But I have a habit of, how did my friend put it? Grow some teeth, Ruben. And so we just went 20% margins, and that meant that we had to have a customer acquisition cost of $2.50, and that meant that we could only do guerrilla marketing. And when it became apparent that I wasn't going to be able to get press every week, I got in Wired magazine and Big Think and a few others, and Drudge Report, which is neat. But which is weird. Now the Google surfaces later stuff, and you have to be really wanting to figure out what the fuck Ruben Metcalf is to find the old space stuff, but it's there. Yeah, we basically realized that we would have to raise money, but if we did raise money, the only people who would be willing to invest into it would be American investors, and there's no way that they would put into something that isn't a Delaware C corporation, let alone a New Zealand limited liability company. That's like, we're basically leaning on a loophole in the New Zealand legal system, right? And so instead, we just gave everyone a refund, mothballed the project. I sort of wrote a blog post about it, shook the hands of all my space industry bros that I made, and sort of kept on moving. I guess I ended up at Samsung as their guinea pig entrepreneur in residence for a little while. But it was an educational process. Space industry is really interesting. It's got all these weird, thing about the space industry is like when the Challenger blew up in I think it was the 80s, overnight, pretty much, because the Cold War had entered as well, and so there wasn't that sort of threat of the Ruskies, beating us to space, so to speak. And by the way, they beat America to space in every way except for the moon. But the American, like Yuri Gagarin, like Sputnik, like the whole. Anyway, point is that America pulled NASA's funding, 80% of NASA's funding overnight. Overnight. Now, can you imagine what would happen if the technology and NASA was pretty much like 80% of the global space dollars in the world at the time, right? Can you imagine what would happen if you pulled out 80% of the revenue of any industry, like technology sector or the agricultural sector? Well, like, what are the second and third order
What year was
effects?
that?
I want to say this was like, whatever the year, like the Challenger blew up. It was
Okay.
like, yeah, it was like within a year of that. And so it's like a side effect, 20 years later, the people who are in the space industry are like, there's like people who are like university grads up till about like 22, 23, and then nothing. And then it picks up again around 55, 56 years old. It is the weirdest social graph that I've seen in any industry, because like I remember walking into an experimental a flight hangar. If you get a license from the FAA, they'll let you build pretty much anything as long as you don't kill other people, which is kind of cool. Good on you, America, freedom. But I remember like going to this hangar and with a friend. He's taking me up on his experimental aircraft, and I found some rocket parts in the back of this thing. And I'm like, "Yo, those are rocket parts." He's like, "Oh yeah, I don't know who else is renting space here." I'm like, "You gonna take a while to set up? Cool. Can I go walk around?" I was like, "Sure." So I creep down the back of this thing. This is about 10 miles from NASA Ames in California, and I see more rocket parts, and I see this like back room, and it's just got all these like giant pieces of metal and fuselage and other like weird machines. And there's this dude, and he's like 65, and he's hunched over this desk with like some blueprints and some plans and math. I'm like, hey there. Oh, hello. You building rockets? Well, I used to. And he told me the story of, he was one of the engineers that got laid off. And here's some rockets over here, and yeah, the Saturn Heavy, the largest rocket ever to exist. We don't know how to build that anymore because we lost the blueprints.
Right.
To the largest rocket we ever built.
My buddy from Hungary, he's working at Tesla right now. And, when you look at the Hungarian Martians, like they actually almost invented those skills. And, he's a supervisor now. Why? Nobody else understands it.
Yeah, also well done for finding the article in Wired there. I see you tweeted that.
Yeah, it's one of the weird skills you have as a headhunter. You just find everything.
Yeah. I mean, it's a cool industry. Space is hard. Space is really hard. And it's interesting because you sort of see these people, like if you're in space and you're in space for like 30 or 40 years, you're probably not in it for the money, historically, right? And so the kinds of people that end up there anyway are just these fucking shining diamonds of human beings who see the bigger picture, and they're like, yo, if we get people off the fucking planet, the first thing they're going to notice is how fucking small it is and how we all live there. Right? Like, it just puts shit into perspective. And all of a sudden you're like, we're actually really small. Oh, we're really fucking alone right now. Maybe we should look after each other. Yo, do you want to stop wars maybe and like just figure out how to not die real quick? Maybe we should have a backup plan for this rock. It's so wild. And beautiful human beings. That whole community. Very geeky, very very nerdy. But it's I got a soft spot.
I find the same thing in the energy. So one of the companies is doing thermoelectric generation, and one of the advisors is Terry Tritt, and he has like an H index of like 50 or 60. I'm like, how the fuck you get an H index that high? Right? Did everyone cite you? And it turns out, yeah, everyone has cited him. And it's just like, this guy is retired. and he's still acting as an advisor after retiring from Clemson. You know, and Daniel was like,
Yeah.
what, mid-20s? Like, Daniel, how the hell you end up talking to that guy? And he told me a story about how Joseph, the other founder, sent Terry Tritt an email, and he spelled the subject wrong. He literally misspelled the subject line, and it still worked. Terry responded, and now they're doing lectures at McMaster. So it's a really strange world.
Yeah. You know what? It reminds me of one other human. And then I'm curious to hear from anybody who wants to talk. Kevin, you're the only one up on stage. So I'm heading over to you in a second, real quick, if
Oh,
you're so
wow.
inclined.
I didn't even realize that.
Well, so the other human that I was just reminded of was Sam Dinkin. Sam, okay, so back up a little bit. Before you start a company, one of the best investments of your time is to do what I call the dead body check, which needs a better name. So if you can think of one, let me know. But like, doing the dead body check has prevented me from making some terrible mistakes. Basically, you Google everything that you think you could Google to find something that looks like the thing you're about to build, and you try to figure out if somebody else has tried to do something similar before. And you do that until you've either figured out that, yeah, what you're doing is new, or that what you've tried to do is a terrible idea because it's been tried 50 times and everyone is dead, right? Like the first question is like, okay, well, has this been done before? Oh, fuck, yeah, like 5 years ago in Nicaragua, or like, whatever it was. And then find the founders if you can, if they're not buried somewhere, right? Figuratively or literally. And see if you can get a conversation with them, right? And so, and I failed to do this on this project because I was just trying to win that hackathon. And so I found two. One, I found Alex Zinmacht. He's a Russian dude who came to America, and he ended up being the CTO for that company. That was cool. And then the other one was Sam Dinkin. And Sam Dinkin tried to do the same thing, space lottery, but he tried to do it from fucking Texas, which is insane. And what's more insane, he didn't try to do it with Richard Branson. Richard Branson was around at the time. He tried to do it with the frickin' Soyuz. For those unfamiliar, the Soyuz is the vehicle that shuttles people to and from the space station, and it's launched from Russia. And it is, it's like a glorified tin can with like controlled explosion underneath it, which is what rockets are. And it costs $200 million for this trip. And he was trying to raise $200 million on lottery tickets in a state that outlawed gambling for space. And he was arrested because, of course, he was arrested. They put this dude in jail for a minute. And then they're like, don't do it. And he's like, I guess I won't do it. And then, years later, I would try to do something similar, but I just had this weird legal loophole. But I met the guy, and you know what he does now? He is the dude who designs the math for auctioning in megawatt hours. Not even megawatt, like terawatt hours. So like, if you think about a city, right? Like let's say Dallas, and your job is to generate a whole bunch of electricity to power Dallas. But there's like multiple generation facilities, some coal over here, some wind energy over there, blah, blah, blah. And so you're trying to like figure out, okay, well, you can't exactly like put electricity in a box yet, which is actually really hard. So how are we going to figure out how to have a market mechanism where, capitalism can like, figure out how to not suck for energy? And so the least worst way they could figure out how to do that was to build this constant real-time auction where every hour for the last 20 years, there's been this real-time auction with all the generation facilities, all the places that need power, and all the places who make power. And you'll be bidding in like hundreds of thousands of dollars every hour. It's a weird, fairly delicate system. And he builds the auction infrastructure for Texas Energy Systems, which is a weird ass job that I wouldn't even known existed. If I hadn't met this dude.
But like Jeff, I told you about that quant guy. He works at this place, David Energy, that's working on distributed energy solutions between Texas and New York, right?
Oh wow, yeah.
That's where these guys thrive, right? You know, you have a very specific problem. I mean, man, I have Jeff sending me, like he'll show me his Python tutorials. And he's like, hey guys, so what we're doing here is we're going to be taking the, the energy usage data for this state and these companies, and we're going to be plotting it over time. And what I've also decided to overlay, and you're like, what the fuck, Jeff? Right? It's all there. He's like, yeah, you can zoom in as much as you want down to the second, right? It's very useful, guys. And I'm just staring at this thing, and it just. So you're creating the Oracle. Okay, all right, go for it, Jeff. It's great.
Yeah, there's some fascinating minds out there that are quite happy to be collected. By the way, in spirit or in fact.
You never heard Price's Law? The square root of the number of people in an industry to do 50% of the work. If recruiting has taught me anything, it's that's true.
Interesting. Why 50%?
I don't know. Yeah, that's Price and his law. The square root of the number of people in an industry do 50% of the work. I heard it from our Lord and Savior Jordan Peterson.
That does sound like a Peterson.
Yeah, the Jenny code. Well, I could see him wanting that to be true.
Yeah. There are only absolutes.
Yeah,
Dualism, good or bad?
But as a recruiter, I've seen like in any company. I mean, Bill Gates said this offhand comment where if you took my top 20 people, you'd take my whole company. And I'm finding that more and more true the older I get as a headhunter.
Yeah, I believe that. Kevin, how art thou?
Hey, I'm pretty good. I'm enjoying listening to you guys talk. I will have to drop off in a little bit because I need to work from home and get ready to work. But yeah, I think it's really cool that
what kind of work is
it? Very entrepreneurial.
What kind of are you allowed to tell us what kind of work it is?
Yeah, I work on my team builds an app called Tips, and it gives you advice and tips on how to use iOS, and it comes with iOS. And especially older people really like it because it teaches them how to use their phone.
You might be indirectly responsible for one of the most powerful tools for healthcare over the next 20 years.
Yeah, the Apple Watch is pretty exciting. And every year they come out with new features for it.
I bet you are accidentally saving lives, actually.
Totally. I've heard of people, their watch can report a heart attack or something, like a suspected heart attack.
Yeah, interesting.
Kevin, the most humble man in this space. Yeah, just saving lives at scale, It's a Monday.
I remember in between space stuff and Samsung, I found myself in a position where I was pitching the National Parent-Teacher Association, the second oldest surviving democracy outside of the U.S. government, going back to the late 1800s, where it was known as the National Congress of Mothers, to their peak population of 13 million in the 1960s, to where it is today. There's about 5.1 million members floating, with a leadership structure, like 4 or 5 layer leadership structure that switches out in its entirety every 3 years for over a century, which is wild. Yeah. And it's like this cautionary tale and triumph of democracy, where like the reason that they didn't have websites is because the leadership cycled out before anybody could do anything. And so we ended up building almost 26,000 websites. But like what I found interesting about that was learning about the history of this organization and how, the PTA were responsible for the distribution of the polio vaccine when America won the war, part of the conditions of surrender for Japan were to say, hey, as part of the deal, every school in Japan has to install a parent-teacher association to instill the values of democracy in the Japanese populace, which is a weird condition to talk about. Yeah, isn't that crazy
It's like
social engineering?
as a condition of your surrender, ideological conversion.
Yeah. And so, yeah, the PTA has had this weird guiding hand, like all the super moms of this fair nation, in all sorts of crazy things over the last sort of century or so. But what I found interesting was that you have a bunch of like super engaged, tireless, like free workforce of 5 million people who all of them give a shit, right? Like they're not volunteering. Like not everybody joins the PTA, right? Um, and they're just so wildly underserved. Nobody has turned up. Nobody's given them calendars. Nobody's given them calendars, let alone like conditional forms to like organize their things or like a payment structure to be able to like manage things that they're not, knocking on doors with like 50. It was so to see this. Like my country has 5 million people and 25 million sheep. It's like having every New Zealander in the world just hanging out with no Google Calendar or organization systems or scheduling or like it's all their dues are like calculated in Excel spreadsheets. It just blew my mind.
I told a group in Jamaica that was asking for my advice that the reason that this is going to fail is because you're led by men. I think if it was led by this 3 group of women, you'd be fine. But every time you take your idea to some dude, what do you think is going to happen? When you are running this show by yourself, let's talk.
There are many forms of leadership, collective and individual. Somebody once said that the future's already here; it's just unevenly distributed, right?
Yes,
and I think, and I think in startup land, you see people get super excited. Oh, we're gonna put the microwaves inside the nuclear fusion reactors, and we're going to combine it with genetics and put it on the blockchain. It's very exciting. But like, can we get calendars to 5 million moms real quick first? They just, you're doing the Lord's work, Kevin. Thank you for your service. See, he's already doing and being productive. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm kind of busy saving lives here.
Nah, I'm
Centralized doctor.
Yeah, I'll probably have to drop off soon, but I just build websites, and then my team uses my websites my team uses the team's websites to publish tips. And the more Apple products you own, the more tips we show you in the Tips app. So if you don't own a watch, you won't get the watch tips in the Tips app. But as soon as you pair a watch to your phone, then you should start seeing the watch tips in the Tips app. So,
do you have any what the kids are calling? I'm using it in a sentence. Do you have any alpha? Some secret. What's the best tip? What's your favorite tip?
My favorite tip is that you can ask. So there's a section in the Tips app for Siri, and what you can ask Siri to do for you. So you can ask Siri to identify what song is playing. You can be like, "Hey Siri, what song is this?" Or name the tune, and she'll start listening and identify the tune. Like, because Apple bought Shazam, so it's built on top of Shazam.
Oh shit! Really?
Yep.
That is a crazy amount of data. That's 97 million songs. They just bought a 97 million song index. That's really frustrating, but also congratulations. Okay, so in that case, oh man, okay. So how far are we from "Hey Siri, play me Happy Birthday" as written and performed by the Beatles, and to have it not only sound like it's the Beatles playing Happy Birthday, but it sound like they fucking wrote it?
Yeah, that's a really cool idea. Unfortunately, the Beatles already have a song called "Happy Birthday," and it's like a really lame song. But yeah, the Beatles singing the real "Happy Birthday" song would be really cool.
Yeah,
But
that's
yeah,
interesting.
I think you should try to do that. You should try to build a artificial intelligence song playing thing.
Yeah, there's 3 data sets. There's the sound recordings, aka Shazam, mixed with the MIDI data, which is available, but you got to find it. And then there's the song notation data, also available, but you got to find it. And if you can use each of those data sets, which mirror each other, to teach the machines like the primitives, not just the things, but like the primitives of the things, so that you can be more composable, pretty sure you could have a Spotify-like experience that is generated on the fly.
Well, if you could have one AI do the voice replication and then another AI do the MIDI derivation and add the voice to the pitches from the MIDI, I think you'd be pretty close.
For every song and every style.
Mm-hmm. I find there's a lot you can do by not asking any one AI to do all of the things.
Isolate your variables, yeah.
Hmm? Go ahead, Baba.
Oh, Kevin dropped out. So I had a question for Kevin, but I guess I would have to ask Ruben. So I'm sorry for taking us back to
I love
space.
that I'm Plan B, Kevin. I'm really proud of myself right now.
No. I have a question for I have a question around space, but I did not want to take us back, so I wanted to first ask Kevin his question before space. So when you guys were talking about space, I was here, but I was just listening. So my question for you is, do you think between the US and Russia, who do you think has the most knowledge when it comes to space engines? So when I say the most knowledge, obviously, like you guys have explained already, there are like people that really possess deep knowledge are probably already old or dead, at least from the US perspective. So between Russia and US, who do you think has the most knowledge in terms of transferring that to, like, let's say, students or to the next generation on space technology, Ruben?
By as measured by sophistication or volume of humans who have useful information that could be leveraged to transmit to generationally. Like, yeah.
Well, I guess I guess volume of human would work, because then it means they could be in the academic sector transmitting that to others.
I would point to Dr. Mike McCulloch. He's in Plymouth, in the UK, and he has gotten funding from DARPA to look at applying his idea of what they call quantized inertia to electric thrust. So what Mike McCulloch is doing is saying, see all that research on dark matter? Yeah, it's bullshit. It's completely useless and worthless. Take a look at my model, and DARPA has taken him up on the offer. You can see the post at the top.
Are you talking about ion engines?
I don't know enough about it, but if you look at Mike McCulloch, quantized inertia, where is he? M. Culloch? He was pointing out the fact that that the current way of looking at quantized dark matter doesn't explain, things like wide binaries and all that stuff. So a lot of people don't.
Wide binaries. Yeah, I totally know about what a wide binary is. What the hell is a wide binary?
So it is a star system with 2 binary stars, and the current so the current way of understanding dark matter doesn't apply to wide binaries in the way that we conceive of gravity and how it acts on a solar system, let alone on a galaxy. And so Mike McCulloch has made an enemy of all of the dark matter folks, because he's saying that dark matter doesn't exist. And he went They went so far to hate on his idea that they deleted his Wikipedia page.
What?
Holy
What?
crap.
That
can,
is some
dude,
spicy shit
dude,
from the
I can
academic
show
community.
you. Because the weird thing that I'm not sure if these Wikipedia editors know this, but like you can
I believe it. I believe it.
look up their interactions and say, you know, this guy is oh shit, I found it. Okay, Wikipedia articles for deletion, quantize inertia. If you look at the back and forth between the Wikipedia gods on why they're deleting it, it is wild.
Man, that's so interesting. Did you know that before we figured out that space was mostly space, that people couldn't get their heads around how like light could go, how there could be nothing, and so they assumed that space was actually filled with this stuff, which I'm not shitting you. They called it ether. The perception for thousands of years, well, somewhere between hundreds, maybe 1,000 years, because before that we didn't, where it looks like we're on a rock, it's flat. But there was a period for like at least 100 years, I want to say, where the whole world thought that space wasn't actually space, but it was filled with the stuff that we just couldn't perceive, called ether.
Space water.
Yeah, basically. And then, you know, that is the medium through which light would transfer, which is how we got to have light, because it was traveling through the ether, right? But, man, that's such an... First of all, I didn't know about that binary systems thing. I might have to procrastinate further.
Find the lecture, because you ever meet a professor who's fabulously opinionated? You know, rather than just being equivocal, right? They're like, this is how it is. This is not how it is. And if you think that's how it is, you must be drunk or not a scientist. That's the way he talks. And, you know, I love it because it's like, look, talk that shit, Mike. So let me TED talk. Yeah. The wide binary prediction. Yeah.
I'll do a medium level rabbit hole session on it and return with gifts from the beyond, or nothing, probably nothing, but I'll see what I can do. And thank you for that rabbit hole. That sounds boring, but also incredible. Okay, I want to respond to Vaba's question, because I think there's a useful way of thinking about it. If we needed humans who knew about stuff to sit down in front of other people and teach them that stuff every time, I would say that Russia is better equipped to educate the next generation of rocket engineers for traditional rocketry systems. If I'm correct, then the engine that you're talking about, Soyu, is is an ion engine, where it's normally with rockets, whether it's a solid fuel that is like rubber, basically, super stable, but also like there's no off switch, so you can't control that shit. It's like there's one button and it's go, which is anyway. That's really useful because it has a lot of energy, right? And then there's like, you know, liquid systems, which is fine. Ion engines work a little bit differently. They're really useful once you're in space, because ions move really fast. And so if you're trying to move at all in space, because there's not a lot of friction, you know, the faster you can make something want to go away from you, the faster you can go in the other direction. And there's a point at which you're going so fast that the explosion of a rocket, which in scientific terms is known as a hyperexpansion, hyperexpands too slow to matter, right? Because you're going so fast. But ions, well, they're fast as fuck. So, like, you know, one of the technologies, for example, is they used to have this thing called Mylar. Mylar is like basically a reflective surface. It's really light, and you can create a sail out of Mylar, which is like this really broad, like you might be 1 mile by 1 mile. Okay, and photons don't have a lot of energy, but when you're in space and you've got no friction or like near zero friction, um, like quantum level, there might be some friction. I don't know, man. Maybe the ether thing is real, right?
I just invited Mike McCullough to see if he wants to join the space. Wouldn't that be crazy? You could just ask him yourself.
Oh, sure. Oh, yeah, that's awesome. Okay, well, then I'll shut up if that happens. So,
Me and Dr. Rob, yeah.
So Mylar, I thought was a really interesting idea, where they basically said, look, sun doesn't have a lot of energy, right? Light doesn't have a lot of energy, but it has enough that if there's zero friction, you can create this really 1 mile by 1 mile sail. And the cool part is that one, you don't have to have a bunch of rocket fuel, which runs out. But two is that you end up, in theory, being able to go. Your upper limit for speed is the speed of light, which is kind of rad. And so that was a theory that folks were using to like. Now, if you're trying to get out of the Earth's gravitational field, like, not only like, it is so ludicrous to think that you could like. There's very, very few things that can get a bunch of stuff off the Earth that have enough energy density. And unfortunately, ions have more energy than light, but they don't have like rubber exploding energy, so maybe there's an opportunity to like sort of get off the ground with exploding stuff, with explosions, hyper expansions, and then once you're out there, you could kick in the all ion engine. But I guess to sort of reel it back in real quick for Baba, I think with the expansion of communications technology and things like YouTube, we together as a species are better equipped to teach generations across the world simultaneously, far better than either nation could implement a national program to educate their particular population for the development of all engines of any kind.
I think we have to also like look towards the Hungarian Martians. You guys are familiar with them?
I have a feeling we're about to be.
Yeah, if you look up Hungarian Martians in Wikipedia, you'll see there was a bunch of Hungarian folks that really pushed things forward during the World Wars, right? And they were like, where are these Hungarians from? And how come they know all this stuff? And why do they speak a different language than everyone else in Europe? Yeah, so I think, yeah.
I feel like I need to know more Hungarians.
Well, the guy who started the two co-founders of the Thermoelectric Generation Company, they're Hungarians, and they told me about this Hungarian Martian thing, and I was like, you got to be joking me. And then there's a Wikipedia article, and look, oh wait a minute, John von Neumann, I've heard that name before, and it's like, wait a minute, you're telling me? And I remember when Daniel came over here and was looking at the way manufacturing was done here, he was like, yeah, these guys are like 20 years behind. I'm like, really? Isn't that company owned by Warren Buffett? He's like, yeah, they're behind. I'm like, okay, you would know better than I would.
It's hard to tell, man. That's way above my pay grade. Baba, how do we do?
Well, I would say you tried. So I think talking about the ion engine was quite interesting. But like you've said, ion engine would not work here. And I was not thinking about that much because they are in use now, but they are not in use in terms of actually using them to do anything substantial because the system is not perfect yet, at least for the ion engine. Currently, if we even have any engine in space that we use, it's fuel engine, just pushing up, like you said, burning up stuff just to get us out there. And even out there, we still use more stuff to push ourselves when things like the ion engine can truly be utilized. So thank you very much for that. So in terms of knowledge that I was talking about was when you guys said a lot of people that actually worked on that engine are now old, or they are only acting as instructors now. That was where I was coming from. So did that also happen outside the US?
Well, so that's a good question. Yeah. I think I'm not sure how many became instructors actually. In fact, the thing that felt really obvious to me that I was really surprised that other people in the space industry weren't talking about, at least, was that most of the people who fell out of the space program didn't go to higher education. They were just like, well, I guess I'm gonna tinker in my backyard, right? Like they literally. I mean, what else do you do? Like, who else is buying rockets? And so it was kind of brutal to watch, right? Because you would see just this cliff around like 23, 24 years old, where anybody of any usefulness and capacity and insight and innovation and ingenuity were just like, well, Facebook wants me to figure out how to get a 0.1% higher click-through rate, and they're paying me, so I guess we're going to take the best and brightest minds of our generation and figure out how to get slightly higher click-through rates as we fight with each other over our own attention. Yeah.
Getting that click-through rate in itself might be a genius work. It might not be rocket science, but come on.
No, I hear you. I'm not
itself.
saying it's easy. I'm just saying that, like, come on, man. Like, can we work together? Can we? God damn it!
It's like mutually assured dopamine.
It just seems like, you know what it is? I'm reminded of a comment of my grandmother, Iris Grace Leone Metcalf, who I was showing her some jazz. I was very impressed with this jazz that I discovered as like an 8-year-old, and she was like, "Oh, honey, this is 10 tons of talent with nowhere to go."
Mm.
Yep. As a musician, I know that. I used to. There's a point in music where you just try to be the fastest player, and try to figure out how many notes you can stuff within a bar as possible, and then after a while, right?
Unless you're Joe Satriani, then you can just play one note and it's just as good.
I'm trying to think of that guy with the slide guitarist. What's his name? With the thing on his middle finger.
Half of South America. There's the most. I'm trying to find a more politically correct word for masturbatory show that I saw. Was one called G3, which they would have Joe Satriani and it wasn't Petrucci. It was like Steve Vai was the other big one, and then they would get like this guest guitarist. Like one year it was Yngwie Malmsteen. This is inside baseball for guitar nerds. And one other year was Petrucci from Dream Theater, and you would go to the show, and it was like a 3-hour show. And I swear, like 80% of the show was like it was the whole show, and everybody was just rock hard in the audience. It was just old dudes with long hair, and that's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah, it's kind of like is it a concert or a seminar?
I mean, it was a lot. I'm not gonna lie. There's this. It is what it is, man. Like, and some art is for everyone, and some art is for artists.
Yes, absolutely. What do they say? A jazz musician plays 500,000 chords in front of 5 people, and a rock musician plays 5 chords in front of 50,000 people, kind of thing.
Yeah, and I think and that's fine. That's absolutely fine. One of my guilty pleasures of songs is Britney Spears' "Toxic," which I was in the closet about that for a very long time until I realized it was okay to like things that my musician friends didn't like. But and I'm actually pretty sure they liked it, but that's fine.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that as someone growing up in the 90s, like you weren't supposed to kind of admit to liking, but you, right? Remember that they did a whole South Park episode on Melrose Place about that, right? About how guys don't watch.
I didn't know, but that sounds about right.
Oh, that's amazing. They put him on the polygraph test, right? Did Michael sleep with Amy? I don't know. And then the polygraph is going wild.
That's so funny.
It's funny. I've been trying to invite Mike McCulloch up to talk about quantized inertia. He says he's here, but I can't see him. Do you see Mike McCulloch in the audience? Maybe I just can't see him.
And I can feel his presence.
Right? That's probably the inertia quantized.
Mike, if you're here, are we going to make it? Emotionally?
I think that's the right question, right? It's not whether we're going to make it, whether we're going to make it with our emotions intact.
Mike, if you could hear us, I don't think Mike's here. I don't think it's. I call bullshit. Maybe leave the space and come back if you're here. We want you back though. Like, do turn up. Tell us about magic math and numbers and so on.
Tell us how to get to Andromeda in 3.7 years. I think it was your calculation.
I call immediate bullshit. That was mostly a fishing tactic for
Yes.
Mike.
You've done this before.
Oh my god. Okay. First of all, I should address the elephants in the room. If y'all want to come and prevent this from being me and so you from taking us on a whirlwind tour of like recursive surrealistic rampage, please do so. Oh, okay, cool. I can press that button. Okay, just standing offer. No, I lost it. What's going on? What are you guys up to?
Guys, Ruben, by the way, like, you saw that message from Ditto Music? What are you talking about? I can't upload stand-up comedy albums to iTunes. Are you drunk? Why would you say that to me?
Yeah, I don't understand that. I don't understand who stands to benefit, or yeah, that's confusing to me. Backdrop there. Yeah, do you want to give us the backdrop?
Yeah, so long story short, I'm working with a comedian. She just did a headlining set at Gotham in Manhattan, in New York. And what I'm trying to do is upload her album to the Web 2 world. I apologize if that offends anyone, but I'm going to be uploading the music to the Web 2 world, which is getting your ISRC, UPC, and EAN codes, which tie directly to the music, and then send that music to YouTube, to Spotify, to iTunes, to Tidal, everywhere. After I uploaded the music, it said that Spotify and iTunes are not accepting the album because it's spoken word. And I told the distributor that, no, it's not spoken word. There's a huge audience and they're laughing. And then they said, iTunes is kicking it back because it's spoken word. And I was very surprised at that. I sent them a picture of the top 100 comedy albums on iTunes, and I'm waiting to hear back.
That sounds like some bureaucracy shit. That's really weird. That sounds like there's something going on in the back that has implemented a new policy.
Well, the precursor to this was that they deleted a track off the album called Trini Suicide Bombers. And they said that the stores would not accept that type of content. And I was like, whoa, this is where we are in the market, huh? Very interesting.
It's interesting. Yeah, have I told you this recent insight about how there was a period where content was king, but now we're sort of like curation is king? And I think the next step is the commoditization. First of all, I think content is already being commoditized, but I think the next step is the commodification of distribution. That is the functions of surfacing content and the tools to access it, right? Because if you control surfacing of content, you control the discovery experience.
Well, I mean, Shazam and Pandora, right? The Music Genome Project were things that I was watching for a while. And it seems like, I mean, if Apple has Shazam, God knows, right?
Yeah, pretty much, right? And so, I'm reminded of M&A roll up, right? Mergers and acquisitions roll up, where you start off being the supermarket, right? You run a small supermarket chain and you make some money, and then you buy some other supermarkets, and then you own enough supermarkets where actually, you know what? We can probably buy these potato chip companies, and now we own both the supermarkets and the potato chip companies, right? And okay, well, you know what? Now that we own all the potato chip companies, we kind of have enough leverage to buy these potato farms. Okay, great. Now we have the potato farms and the potato chips and the places to sell the potato chips, right? What else could we got over here? We got some beans. Let's buy some canneries, right? And so you end up with this sort of conglomerate sprawl, if you will. The extreme version of that is the early 1880s to 1920 Japan, where the world, they had sort of gone within like a 400-year period, not even that, like a 200-year period, where it was like a bunch of folks with swords making a whole lot of rice to an industrialized nation, like pretty much faster than any other country had to make their transition. And so a lot of the power structures there, because they weren't allowed to carry swords anymore, they were like, okay, well, let's get all the daimyos, let's get all of the shogunate families, let's get all of the wealthy of the wealthy, right, the 1%ers, and let's combine that strength to purchase all of the industry. And so we get to keep our sort of hierarchical position, but it will be an economic power rather than a military power, right? And so there was a period in Japan where pretty much every part of the economy was controlled by one of 4 companies known as the Zaibatsu. And
Is this Sogo Sosha?
Hmm?
This term called Sogo Sosha, where you have these vertically and horizontally integrated superpowers that facilitate all production, like Mitsubishi with the 3 diamonds.
Yo, that sounds about right, my guy. Yeah.
My professor who did bare knuckle boxing in Okinawa taught me about Sogo Sosha. And you have Mitsubishi this owning 20% equity of Mitsubishi that, and Mitsubishi that owning 50% in this. And actually, they went to jail for it apparently in Korea for this operation, Sogo Sosha. Let's see if we can find it.
Yeah. Well, so power begets power, right? As a rule. And so that's why we have these things like the Federal Trade Commission and the SEC to prevent, to create limits to freedoms on individual actors within a marketplace, so that the aggregate marketplace can enjoy greater aggregate freedom, even if at the expense of the limitations of individual freedoms, which is awesome until those organizations switch out their leadership cycles, and then you end up with the regulators being populated by the same people who run the companies, which is a form of regulatory capture. Ajit Pai over the shout out to the Federal Communications Commission, aka ex Verizon employees regulating Verizon. So like, it's a thing, but like, yeah, after World War, at least after World War II, I'm not sure about World War One, but one of the other stipulations of the surrender conditions was to basically break up these giant conglomerates, who were essentially powerful enough that if they wanted the country to go to war, they could basically fire all of the military-age men and wait. Because like, what else? They were probably going to join the military, right? It was kind of dark, but it was super real. And so I see. I feel like the modern version of that. If you go look at sort of the asset classes here, right? You've got like an M&A roll up in the fast-moving consumer goods or consumer packaged goods, which like Safeway or some food company just buying all the various parts of food production, like Bayer Monsanto, the company that like makes all the food, and also makes you the medicine that heals you from eating the food if the food tries to kill you, which I'm sure is never going to happen, right? Um, but then, like in the information context, there's a lot of really interesting things going on, right? You've got this China has like this super architecture where they're like, no countries are allowed to have all this Chinese data. We're just going to make our own Chinese versions for China, and Google's not allowed to be Google here. So they got to, like, if they want to be here, they got to like basically censor the internet, which is kind of brutal. And then on the other side, you've got like this, it goes right back to the device layer, right? Like, if you're Apple and you own Shazam, so you have all of the data on 97 million songs in the world throughout. Took 4,000 years to get here. You are in a particularly strong position to build applications that sits on top of the hardware that you own and control.
Talk about
Which,
musical derivatives.
huh?
Like musical derivatives, literally in the literal sense of derivative.
Well, yeah. So that's the other thing, right? Like it's, and we come back to like the core of what I've been focused on for the last like year or so, which is how do you, somebody once said, super smart lady. She said that every technical problem of sufficient scope or impact is actually a political problem first, which I thought was really interesting. And I don't know if I would have understood that like a couple of years ago, but when I started looking into like the music industry, having not been a musician for 13 years, but also having learned all this tech stuff, I realized that a lot of the things that I thought were problems were only problems for some people, and it just so happened that those people didn't know what the hell was going on. Imagine. And so, like,
It's dark. Yeah,
it's pretty dark. Yeah.
I gave up my financial licenses in 2011. I was like, oh, the retail guillotine. Never mind, I'm out.
Yeah, and so like, if you're going to, as Judge Kennelly from the 11th Circuit would say, some random judge dude I met in class action land, super smart dude, he told me the word obstreperous, which means unruly or hard to control. He would say, on balancing the equities, right, when you've got multiple classes of actors and some with more power or money or influence or access or awareness than others, you kind of have to go back to the fundamentals, right? Like, if terms and conditions, as a rule, serve the author of terms and conditions, and if only one of the classes of actors in an ecosystem are drafting the terms and conditions, then it's really hard to balance the powers because one of these classes of actors is writing the contracts, and the other ones are saying okay. So
Pitiless monologue, not a dialogue. It looks like a dialogue, but it's a monologue.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and so, which I think is one of the potential strengths of distributed technologies, is literally giving people to themselves, where you might not be able to create a law that is enforceable across all jurisdictions all of the time, but you can make protocols which can, to the extent that they're adopted, can allow for things that are like laws with enforcement that is like law enforcement. And in that environment, if people have the kinds of tools that they're allowed to set their own terms without asking somebody else's permissions to be able to set their own terms, and you basically give them jurisdiction over the stuff that's theirs, right? The stuff that they make. That is a pretty powerful statement, I think, because in a lot of ways you're you're not seizing the means of production so much as like giving the means of production to the production. You know, and I don't know if
with the whole Bored Ape RR Bored Ape thing, right?
Yeah, it's an interesting one. We'll see how that plays out. It's a tough one.
They're saying they're infringing on the IP that was generated in the form of an NFT. And what's funny is that they only recently started applying for Web 2 IP protection, right? They're like, oh, fuck, we still need Web 2 web protection, you know, trad IP protection. And so they're doing it backwards.
Yeah, it's there's a lot of precedent that needs to be set in order for that to be reliable and predictable. Generally speaking, when it comes to IP protection at that level, there needs to be stipulations in place. I can't speak to it with a great degree of authority on like the litigation level. I know well enough to know that I shouldn't have opinions about certain levels of complexity in law. Took me a long time to get there. Oh shit, I'm an idiot. But surprise. But yeah,
but
it's
the point is that you perceive when you walk into an industry as a bug is actually only a bug for you and a feature for everyone else in control.
There is very much that. You know, I mean, the undertone there is that, and I'm a broken record on this stuff. So most of the people in this room who we've hung out with before will be familiar with this phrase, but like unenforceable terms are material. And if the enforcement mechanisms that you're using to do so are bound by the geopolitical borders of where you are, but the transactions among parties aren't, then there's not really so much you can do, right? So like, yeah, I think that we'll see. There are some kinds of things that can be enforced by protocol, and there are some things that that sort of traditional enforcement powers are better at. We'll see where things land, but I'm no longer confident that trad law, trad litigation, trad legislation, trad enforcement is going to be sort of the de facto mechanism for enforcement among parties for longer than somewhere between 20 and 30 years. I don't think it's going to happen as quick as some other folks think it's going to happen. But like, if I were to predict chronologically how this plays out, I would say we see an expansion of transaction classes among parties that are characterized by one, things that aren't real but matter. So like money, for example, right? And because like as soon as you get real stuff, molecules involved, not electrons, things get really weird. Because like you built an NFT that represents your chair, cool. So like that token will be around for a long time, but your chair is only around for like, I don't know, what's the lifespan of a chair? 20 years? Okay, so 30 years later, you got a token for a chair that no longer exists. It's fucking entropy, right? So, you know, intangible stuff like legal rights or wibble wobbles in the air, like audio or pictures or anything that can be represented digitally. That's or like the human genome, for example, right? These sort of abstract concepts. That's great for NFTs and blockchain and digital ownership. But
what better way to store DNA than a directed acyclic graph?
Yeah, that part freaks me out a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, I was talking to a dude in Clubhouse in February last year, and I was like, "So what do you do?" He's like, "I breed bulldogs." I'm like, "Oh yeah, cool." It's like, "Yeah, they sell for $10,000 each." I'm like, "Whoa, what? Tell me more about bulldogs." He's like, "Oh yeah, they sell for like $10,000 to $15,000." I'm like, "Yo, how many bulldogs are there?" I don't know. So I start Googling, right? Short version, I figured out it would cost less than $1 million to get 6% of the horse's population's genome of every horse in America. And if you have 6% of the population of any species, you can use that data to basically trace second-degree connections to every other member of that species. So for less than $1 million, you can essentially have the entire genetic graph of every horse in the country. Now, what do you do with that? It's a weird fucking question, right?
It's almost like we make horse hamburgers at that point, the way we operate.
Well, so, you know, one weird question that I ask myself with the technologies, usually when I'm trying to think of like what am I going to build next, is okay, let's take this technology, get it right. Let's go back through the last 100 years and give like the perfect sort of penultimate realization of this technology, and just put it in the hands of the worst people, and like try to imagine what they would do with that. If you gave the entire genetic repository of, let's say, every 320 million Americans, right? So you've only got 6%, but that's enough to get everybody else. And you give that to Eisenhower, it's probably fine. You give that to Obama, probably pretty cool. You give it to Trump, I actually don't know what he would be able to do with it in a useful way. But if you give that to Pol Pot, the dude who like started a genocide in his country, there's probably a lot of people die, man. Which is not cool. And so, you know, I think it's going to take a while to get to these kinds of things, but go ahead.
That the surface attack area created by decentralization in practice creates a surface attack area that's actually right now, as far as I can see, preventing the decentralization from being seen. We can have distribution, right? But, you know, what I see is the theory and practice of oligarchical collectivism, not decentralization.
Yeah, you're referring to my pet peeve with cryptocurrencies as opposed to blockchain, which is that there's a lot of communities who preach depolarization of wealth and depolarization of power, but in practice they behave like they seek a transfer of wealth and a transfer of power, which, you know, to be fair, is what we've had for the last 4,000 years, generation to generation. But it just doesn't. I don't know. It starts to feel old to me. It starts to feel like that's not actually that transformative. It just sounds like it's, you know, the king is dead, long live the king, right? And so I think we can get there. I really do. I do. I believe in the power of collaboration and you know, people building things for the commons and balancing the equities through closing the gaps between that which one is aware of and that which one is conscious of, which, you know, depending as to what context you're using that can be like, you know, legal rights exist for a natural person, right? People like you and me, versus a legal person like a Fortune 500 company. There are rights that exist, rights that they're aware of, and rights that they have access to. And the concentricity of those circles is vast when it comes to natural persons. But actually, it's not quite a perfect circle, but it's pretty damn close for a Fortune 500 company, because they can afford people to know things. They can afford people to do things, which means that, like, head to head in a courtroom, you know, Walmart's probably going to beat your ass to the ground because they know better and they have more. And so, you know, there's you know, asymmetric awareness and asymmetric access in these environments. But if we can give people to themselves, right? Decentralized identity. If we can build a system for who is whom, then we can start to have a conversation about what is whose. But it's it's going to take a while. It's going to take a village. Um,
It's almost
so
like if
yeah.
we have a multipolar world, doesn't that mean essentially that we're having a bunch of permissioned blockchains that are jurisdictioned by their geography, political borders at this point?
Treating the ledgers, the immutable ledgers of who is whom and what is whose, as like an equivalent to geopolitical borders, is not a terrible way to think about it. Actually, I'd never thought of that before.
The professor said, how smart is it for you to give up the control over the monetary policy of your state when discussing Bitcoin? Do you think it's a good idea to let other people in on the decision-making policies of your monetary supply? That's what you think is a good idea, right? And he's speaking as someone from the army, not a blockchain enthusiast. You know how long you spend trying to control the currency in your borders? You know how much blood is shed trying to, right? And just determine the currency in borders, right? That's not given up.
Blood or their blood?
In what magnitude?
Don't answer. Yeah. It's yeah. That's
Ruben, I did it. So the reason that I was able to connect Mike McCulloch is I was giving him advice, not realizing he was on his desktop, and Twitter Spaces is not on desktop yet. But just to give the group a background, we were talking with Baba about what is the future of space travel. And I told Ruben, who has a background in space, at least as marketer, let's say, about quantized inertia and electric thrust. And the person who is working on deleting the need for dark matter, his name is Professor Mike McCulloch out of Plymouth. And so right now I'm just throwing down a microphone to Mike McCulloch, and he just has to tap on accept invite to speak, and then he'll be with us. We did it.
I wonder how long he's been hanging out. Hello, Mike. To the extent you're so inclined to participate.
Yeah. Let's see if this works.
Man, how lucky are we to be born in an era where if you tried, you could probably get to anyone you wanted to. And if you weren't a dick, and if you put some effort into it, right, and you learned from people and you listened, chances are you could probably speak to pretty much whoever you want eventually. I am extremely grateful for to be born 2022 versus 22.
Never. Ruben, maybe you can throw down a mic to Professor Mike McCulloch, see if it works for you.
I believe I did, but let's give it another go. He may be unitasking somewhere, if I had to guess.
It's so funny because now it's like, oh, we get to speak to somebody about quantized inertia. Why isn't he up yet? And I'm realizing, wait a minute, I'm being impatient to talk to someone about electric thrust. Why I should
dance, monkey, dance. Yeah, no, I have the same thing sometimes. I'll go into a space and, oh, it's Ruben, drop some bars. I'm like, yo, you've already heard all my bars. Okay, look, I got like 8 years of raps to draw from, and I was doing other stuff. It's fine. Yeah. I sometimes wonder, like, where certain humans would end up if they were born in a different generation. I'm not sure I would be alive if I was born before 1850.
Yeah, absolutely. Diane Carlin,
hello.
Hey, Professor Mike. How's it going?
Yes, hello. Finally got through.
Ruben, go ahead. I've talked to Professor McCulloch before, but you get to do it for the first time.
a privilege and an honor. Mike, I hear
Hello.
you have ideas.
Yes.
I hear you have dangerous ideas that may reshape the fabric of space-time as we understand it.
Well, yes. From my point of view, I think it's a different understanding of space time that allows certain things that were not allowed before.
So you like the only the corollary that I can think of, and by the way, I have exposure to space land indirectly through attempting the least worst so far attempt at starting a commercial space tourism lottery back in 2013. Which is to say, not very much exposure. But I got to hang out with a bunch of space geeks for a few years, and so I sort of osmosed a bit here and there.
Well, that sounds like fun.
It was just super fun, actually. But I remember hearing a story about how for somewhere between 10 and perhaps a few hundred years, the world was under the impression that space wasn't space. Rather, it was full of ether, which was a material which we sort of had inferred must exist. And then somebody was like, actually, not really. This sounds like an equivalent shift. Is that an appropriate analogy?
Yes. Although in some senses it's a reverse shift, because I'm proposing that there is something like an ether, but it only appears when you accelerate. And
interesting.
And this is called Unruh radiation, which has just been seen in a lab. This is last year by Lynch et al.
So you have Exhibit A?
Yes. Yeah, that's right. I've got quite a lot of evidence, actually. Published a lot of papers on it. So the idea is that there's a quantum vacuum. So noisy particles coming into existence and cancelling themselves out all the time. But it's been shown that if you accelerate, the energy of these particles increases quite rapidly.
Wait a minute, that doesn't make any sense. Does it make sense?
Which part?
The energy being a subject to the velocity or inertia of a particle.
Oh, the acceleration. Okay, so these particles appear because there is a horizon in space. If you move, say, to the right, if you accelerate to the right, then information from your left will not be able to catch up with you because you're accelerating away from it. So a horizon appears. And what happens is very like what happens on a black hole event horizon, that every so often you get a particle emitted in a pair on that boundary, on that horizon. And one particle goes behind the horizon from your point of view, and one comes towards you. And normally they would recombine and cancel each other out. But in this case, because of the horizon, they don't. So the more you accelerate, the closer the horizon comes to you, and the more of these particles you see. So the field becomes more intense. And this is called Unruh radiation. It was predicted by Bill Unruh in 1976, and it was seen last year for the first time.
Observed?
Yes.
So, okay, observed. And yet...
Yeah.
Okay, so is that a meaningful distinction? It was observed as opposed to, like, I don't want to say in spirit, in fact, I've been hanging out with too many lawyers. Is this a phenomena which we are observing, or is it a state that we are measuring? That might be the same thing, actually.
It's we are. It was a good point, but we are actually measuring, observing it. What they did was they decelerated particles very rapidly in a crystal, and they saw a peculiar kind of light given off, which looked exactly like the prediction for Unruh radiation. So they have observed it.
Okay, does this change our understandings of what particles are? Because it sounds like there's like I lack the language for this, unfortunately, like a double spin, where at a certain velocity, there's a bifurcation of particle? This sounds like some sort of weird probabilistic field where under certain conditions,
yeah. Well, this was these virtual particles have been known about for quite a long time. The fact that they appear in a pair is just a consequence of the conservation of momentum. So if they appear as a pair going in opposite directions, then there's no violation of the conservation of momentum. And then they
Oh,
tend to attract each other because they're also opposite charges to
right.
sort of charge. So they kind of collapse back on themselves and disappear. So unless you've got a horizon there to make them appear or split them up, you won't see them.
It feels like a sonic boom situation where like
Yes.
here's how we think sound works, but actually, you said yes quick enough for that to sound like I did a good job of finding an analogy.
Yes, yeah, it's a good analogy. Yeah, very good.
Well, you started
yes,
out in
it's
photography, right? I thought that was really interesting. How was
yes,
your
I did.
background finding in space?
Sorry, how does my background?
In oceanography, find application in space. How is that helping you?
Well, yes. Back in 2006, I was in charge of wave modeling at the Met Office. Well, not in charge. I was wave modeling. I was running the wave model, and I became very interested in waves. I was also very interested in at the time in galaxies, galaxy rotation, and I knew about the galaxy rotation problem. I thought I'd try out these Unruh waves to see if they could explain it, and it turns out that they did. What set me off was the maritime Casimir effect. It turns out if you have two ships side by side in the ocean, then fewer waves can exist between the ships because there's a sheltered region, and also that there's friction with the ship's sides, so the waves get damped. But there are more waves outside the ships pushing them together, so the ships tend to move together. And so I wondered whether this had some connection to gravity, because it looks very much like gravity.
Yeah, there's like please continue.
Yes, and so I started to think about inertial mass because it's never really been understood. People just assume that things keep going in a straight line, but why do they keep going? And it works with these waves because if you accelerate in one direction, a horizon appears in the opposite direction behind you, and that will damp these Unruh waves, a bit like the ships damp the waves near to them. And this is fewer behind you and more in front, and so they will push you back. And I calculated how much these quantum waves would push you back, and it turned out to be inertial mass. It turned out to explain the size of inertial mass. But not quite. There was a tiny little difference, and that tiny difference explains the motion of galaxies that we see without dark matter.
No.
Yes, it does, and it does it exactly.
Oh, that's going to frustrate a lot of people.
Yeah, that's why he deleted his article from Wikipedia. You understand now.
like checksum explains?
Yes, it explains it, how can I say, without any adjustment. There's only one prediction that it can possibly make, this theory, and it does make the correct prediction.
That is congratulations and my condolences, sir. Okay. So my temptation is to like jump. Huh?
Can you explain maybe to the rest of the audience, and then see if you can paraphrase well? Because I think you understand what Mike's talking about, but I'm not sure if they do.
I'm barely hanging on, my guy. So I pride myself on trying to hang on, but this is several levels above my pay grade. So, to the best of my understanding, we have a framework for how we think mass works, for how we think particles are and behave, and that the relationships between the two, as we understand them under most sort of conditions, lacks. There are gaps. There's a delta between between the theory, the framework that we're looking at, that we're using to understand the universe, and how it's behaving. And so,
Yeah.
we tend to either invent some stuff that exists there, just
Yes.
because that explains the thing, right? Like with the ether conversation before, apparently that's now our conversation, and sometimes we're right, the old boson, right?
Yeah.
But sometimes it turns out that we just had shitty math, right? Or there's some weird phenomena that happens under these sort of edge case circumstances that we just don't perceive because we're fleshy meat flapping bodies floating around on a rock going very quickly in a direction that we don't quite understand most of the time. And so what we've found here, allegedly, Mr. Is Mr. Exhibit A, Jesus Christ, is what we found here is a solve for a math problem that we didn't think we had. And I'm still trying to grasp the mechanics. But the analogy that I'm using in my head is that there's a couple of things. One is I'm trying to find models. Right, is the first one that comes to as a jack of all trades, high school dropout. Sort of, I believe the term is failing forward. The sonic boom effect, where once you break the sound barrier, weird things happen. The other one is cavitation, as witnessed in there's a weird species called the mantis shrimp, which has a very powerful.
Yes, that's a good point. Yeah.
Yeah.
Carry on. Carry on.
Yeah. So when water moves fast enough, it creates this weird effect where it's kind of like what would you call it? Like an implosion or something like that. It creates
It's a bubble, imploding, an imploding bubble.
Right. And the nature of that phenomena has horrendously violent properties, which happens to be really useful for eating something that doesn't want you to eat it. And so this species, through some mechanism or other, natural selective pressure, has accidented across this really powerful tool. It's basically got a nuke in its pocket, and now we have a whole species, right? And so in this environment, I guess the edge case scenario that we're looking at is particles accelerating. What kind of are we talking photons? Are we talking electrons? What particles exactly?
Solid particles. So
molecules,
not photons, but solid particles. Molecules, yes. Anything
that
solid.
means everything. Anything?
Yes, everything. Yeah, anything that inertial mass applies to is subject to this. But the only in the normal acceleration regime, then you don't see a difference because the difference is tiny. But when you get to a very low acceleration regime, that's when you start to see the differences at the edge of galaxies or at the edge of the universe. So that's why we haven't seen it. That's why we haven't really seen it before until we started looking out to the galaxies.
Okay. So this is my understanding. At the edges of galaxies or the edges of these vast structures, the acceleration is the expansion happens faster. Is that a correct assumption?
Well, the acceleration is about 10 to the minus 10 meters per second, so it's incredibly low. So these stars are going around the edge very, very slowly. So that means that the horizon that I'm talking about moves back so far that it starts to become indistinguishable from the cosmic horizon, the one right at the edge of the universe. And so the inertial mechanism I've just told you collapses. So their inertial mass decreases in a way we hadn't understood before. So normally when people model galaxies, they see them because of the centrifugal inertial force, they should fly apart. But this reduces the inertial mass and the centrifugal force, so they don't.
Oh, that's fascinating. Why?
Thanks. Sorry, why?
Yeah. Okay, I understand what's happening. I think when things slow down, this something to do with the inertia of
Yes.
these particles um, puts them in a state where, because like you think of something, if I'm holding onto a basketball, right, it kind of just hangs
Mm.
out. But then if I spin around very quickly, I'm not sure if it's centrifugal or centripetal, but forgive
Yeah,
me.
it's supposed centripetal, but the centrifugal force is an outward force, and this is inwards because you're pulling it in. But the inertial tendency is outwards.
Right, of course, right? And so the ball wants to fly away, and yet we
Yes.
see these spinning galaxies out there, and they seem to be so totally chill, right? And so we assume that like actually,
Yeah.
the gravitational force of the mass is attracting the sort of fringes, and there's like some sort of equilibrium between the gravitational force of the collective mass, which is sort of sufficient to retain these structures, these
Yes.
right,
That's right.
despite the spin. And what you're saying is that based on the volume of mass, the inertia of that mass, and the speed of mass, the relative. Oh my God, am I about to say relative mass? Is
Yeah.
mass relative?
The-
The mass isn't relative.
No, it's speed is relative. I tend to work with acceleration because that's not relative. So no matter how you're moving, the acceleration is the same. As long as you're moving in a straight line.
Okay, so what? So things why are they accelerating in the first place? Why are things accelerating in the first place? I'm sorry, these are dumb questions.
Oh well, no, they're good questions. So galaxies spin because they formed from a gas cloud which is condensing and is getting smaller as it condenses, and so any small initial rotation is magnified. It's like the ballerina bringing her arms in. She spins more rapidly. So any
that is elegant. That is truly beautiful. I just had a fucking moment here. That makes everything really pretty immediately.
So Professor McCulloch, why are some people in dark matter intimidated by your ideas?
Well, there could be many reasons. I mean, they have funding to look at dark matter, and perhaps they're worried about that. People have built their careers on dark matter. They don't want to think that they're wrong, perhaps. It's impossible for me to know, really.
Okay, before we jump to the political sphere, which again, congratulations, condolences. Having sometimes individuals within a species get to see stuff before others, which is cool. I feel like I've had it a couple of times in my life, in wildly different spheres. Shout out to Hawking for getting me this far. But it's really cool because you get some time, you get dwell time, right? And during the dwell time, you're
right.
like, yeah. And so I wonder, first of all, how much dwell time have you had? And then what do you think the sort of second and third order effects are in terms of ramifications in any direction you possibly want to take the conversation? I'm sure there's some abstract ones, and I have a suspicion there's some practical ones, but I'm curious as to where you've been thinking.
Yes, okay. So I first thought of this back in 2005, and I first published on it in so it's been 16 years, 17 years,
16
like
years of dwell on solving for dark matter.
So I've had plenty of time to think about it and publish on it. And where it could go is huge, really. The obvious first one is propulsion, and that's what I've been funded by DARPA to look at for the past 4 years. So they asked me. So what I said in the paper was that the theory predicts that if you make a synthetic horizon on one side of an object, then you can make it move towards that horizon because you're damping the quantum vacuum. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. You're damping the quantum vacuum in one area, so you're making a hole for it to kind of fall into. So DARPA said, okay, go and prove it in the lab. So after many trials and tribulations, I think we may have done it.
Hold on. FTL?
Yes.
No.
I think it gives us a loophole to. I don't really want to get into that because I haven't published on it yet, but it changes some of
That changes
the rules.
everything. That changes literally everything. Literally everything. Holy shit, dude. Man,
Yeah,
I feel like
I don't
my
like
response
telling.
to that. Yeah.
I don't like telling people that one because it sounds a bit out there, but
Oh yeah, I hear you. It's out there. I'm jubilant, which is not a word I've used in a sentence ever. Oh my god. Okay. Time to ship.
Literally.
So, yeah,
not to pull punches.
And even without fast flight, it's possible to get to Alpha Centauri in less than 10 years, because it's this would give us a kind of propellantless propulsion. So instead of carrying heavy fuel, all you do is have something which damps the vacuum on one side of it, and it will move in that direction. You can think of a ship at sea, actually. You've got a ship in a stormy sea, and if you kind of put a skirt on one side of the ship which damps the waves, then the waves won't hit it from that side, so the ship will move towards that side. And it's that sort of
That's
thing.
so pretty. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm suggesting in space.
That's so fascinating. So I've known a few humans in my life who seem to have this intuitive understanding of certain phenomena. My father always had a knack for hydrofoils, water and wind, basically.
Oh yes.
You know the types, and so they could look at a vessel and say, you know what, I think we can rebalance this, and I think we can, you know what, if we chuck this up on some hydrofoils real quick, I'm pretty sure we could get like efficiencies over here. And then you look at this weird contraption, and it looks like it is about to implode, just stationary, and then it glides across the ocean in tempestuous waters. And they're just like, oh, of course. And you're like, what the hell are you talking about? Of course, you're sailing on something that looks like a pair of tongs. Yeah, it blows my mind. But I can relate in some ways. My sphere is audio frequency spectrums. Sometimes with light and other things that look like sound, and so within certain contexts, though, right? And maybe a little bit economics and whatever. But I wonder, like, to the extent that we each view the universe through our own sort of rose-tinted glasses, or insert other spectrum, how do you see yourself as having lenses that others don't have? And if so, how would you characterize the delta between the lens through which the aggregate, person sees the universe, and the filters through which you have, for better and worse, presumably, are able to see stuff?
Well, it's I've done a kind of step, and I've kind of re-understood dynamics in this different way by using horizons that pull you along instead of the traditional idea of forces. So that's a different way of looking at things, and it produces a lot of different results. I'm not. I should say I'm not very practical at all, but I do think all the time. I'm sort of somebody who can't stop thinking. And so I'm very abstract and not very practical.
You're in a safe place, Mike. That's fascinating. Horizons. I've been thinking a lot about horizons recently. the interplay of time horizons applied to the human experience, and how the value of a thing is universally contextual to space-time, right? Like, if you want an hour of my time, like right now, that's a different conversation than if you want an hour of my time at some ambiguous time in the future, right? Which is why we have, EMTs, so to speak. And it's reframing how we've sort of tokenized space-time in the form of the calendar, and then sold our time and attention through things like the W-9 employment form versus, on-call and demand versus contractors versus fiber, whatever.
Oh, yes. Yeah, I understand. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so playing around a little bit with that recently, and I've found that the more I look into it, the more the more horizons are coming into play. And I don't.
Well,
yeah.
Yeah, that's very interesting, because one of the things I'm thinking about is, well, horizons are all about information. And I've shown that if you do put a horizon in something, you erase a lot of information from behind it. And by Landauer's principle, that releases energy. So you can also think of this in terms of the future. If you do something that, instead of 3 things being possible to come to pass, only 2 of them can come to pass, that is a destruction of information. And so there must be some energy released somewhere.
I'm momentarily silent because I'm opening up a very rare folder in my Evernote, where I just jot down words that I need to Google later. Landauer's principle?
Yes, Landauer's principle. So he was looking at computer memory, ones and zeros, and he said that when you erase a computer's memory from, I don't know, 001, 001, down to all zeros, then this represents a reduction of entropy. The pattern is simpler. And this can't be allowed. So the system must release heat. And from that, he deduced that information, if destroyed, appears as energy. And this predicts quantized inertia very well, because I've worked it out. If you put the Rindler horizon in, this horizon I'm talking about, you erase part of the universe, and the amount of energy it releases is exactly what's needed for quantized inertia for this theory.
Ringler's
Rindler.
What was the? Yes.
Yeah, Rindler horizons. That's what they're called.
Okay.
Sounds like a circus. You know Ringler Circus? Is that where it was derived from? No? Okay, never mind.
I'm simultaneously tempted to sort of chide you for dad jokes as well as capitalist further on this interesting human being. Okay, so I'm pulling through my question bank that I go through when I meet smart humans that I don't often get to meet, and I'm trying to think of like the sort of highest impact of the time and attention afforded. What questions are you asking yourself now?
Okay, the big difficulty now is we think we have thrust in the lab, and I'm trying to desperately become practical and apply the theory to bits of metal in space, and this is not easy.
Okay, so MVP. What are the gating functions between here and 1.0 as you see them?
So the crucial thing for me is to publish my latest paper on the capacitor approach to doing this. So And then, well, yeah, I mean, there are certain things I want to say, but several of the labs I'm working with have NDAs. So
Yeah, recorded space, and I understand.
yeah,
Okay. In that case, if you'll permit me, if the room will permit me to be selfish for a moment, um, if I wanted to catch up, for mostly in pursuit of distracting myself from doing things that I am supposed to be doing, and if I were to spend Google somewhere between 3 and 10 terms, and presumably go on various sort of Wikipedia rabbit holes, I have Landauer's principle. I have Ringler horizons.
yes, Unruh radiation.
More again?
Yeah, so I discussed that one before. This quantum background.
Spelling to the top, Ruben. Unruh radiation.
Oh, that's really actually quite pretty. From a is it a palindrome? Who's responsible for this etymology? Where does that come from?
Well, this was a guy who predicted Unruh radiation, this quantum background, Bill Unruh, and it's a very interesting name. It's his surname, but in German it means noise, Unruh, and it's actually applied to the quantum background, which is a kind of noise.
See, that frustrates me a lot. Like I'm immediately, I'm almost enraged by that. That sounds like some sort of quasi-dimensional being, like giving me the middle finger. Okay,
Oh.
so
well, no, it's a complete coincidence, but it's just quite an amusing one.
see that is a man after my own heart. I'm much more ready to believe that. Okay, I want to believe in the sense of control that I have as a fleshy meat body more than I want ultimate deities give me the middle finger. But
yes, I wasn't trying to suggest it was.
Okay, so Landauer's principle, Ringler's horizon, quantum backgrounds, Unruh radiation, capacitor approach, which sounds more like a methodology. Are you able to unpack that a little bit, or not?
Yeah. So these guys in California, they read my papers, and they had some experience with capacitors, and they said, "Why don't we try capacitors?" So we did, and it works. And the way they work is you charge them up, the electrons charge across the gap, and the acceleration is so large that they produce a lot of Unruh radiation, which is damped between the plates of the capacitors, which pulls them further than they otherwise would be. And it's a very good way of getting distrust. We've tried several ways, and that's the best. The best so far.
So what is the efficiency of that? How many times can you sort of chuck that into the loop? Because presumably any laws of entropy, right? So is there are you aware of a hard formulae for the current levels of efficiency in order to be able to sort of push that at scale enough to sort of see a material effect?
Yes, well, I can say that it gives you 10 newtons per kilowatt of force, and it will work practically, effectively, for decades, because all you need is a solar panel, the engine, and you just leave it there, and it goes.
Okay, 10 newtons per kilowatt, and if you have access to the sun, then you can do all sorts of interesting things.
Yes, you can use RTGs as well. So RTGs in deep space, radioisotope thermal generators.
I am going to be the smartest 50-year-old. Not today. Okay. So is that because so when you say 10 newtons of force per kilowatt, is that outside the standard expectations of the?
Yes.
Okay.
Way beyond. So ion drives are well, it varies, but 0.02 newtons per kilowatt, and they also have the disadvantage that they need to carry the fuel, the xenon gas.
Right. Okay. Well, that's what I was saying about ion engines earlier. But this is fundamentally different. You're like you're tearing the fabric apart. So
Yeah.
you're Ouroborosing your way, so that you don't. Okay, so that 10 newtons per kilowatt, are you sort of inferring equivalent there, or is that 10 newtons per kilowatt?
That's exactly 10 newtons per kilowatt, and yeah, we've seen that. So in the lab.
I guess what I'm asking there is are you sort of breaking the rules to get a 10 newtons per kilowatt equivalent?
Yes.
Okay.
It is breaking the rules. Yes. It shouldn't be doing that according to standard physics.
Okay, and so I guess it doesn't matter, right? Because if you can break the rules, then you might as well have 10 newtons per kilowatt, which means if you have a mechanism to leverage that, then yeah, you have 10 newtons per kilowatt. It's fascinating. So energy production in that case is immediately springs to mind.
Yeah.
If you can break the rules, yo, did you just break? Can you break the rules hard enough to leverage the breaky, non-breaky parts? If you're violating the laws, I guess you're not violating the laws of physics. I guess we just found a new law.
Well, all I'm allowing is for relativity to talk to quantum mechanics. So the quantum background comes from quantum mechanics, and the horizons come from relativity. So I'm kind of stitching the two sides of physics back together.
Right. Okay, so is there a path here towards energy production, stationary energy production?
Yes. I think there is. There are other ways to do it as well. You can have nano cavities. I've written a paper about this. It predicts that if you have nano cavities and electrons moving within them, that they should see temperatures hot enough to produce fusion. That kind of thing.
Holy shit! Have you ever said "holy shit" in this process? Because I feel like you must have said something equivalent. It's probably more polite.
I think that's what the critics
yeah,
said.
Good grief, maybe. I say good grief. I used to like Charlie Brown.
Eureka. Right. That's fascinating. What are you most excited about that you're allowed to talk about?
I'm most excited about? Well, I guess it's the capacitor drive at the moment, because that's what's I mean, I've been doing the theory for about 17 years, as I said, and it's just great to see something that might actually work on a desk. Produce a thrust on a desk. That would be really exciting.
Manifestation, yeah. If you were to sort of predict within the sort of probabilistic field of the future, right? And maybe somebody presses the wrong button and we have to go back to stick technology, and maybe things work out, right? And people pull their proverbial appendages out of the other opportunities to do so. What kinds of what is the cascade effect of this, do you think, in terms of somebody once said that the future is already here, it's just unevenly distributed, right? And I guess I look at something like this and I can see applications for doing things that we just couldn't do before, which is very cool.
I think you could have floating buildings, for example. That's one of the wilder things I've been thinking about, because you could design a material that the quantum vacuum, so it's got a different grain size at the bottom and the top, and then the material will just sit there, propelling itself up against gravity. So
do you know how hard it is to make me speechless, young man?
Sorry.
man, that's borderline offensive. Okay, all right. I'm gonna kick myself later for not coming with having 1,000 questions that none of which I'll answer in the moment. By the way, with respect to your time and attention today, do you have any sort of natural windows or bumping up against? I'm sort of wary that we're sort of pulling you away from the fucking bleeding edge of the advancement of humanity, right, in this moment.
Well, yeah, I guess I should go in 5 minutes or so. But I'm happy to answer questions if needed.
How can we help? We probably fucking can't is the real answer. God damn it. All right. Well, if you can think of ways that we could help, then let us know, I guess.
Yes, well, it's I guess it always comes back to funding, doesn't it? But I'm funded by DARPA at the moment, but that's coming to an end. So
okay. Well, actually, that's you know what? We're not actually too bad at that. Yep. This is sometimes as the person who like has weird ideas that are, thank God, so much closer to things people can understand. And again, congratulations and condolences. You end up
thanks.
having to be you end up sort of having to be good at like thinking on your feet, and so you end up with like this 1,000 ways to sort of skin a cat. One of my roles in a previous life, nope, just this one, is I'll get a phone call every 6 months from an angel investor, and they'll be like, Ruben, I invested all this money in a technology company, and I said to get their customers and technical founders, right? And then they spent all the money and didn't get any customers. So I need you to come over here and work with this portfolio company and either kill them or get some customers. Can you do that for 6 months? By the way, we already spent the money, so there's none left. Good luck. Which is fine.
Okay.
Somebody once compared it to the dude in Pulp Fiction, the wolf who turns up.
I haven't seen Pulp Fiction, but
don't watch it. Don't do anything, and don't even talk to us. Go fix everything, Mike.
Okay. Another thing would be if you could just tell people about it, because it's very hard for me to get the message out, because on certain preprint archives, my papers are now banned.
Well, okay. Well, in pursuit of aligning, in pursuit of alignment, I mean, you have to start with why. I guess my instinct is that there's another kind of inertia at play here, right?
Yes.
Yeah. This may take some more some deeper thought rather than sort of a reactive approach. Are there any sort of particular things that you're sort of bumping up against that feel solvable, but you're too busy, restructuring our understanding of space-time to deal with? Like what? Like if there was a Goliath to the David here, who's Goliath?
Who's Goliath? Well, it's most of academia. I suppose I've written to a lot of physics departments to ask to speak, and they're kind of skeptical, even though I have 26 published papers, and so I really don't know how to make progress. I mean, I'm a theorist. I'm not really I'm not at all a PR person, so it's hard for me to know how to persuade.
I mean, it seems to me like this is the kind of technology that is so low level that there has to be people who want to I mean, you don't have to like look for philanthropists here, to me, right? Like there's classes and subclasses of sort of financial capital and social capital and other forms of capital here. That this is sort of so low level fundamental, like even just energy storage, let alone energy production. Um, I was briefly exposed to the wild and wonderful world of trying to figure out how to store gigawatt hours just for 4 hours. If you can store a gigawatt hour for 4 hours, then you solve so many problems. And
that's interesting. Yeah. Okay.
well, it's hard. It's hard if you're trying to do it chemically, which is the current approach. But this sounds like a viable path for something like that. Does terrestrial environments just mess everything up here? Like, did the gravitational force? Yeah.
No, it still works fine. There is a very good way using this theory to make a current. You just have a capacitor gap and you have a horizon on one side of it, and that will draw current across. Things like that could be used for power generation. I haven't really thought about power storage. That's interesting.
Yeah. Well, so I mean, if you can store generation, if for the purpose of generation, it might as well be storage, right? Like anything that you can solve for storage, if you need a generational equivalent, then it's the same thing. But because you're breaking the rules, man. Yeah. Okay. Can we at least can we be friends on the internet, man?
Yeah, sure. Just follow me on Twitter, send me an email.
Okay, cool.
Something like that.
If we were to swing celestial body equivalents in the form of humans who can help with things into your path right now, who's useful to throw at you?
Let's see. I suppose people like Paul. Oh, for money, you mean, or for academic?
Well, I'm assuming money, but then and we can sort of we can refer on that later. But like any other sort of areas?
Well, yes. I mean, people like Peter Thiel and SpaceX. Yeah, Elon Musk, people like that.
Okay, so the vector there feels like people who are dealing with problems in zero-G environments where the gating functions of getting things into that area are so expensive that the ROI is sort of magnified in those environments. Yeah.
Yes, I think I see what you mean now. The first real application will be satellite station keeping and satellite maneuverability. I mean, this is why DARPA was so interested.
Well, did you just say satellite maneuverability?
Yes.
That's not an option. What? Like, hold on, Leo? Sorry, low Earth orbit?
Yeah. Anyway, because this enables a very quick acceleration, sort of darting around of the satellites that wasn't there before, and it also has military application because it doesn't emit.
Terrifying.
Oh, is it? Okay, I don't know.
I mean, it's awesome. It's absolutely awesome, but it's like the terrifying awesome. It's actually awesome, as opposed to like this cheeseburger is awesome.
Yeah, it's like an impulse drive, isn't it? Something like that.
Right. Yeah. Well, look. I mean, if you can get something that moves as and when you want, where things that you didn't, if you can break the rules in an environment where everybody thought there were rules, and it just so happens that happens to be out of reach of traditional influence of projectile-based systems, that's a big deal, my guy.
Would we design the aircraft differently if we implemented this type of thrust?
Yes, it would work on aircraft too. I haven't worked it out for aircraft, but would 10 newtons per kilowatt be good for that? I don't know.
Are there limitations to the form factor from the capacitor approach?
So,
Go ahead.
The difference with the capacitor is you don't have to put the engine on the back. You can put it anywhere. And what I hope is that eventually the engine will be in the skin of the spacecraft, because it'll just be
Wow.
lots of little capacitors, everywhere.
Right. The fabric, yeah.
Hmm.
I'm just thinking of like a composite structure. Holy shit, dude. Okay. Airbus? Airbus feels useful.
Yes, I have actually been to see Airbus in the UK branch in Stevenage, is it? That was a few years ago. I gave them a talk about it.
Airbus is a weird creature. They have survived multiple wars. They're one of the weirdest architectures that I've seen, actually, in
really? Okay.
commercial context. Yeah,
Hmm.
they're headquartered. Three countries own that corporation, which is a weird English sentence, but it's true. Yeah, and for good reason, right? Like in terms of the geopolitical ramifications of that. Okay, so I guess if someone were to, I guess, communicate or translate the sort of second and third order effects of this in a commercial context, sufficient at this stage where a facility could be procured to further develop these, both in terms of the iterative cycle of these technologies, and how that sort of manifests in a form factor that presumably varying degrees of practicality, but and timelines that could perhaps offer a window of opportunity to sort of push the envelope. Yeah.
Okay. Yes, I think I know what you mean. So if we do connect online, then we can talk more when that's in place, I guess.
Yeah, this is not how I expected to spend my week. But very cool. I'm going to borrow here from another smart dude. He's a particular kind of smart, which is he's smart when it comes to finding other smart people and getting the smart parts out of them. His name is Tim Ferriss. I don't drink the Kool-Aid that much, but he's really good at finding smart people and figuring out which parts are the smart parts. He has a question that he asks people, which is, if you had a billboard, and it could be across the sort of highest thoroughfare, train station, or New York sort of square, whatever, right? You basically have an opportunity to get a message out of the world. What would be on the billboard?
Oh, something like motion is produced by horizons in the quantum vacuum, something like that. All motion is produced by horizons in the vacuum.
I am feeling a degree of empathy in this moment, because that shit made no sense, but I understand. But I've had those moments. I have those moments, like, rarely, but like if I do a great job, I might get one of them a year, and I'm like, hey, actually, I'm struggling now, but I promise I have them, and I'll come up with like this insight. I'm like, content is not king, curation is king, and just like content has been commodified, curation so too. Through the market forces will be commodified, and then we will have self-sovereign information diets, which, much like the sort of physical diet corollary, we will have the opportunity truly to own ourselves and our minds and who we are. And somebody else is like, cool.
Okay, well,
sounds awesome, Ruben.
So I think this is how we could do it. So I think, sure. Professor McCulloch, before you leave, Mattios, if we can figure out a way for Mattios to recapitulate this, then we can really have a billboard. So when you say that all motion is produced by horizons in the quantum vacuum, Mattios, what does that mean to you?
Sorry, say that one more time.
Sure. So when I say to you, which is a quote from Mike McCulloch, who's here with us today, all motion is produced by horizons in the quantum vacuum. What does that mean to you?
All motion is produced in the horizon. Oh, wait a minute. I don't remember that in the previous lectures. That's just birth. That's constant birth.
Have you watched the other lectures with Professor McCulloch on the wide binaries and quantized inertia?
Oh, you know what? No, wide binaries. No, I haven't heard of that. I mean, I do recall when he was bringing up the quantized inertia, how it was related to. It's not black body radiation, is that? But there's the horizon around the black holes, and then the virtual particles
Yes,
separating one.
sorry. Yeah.
Please, go ahead.
Sorry, do you want me to explain the horizons in the quantum vacuum, or?
Oh yeah, please. That's. I mean, all of it, everything you guys have already talked to. If you have time, I'd love to hear it all again. But anything you have time to give.
Well, yes. So my thesis is that, let's see, it's a bit like a ship on the ocean. So if you attach a skirt to one side of the ship, then that will damp the waves on that side of the ship. Waves will hit it from the other side, and it'll be pushed in that direction. You can do the same thing with any material. You can make one side of the material damp the quantum vacuum more than the other side, and then it will move by itself.
Elegant. Cheese.
Hubris, but biological ripples. That's really frustrating that you're seeing that kind of reaction. Yeah. I feel like I have enough to go try to be a useful person.
Okay, well, thanks. Yeah, anything to do with networking you could do, or suggestions would be.
Yeah.
I'm gonna jump in here, Mike. If you're looking for suggestions, if it's okay, I'm gonna jump in here. You guys are way above my pay grade. This is all new to me, but practically speaking, a lot of the really good ideas and intelligent people I've heard lately, I've heard through the Joe Rogan experience. And if something's written in a way that catches his attention, he can not have heard of you before or know anything about you, but he can get like some kind of an email come to him and be like, wow, that sounds really interesting.
That's
and
the billboard, yeah.
Fly the person out and have them on the show. I'd make a suggestion to you because I think of myself as pretty intelligent, but again, this is all new to me. Maybe run the stuff write it out and present it to one of your friends who doesn't speak science, and they could say like, I don't understand this, and then they can maybe help you frame it into, sorry, I'm going to call it English. I know what you're saying means something, but I can't get it. But again, it's new to me. But if you can write it in a way that people can understand it, and at least shoot it out to Joe Rogan, if he finds it interesting, you're instantly on the map. It doesn't surprise me that you're running into walls with academia and other people, because again, I don't know what you're talking about, but it kind of reminds me of Tesla trying to make it back in the day. Of course, he's going to run into walls because they didn't want his stuff out there. Something tells me, and someone can jump in and tell me if I'm right or wrong. It sounds like the same thing's happening to you.
Yeah, I haven't made a comparison to Tesla, like a genuine comparison to Tesla, my whole life. But this might be the exception. This is like the less visible side of Dunning-Kruger in a lot of ways, right? Where not only do people sort of who not know the thing sort of overrate exposure and understanding and sort of the ability to put their hands on around it, but also people who have like this overexposure to a thing tend to have a lexicon and frameworks that are sort of sufficiently developed and mature and seasoned and sophisticated that the delta between their understanding of a thing it leads to a breakdown in the lexicon and communication. The ability to sort of Eli 5 it, right? And I'm curious to hear what Casey has to say about this. The one thing I'll say is this feels like it needs the Mr. Rogers treatment. For those non-Americans in the room, I'm originally from New Zealand, but I've hung out here for a good 10 years. And America has this character by the name of Mr. Rogers, who was a TV show host. And he has there was Obama, Martin Luther King, and this dude, Mr. Rogers, are the best communicators that I've heard in history. And the thing about Mr. Rogers is, and he's really the kind of show, is that man has never said anything that everybody in the room didn't understand. Like he sort of has like this force majeure of like fourth grade English that he just filters everything through, and it's impossible to misunderstand him. Which I think could, I think we all could sort of stand to benefit from taking some of these complex ideas and bringing them, through manifestation. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. Yeah, I do try to use in my talk and animations to try and explain. It's not possible on the phone, of course. But...
Have you employed the use of crayons?
Sorry.
Have you tried making Snoop Dogg and Eminem sing a song about quantized inertia?
That'd be fantastic.
Casey, go ahead.
So I have like a pitch on a title for you that I think might kind of help, maybe, or expose my ignorance. Either way, it's helpful. So the pitch on the title is Sailing Through Space on Quantum Horizons.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah.
You like that?
Yeah, I like that.
There you go.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, that's very nice. Yeah.
So how would a ship operate differently if it was sailing on quantum, on horizons? How is it currently sailing? How would you propose it sail faster and more efficiently?
So I mean, like,
so at the moment they use propellers and they push water backwards. So by conservation of momentum, the ship moves forwards. What I'm proposing is completely different, in that you damp the waves in front, so there aren't any waves, and so the waves from the back push you forwards.
Oh my God.
So there's no propellant, there's no fuel required. It's very much like a sail.
So what you're saying is we need quantum inertia coin.
Well, yes, I don't know about that. But
It's funny. In the last year, I've taken the expression, they're not called the suggestions of physics, because I've been a big component. Thank you for laughing. So I was really impressed with someone. My wife was not.
Good.
And because I've been talking about figuring out how to have laws in an environment that extends beyond the jurisdictional borders of the enforcement powers, which is impossible, because that's, laws are only effectual as they are enforceable. And the best kinds of laws are the ones that cannot be broken, right? Because you don't need to go around after the fact and hit people with sticks, which is fine. I mean, you can do that, but it's less perfect.
But then I guess a law that could not be broken in principle would be kind of useless because nobody would. Well, it wouldn't be required.
Well, and depending on how you sort of frame it etymologically, it would be an actual law, right? In fact, as well as spirit, right? But I think I'm just going to have a lot of cognitive dissonance later on today about phrase, I think, in the future, for the same reasons that I'm sure half of academia is butthurt about their loss of dark matter. Think of how many edgelords now are going to be sad momentarily when they lose the really fun topic of they just sort of how many Wikipedia pages are structured on dark matter that are just, oh my god. All right.
But it would divert money to a useful purpose, you see. We wouldn't be looking for dark matter anymore. We would be building thrusters and going to Alpha Centauri. So
okay. That is a one of the rarest pains I've heard of in some time. Mike, the awareness of that happening and just the obnoxiousness of seeing that money getting funneled.
So earlier, Professor, you were talking about the dampening, and so the non-dampening part. I don't remember which experiment you were referring to. I remember there was one waves in the oceans, and then you found it wasn't the movement part; it's the virtual particle part. I guess what I'm asking is, how is it that one side gets dampened, or if you can just talk through that a little bit more.
Okay, one good example would be a crystal with a different crystal size on the top and bottom. And then the idea is that the finer crystal size on the top damps the quantum vacuum more than the larger crystal below.
Oh, shit.
So then you'd have then you'd have a gradient shock. So it'd be weak unless you put in some highly accelerated electrons into the crystal, and then this gradient in a quantum vacuum might be big enough to pull it up or force it up.
Man.
For those unfamiliar, if you're curious about the fabric of space-time and the permutations thereof, apparently, go to Mike McCulloch's Twitter bio right now, and you can click on the link in there, and it has access to this blog and presumably his contact somewhere, possibly, and a whole bunch of ideas and his favorite links, which I assume are a bunch of smart humans saying smart things. OpenStem. That's neat. Yeah. Side note, a long time ago, in a different during a different lifetime, I had a side project called TLDR STEM, which was we would take like educational sort of school experiences, like build a rocket or like make something explode or something else that's life endangering for children, and we would just put them in a place where schools could rent them for free, basically. Like it's like a library where you borrow a book and you put it back, and as long as you put it back in good order, you're fine. And it was like designed to like be distributed through the PTA system. And it was called TLDR STEM, which is cute etymologically.
Okay. Yes, very, very good. Yeah, hands-on science.
I'm going to tell somebody later that I was validated by a super smart human being. Okay.
Graph.
Mike, thank you so much for your time today. Thanks for taking the for following the bat signal. It has been a distinct pleasure. I use that.
Thanks very much for listening.
Yeah, and I've had a number of sort of areas of thinking developed even just in this really short conversation, and I'm sure once I'm able to sort of coalesce, I'm going to feel a lot less sure about things. So thanks for that.
Yeah, doubt is always good. So
yeah.
Thanks to everybody's suggestions as well.
Yeah. To that end, I yield the floor. So you, and I can go to you, so you can figure out how best to.
Yes, this has been the square space where we. This has been the square space where we use a corporate broadcaster voice to talk about degenerate matters, so that nobody interrupts us. You've been listening to Dr. Mike McCulloch, and he's been deleting the need for dark matter, which makes him a very, I wouldn't say popular, but maybe notorious individual in the space.
So
Given that Then,
Sorry.
given the sheer amount of fun he is endangering.
Nice. So I mean, because the way they use dark matter is almost like it's after, right? It's not built into the models. So the way that you're describing the universe for us, we're not having to shake any new information out once we do a reading. Is that correct?
That's right. All you need is the speed of light, the mass of the galaxy that you see, and the cosmic horizon, the size of the cosmic horizon. You know, arbitrary in.
Excellent. Hey, you stay spitting, Professor. Thank you so much. Always. Gosh darn.
Do you have
Yeah, well,
insurance? Can we somebody take out like 12 insurance policies on this man? Can we get this dude? I'm just trying to figure out. I'm not actually comfortable with an insurance policy. I want to get like Neuralink on him or something.
Detail. And maybe we can surround him by flying drones that create an iron dome around him.
Like some sort of like walking Faraday cage or something. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Well, thanks everybody for listening, and goodbye.
We'll see you soon.
See ya.
Thank you,
Bye.
Professor. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mike.
Bye.
You know, I failed earlier. The name of the talk, you told me to, like, how would you recapitulate that? And I thought, oh, they're like the Langmuir waves of solid matter. And then I didn't think about it fast enough before he bounced. So,
dude, my mind is fucking blown. Like,
yo,
this shit you can do with that. Oh,
yo.
All right, we're gonna protect him by launching an NFT project that spells out all of his work.
Oh yeah,
we're gonna
Hey,
release
see, we're
all
gonna
the
protect them by
information
not saying
on the
shit.
blockchain.
Just for a second.
are you trying to get the blockchain defunded too?
It's immutable now. It's immutable now.
That's what you think.
They're gonna control delete that shit 2 times.
Hard reset. Right.
Push out an update to turn off right-click save.
Man.
You know what feels like a responsible thing to do is to get all of the shit that he's currently under NDA with and be responsible with it in this recorded Twitter space. That's what we should do. Yeah, I am confident that
he brought up NDAs stuff. Sorry, go ahead. Never mind.
No, I'm not saying any
non-dark
more on that
matter
topic.
agreements.
Well, that occurred to me, because the first thing I did was start Googling exactly who are the DARPA competitor fields, because if his funding's ending with them and he needs a new source, who's the next most likely?
You mean the Chinese National Space Agency? You mean those people?
Man.
Touche.
Dude. No, yeah, we gotta fix that, bro.
Ooh.
We gotta keep that shit, man.
You know what? Wherever that reveals itself, I think it's hard to keep technology that quiet these days. It's the keys there are a lot of the thin key vectors and the ratios and the formulae. If what I understand is sort of, where we're going with this, then we just, a lot of people that I was pretty sure were going to die might not, which is pretty cool.
Nice.
Yeah. Yeah, like 50-year horizon, right?
Man, them horizons will get you.
That's a little. I should explain that. We are fucking up the planet like a whole bunch of ways, and some of the reasons we're fucking up the planet is because the systems that we use to produce energy and to run all the things that we're using are less than efficient. And so if we can do that, if we can maintain the voracious appetite of humanity for energy through means that don't fuck up the
Destroy the
petri
world.
dish, right?
Yeah.
So so imagine you have Nikola Tesla on one side and JP Morgan. Who do you think? Oh, free energy.
Oh
Get the
yeah,
fuck out of
Tesla
here.
had that. I'm gonna put a sphere in the air and give electricity to the universe.
You better get the fuck out of here, Nikola Tesla.
Oh my gosh. But I mean, would they answer? I'm sorry, Ruben. Please continue.
No. It's a cool story. It's a short story. There was a book written by a dude called Bill Bryson called The Future Eaters. But he also wrote A Brief History of Time. And in The Brief History of Time, he talks to a dude. I forget the dude's name. Point is that he invented two technologies. First technology that he invented. Oh, this is actually the wrong story. I'm going to tell you a different story, but I'm just going to pretend it's the first story. So there's a dude, and he invented two technologies. The first one is mustard gas, which was less than awesome. Killed a bunch of people. Killed actually, what is it, like between tens of thousands and like hundreds of thousands of humans. Made the world a sad place, and that's not a very fun story to tell. Hey, there's more to the story though, because the same person who invented mustard gas during World War. Okay, sorry. Spam phone call. Somebody trying to sell me a warrant, apparently. Is or warrant of fitness. I guess you call them warranty extensions. That's in America. Same person invented a way to get nitrogen without digging up rocks that had a bunch of nitrogen in them. And as a result, the world was allowed to expand from America alone was able to go from like 100 million to 320 million without trying to feed a 320 million person population with only 100 million persons worth of food production, right? Indirectly, this person built a technology where if he hadn't invented it, the population explosion that has happened over the last century pretty much would have we would have been looking at like mass famine in every country simultaneously without this human being. And I'm sure there were people at the time who could see it coming. They're like, yo, you making more wheat because we're making more babies. And those rocks with the nitrogen are running out real quick. I feel like we need more nitrogen because we got more babies. And this dude turns up and he's like, oh, I figured out how to get nitrogen out of these other chemicals, which we have a bunch of. And as a result, we were able to make more food, which meant that we didn't have a famine in every fucking country, like several times over. And he was given a Nobel Prize for that.
Oh, wow.
Before inventing mustard gas. So, crazy story, but like the reason I bring them up is that there are some technologies that just have such mass impacts at such a intergenerational scale that it's really sort of hard to predict not only sort of how much value they bring in terms of like expanding and pushing the envelope of the human experience and capacity for change and rad stuff, but also the avoidance of cataclysmic events, which
I'm a fan of this.
Huh?
I'm sorry, I was just saying I'm a fan of that. Avoiding cataclysmic events. I'm on that team.
I thought you were going to say he invented hot mustard after the mustard gas. But
damn it.
Can you imagine? Right? And then everyone enjoyed Reuben sandwiches more. Right? The amount of joy brought to the world through hot mustard. Can you imagine Reuben sandwiches without hot mustard? You ever gotten a Reuben sandwich with like regular mustard and you're almost disgusted by it? I've had that happen.
We're letting you sit and we're letting you marinate in that joke in this moment. Okay. I assume you're giggling. Okay, that's good. Yeah, this honestly, man, I was not expecting this conversation this morning.
But imagine my surprise when I realized, oh, he's trying on his desktop.
It's honestly, dude, like, Einstein, like, wear matched socks for like pretty much the majority. If you measure a fish by how fast it can run, you're gonna think it's not a real good fish, right? There's the kinds of brains that are like hanging out in that area are something else. I can see why he's had friction from the academic community. Man, inconvenient truth? Are you fucking kidding me? Entire communities are predicated upon assumptions.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And
I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, it's like, have you ever tried to? Have you actually sat down with the person knocking on your door, telling about their relative savior of everything, right? And like, so, hey, have you thought about this? And they're like, I have thought about it, but I'm ignoring it. Anyways, back to this book. There's just some blind, like, people just don't want to know, man. There's like behavioral inertia.
Well, it's up to Sinclair, though, right? It's not that they don't want to know; it's that the knowledge jeopardizes their funding in perpetuity. You can't afford to know that.
They can't afford to know that. They can't afford to believe it. And I don't think they. Sometimes some folks just have to come to that themselves. And in the meantime, you want to make sure that you push it as far as you can, right?
So what I noticed when I was looking at the people deleting his quantizer Wikipedia article is you can see their username. And invariably, people use the same anonymous username everywhere. Right? And so I saw the people deleting his quantized inertia article being the same people being a proponent for dark matter against quantized inertia in like major tech publications. I'm like, whoa, dude. This is actually like activist science in, like, you know what I mean? Like, two ways to have the largest building, build it or break everyone else's down. And when I noticed there was a difference, there was a sameness between the people voting to delete his article from Wikipedia and the same people getting funding for dark matter and the same people being interviewed by the publications to say why quantized inertia is dead on arrival. When I saw that, I sent all that to McCulloch, and he had no idea. And I was like, yeah, see this person saying here? Well, that person is cited in this article by this publication saying that you're bullshit.
Yo, remember we were talking about trust graphs, my guy?
Telling you. It was wild because again, the usernames, often people, when they get a username, like you'll see attract funding everywhere, right? You'll see unicorn launching everywhere. It's probably me, right? But if you see a name on Wikipedia saying, I don't like this idea, and by the way, sometimes we don't like his political takes. Whoa, I started looking at it and saving it. And now you have to like search the internet and web archives for these ask for deletion or AFD posts, but it's wild.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think there's I really, really hope that we are entering into an environment where we can sort of balance the equities as it applies to individual privacies with aggregate transparency, which is a really hard thing to balance because you want to give everybody sort of self-sovereign information, access, awareness, and controls over the stuff, over themselves, over how they're presented. But also, if you do that perfectly, then it's really hard to have any degree of insight or transparency or accountability meaningfully, right? And so there's a few technologies coming down the pipeline which might help with that. One being zero knowledge proofs. If y'all already know, but if you didn't, then we're here to tell it. Yeah, consensus protocols. So I guess we'll see what happens there. Man, team, and it really feels like a fucking team this morning. man. This has been a wild couple of hours that I was not expecting. I should go try to do something way less important than what that person's doing. Basically, actually, but it has been a distinct pleasure. Again, you know what it hasn't been though? It hasn't been as distinct a pleasure as listening to this motherfucker like just break shit for 2 hours. That's so frustrating.
And even before, we had Dr. Rob.
Rad.
I want to see a world where Dr. Rob interviews Professor Mike McCulloch. That's like my dream in my head right now.
You would break the simulation.
Honestly, like fantasy baseball as applied to AI models of weirdos feels like a rad game. That feels like that's not a game. That's a movie. That's like a movie generator.
I want to versus rap battle with the #1 proponent of dark matter versus Mike McCulloch. And then they just trade footnotes with each other.
You know what? I feel like that's like we were probably in the first couple of generations where there might actually be enough data left over after we get hit by our relative buses to make reliable models of how we behaved. Which is unfortunate because I think it would be super cool to see what it would be like if, Einstein wanted to have a roast off with Seneca, but I'm glad that
if anything could have satisfied us, we would have been satisfied a long time ago.
Right. There you go. Okay, look, there's no more value that I can add to this conversation. It's absolutely.
I think we've hit the horizon of diminishing returns, I believe.
Pretty much. God damn it. I'm gonna think about horizons for that. Like, this is gonna add horizon to the bingo card for shit Ruben rants about for the next 2 months.
And if it was like Amsterdam, it would be horizons, right?
Michael,
you could be ashamed.
You guys bring the best out of me.
Where's Mrs. Unicorn?
She's out.
Yeah, obviously not there.
This is a form of protest.
Horizons is the one that did it. I thought that was particularly you.
Gosh darn it, bro.
Well,
now we get to.
Thank you for the big brain shit this morning. I am about to go do insignificant things too.
Oh, see, you're only here for Mike McCulloch. I see how it is. You're here for me. Yeah, all right, fine.
Oh, wait, do I even know you? I don't know.
I'm just I'm like a plug who gives up all his sources.
Yo. That's an anti-10 crack commandments. What are you doing?
It's like a generous Pusha T. I give up all the links to everyone. You want to do it? Come here. I'll give you the WhatsApp number. 416.
Oh my gosh, dude.
I'm dying.
You are mad.
Benevolent. I'll be benevolent to you.
Madness.
So you want decentralization, eh? Dude, I felt like, you know how I talked about, like if you're the smartest person in the room, you're in the wrong room. If you feel like you're stupid, yeah, I just had to stay down in that listener section and allow myself to be mind fucked. Apologies for lack of contribution. Also been communicating with this AI.
Oh, with the AI. Matthios, you heard the advice the AI gave Kappa in that video? What on earth?
Yeah, dude.
That was him reading the AI. That wasn't even him. He was just reading the AI answer that he was given.
It was so fire. I don't know what language models that MFers were using. But I didn't even register that I wasn't listening to something written by us, up until it started talking in that spiraling little circle.
Mm-hmm.
Like that was.
Sorry.
Yeah, and the way they do it, dude. I like it took me a little bit, you know what I mean, before I realized like, geez. But I just got this. It was just haunting, bro. That was amazing.
Well, I wonder. I truthfully do wonder. So you know how they say consistency is credibility. I also believe that for certain people, like how I told you guys my brain works, sometimes I have to go over things like hundreds of times for it to like fully register in my head. I wonder if the reason it keeps repeating itself over and over and over again is to drive home the message, or like more so highlight.
Yeah, it's the Dr. Umar
Whoa,
Johnson School of Education.
Yeah,
man.
highlighting specific information that to make sure that if anything does register with you as you read it,
It'll be this.
yes.
Oh my
Bloom's,
gosh.
Bloom's taxonomy says that the first sign of a learning is simple repetition. Right? Simple repetition is also invariably one of the pillars of education. 1 + 1 is 2. I said 1 + 1 is 2. And if you know that 1 + 1 is 2, you'll know that 2 + 1 could be 3. Right? That kind of deal.
Yeah.
Dr. Umar Johnson used it. You guys follow No Context Dr. Umar? Fucking best Twitter account on
No,
the
not
planet.
yet.
I know
What?
Dr. Umar, but I don't follow him on Twitter.
No context. No, forget Dr. I'm talking about No Context Dr. Umar.
Oh, no
Okay?
context?
No Context Dr. Umar is like the investments Hulk of critical race theory.
Yeah.
Oh, fucking Michael, I started my own version of what you did. Like this will we were talking about it earlier where you were like this will soon make sense. Will make sense in the coming days.
Mm-hmm.
So I put my first tweet. It's called the infinite loop of quote unquote raising awareness. This will make sense in the coming days.
Yeah, here's the thing though. Sometimes it takes a little longer than we think. So I found this will make sense. It takes about 18 months to 2 years for things to come around. But I find that time is coming faster the more we approach the singularity.
Mm-hmm. We should change the name to the Squarespace. This will make sense in the coming days.
Right. This won't make sense.
No, it's really cool, man. Actually, I was just talking to it. It's actually, I'm kind of using it as a educational tool too, as well, to compress and consolidate information.
It's like a pocket Socrates.
Yeah. Well, that's what It's funny you fucking said that actually, because my first question, my question I'm on now is, what was the Socrates philosophy?
Hypotheses, dropping these mockeries.
Politically performed armed robbery. Yeah, flee with the lottery. Possibly, he was spotted.
But I also sent you the answer to a prompt. I just wanted to test its value in cultivating data based off of like a business approach. Dude, but prior to the one I sent you, and then I thought about it and I was like, oh shit, he said I could just copy and paste it and put it in my notes or something. But basically, so I asked it, I said, how do I become successful? Very broad question, obviously. But then the first answer was success is defined by what you are pursuing. So I basically just paraphrased that into success is defined by the pursuer and what is pursued / obtained / given. And then it went into the laws of comparative worth, and it said, and I wrote it down actually, it said everything has value in proportion to how much it is worth to someone, which is...
That's the exchange theory of value, right? The price of something is determined at exchange by the exchanger as much as the exchangee.
This one was called the laws of comparative worth. Is that the same thing?
Well, the idea of the exchange theory of value, I think, was Ricardo. So a bunch of dudes back in the 1800s, like Adam Smith and Ricardo, and these folks were trying to figure out what makes something valuable. And so there was the labor theory of value that said, well, what makes something valuable is the amount of labor that is being invested to produce it to the marketplace. But then again, you could dig for a piece of shit for a long time, and that's not worth anything. So people said, no, it's not the amount of labor in something. It's the price of something is determined at the time of exchange.
You could take that even further, and you could say that piece of shit has value to the man that dug down deep enough to find it, and it's just a regular piece of shit to everyone else.
Yes, but if we're talking about an economy, then value is only realized at the time of sale, not at the time of extraction.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, yeah, because there's an economical, more so,
Yeah.
generalized approach, and then there's the individual human approach, which is how we naturally value things, via working for it and putting in effort and time and completing tasks. Prime example is, I think I've said it before, like the two kids. I'm sure you've heard it. The two kids who get a cereal box. One flips it over, grabs the toy. The one kid eats bowl by bowl, and then gets the toy when he's finished with the cereal. The kid who works his way to the bottom intrinsically values it more than the person who just flipped the box over and took it out.
It depends. Is that person reselling the toy for $5 and then starting a business? You know what I mean? This is where it gets funny, right? What if the person takes that toy and then charges $50 for it by writing 1 of 1 on the bottom, right? So we get into, so there's all these ideas of value, and then Karl Marx was like, here's the paradox of value. Once we go from bartering to denominating things in prices, because you arbitrarily raise a price, you can therefore arbitrarily affect perceived value, even though value has not changed. So what we do is we treat price as a fetish to use to value something, right? And then there's ideas like Giffen goods that break the rules of supply and demand that says, for a diamond, if you charge $20,000 for a diamond, it actually might be demanded more than a diamond at $4,000. So there are all these paradoxes within economics and value and all that stuff.
And societally, and so excuse me, one thing that's commonly tossed around is the idea that in America, or at least Western civilization, we naturally view things of a higher price, of a higher quality, and that kind of ties into what you were just saying.
Yeah, this is Girard, right? Girard was Peter Thiel's favorite professor. He said that we derive our wants, needs, and desires by looking at what other people want, need, and desire.
At least socially, I mean, because then you have your
His own desire was inherited by our observance of other people.
Wow.
This has been the Squarespace and Degen Conversations in a broadcast. Sorry, I can't help myself.
I noticed this weekend, and I hated to admit it, that high key, since you started holding us to that standard and just like throwing out that prompt every once in a while, it really has kept motherfuckers in line. And by motherfuckers, I mean myself.
Motherfuckers in line has it. Yeah. I used to have people come up here and then jump all over the space.
Dude, it is so, I don't know. I think it's brilliant, though. We all got to make sacrifices.
These spaces have been extremely informative.
I'm just using a different language, right? It's just a different language. And, what's going on, Professor? I heard you fucked up a bunch of dark matter motherfuckers, right? You could say that if you wanted to.
Yeah, and you should.
And,
oh, my gosh.
Yo, shorty,
is there a problem with these sentences, bro?
Right? And you start talking like Drake's fucking assistant. Yo, what's going on, shorty, with the quantized inertia, yo? Right? It's like, we could do that. And I'm sure he would understand it. But then the thing is, talking in a casual way, sometimes it's like spray painting on a subway, and people will invariably see spray paint and drop their food on the ground.
Gosh, that's deep. It's hurtful, man.
It's the way you present information and the way you design questions to lead to a certain outcome or demand a certain answer. Now, there's a multitude of methods in which you can approach that, but I find the more professional people are, the more and the more professional the question is or direct, people inherently just want to put on a thinking cap and kind of really just spread knowledge to the best of their capability. I do think that most people inherently want to do that because when a human being is full, they tend to share.
I'm essentially signaling to the rest of the crowd, hey, because Quinn calls them masturbation comics. There are comics who come on stage and talk about masturbation, right? And I'm not saying that's good or bad, right? but
a
it
few
gets
of you.
old really quickly, especially if you had an open mic, because people who can't write jokes invariably try to use a mad libs of sexuality and explicit words to try to get a laugh because they're not creative enough to get a laugh another way,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Yeah,
And basically, it's an attention-seeking behavior,
correct.
and so it's just one of those things where there are a population of people when they see an organized conversation happening, even if it's something they're interested in. Sometimes if they can't hang, they'll try to disrupt it,
Mm-hmm.
right? Make fun of it, all that kind of stuff. And I don't get that much time with Professor fucking Mike McCulloch. You understand me?
Mm-hmm.
And so I don't want to bring up a bunch of motherfuckers be like, hey, could I use quantized inertia on my dick? I'm like, you know what I mean? It's like, no.
I mean, you can.
Right?
Yeah. Well,
You know?
in my experience, I find that when people can't relate to a topic or they feel like they can't hang, like how you said, what they try to do is they try to use your conversation or topic to alternate to a subtopic that they feel more comfortable and more versed in, to say it like that.
Yeah, well, people like, if you want to pull rank on Obama, you don't go to the White House, you bring him to the golf course and you call yourself Tiger Woods, right? So people will try to reframe things in a way that they're strong. But I find, to be honest with you, people aren't as creative as they believe themselves to be. Does that make sense? In their head, they're like, hey, look what I did. And it's like, we're just allowing you to do this. And with a few flicks of the wrist, you can be dropped down to listener, right? And I don't do that because I want people to learn the pain of stupidness by coming up here and, right? And just dying on stage.
Yeah, I think that anybody should know how to distinctively tell when to be a listener and when to speak. And if someone's speaking upon something that you're a little less educated on, ask questions definitely. But I would never even dream of trying to hang in the conversation.
But not everyone's built like that, right? We live in a space where there are people who would rather have the community suffer for their own
selfish personal interest.
Right? Well, it's not. It's ultimately selfish because they're serving their ego. If I am heard in a space in a boardroom, that must mean I'm a part of the board. Sometimes those in close proximity to power convince themselves that they themselves wield it. Game of Thrones.
Yeah. That makes a lot of fucking sense. Yeah. Like, look what. Well, you are who you surround yourself with. Which is not a totally incorrect philosophy, but I get what you're saying.
Yeah, you don't want to confuse the two. If you have a guy who's spitting facts, there's only two things to do: either whip out a pen and a notebook, or see if he can ask a question. Right? But if you just want to spread quantized inertia on your dick, you're gonna find that I'm gonna drop you down to fucking listener. You know what I mean? Because I don't have much. Like it's okay if you want to talk about that stuff with us, but then when I have actually someone, it's like no, it's too valuable. It's too valuable.
Yeah, because time. What I learned in sales was, you can get money back, you can get a house back, you can get cars back, but there's one thing you can never get back, which is time. So I was taught in sales. In fact, we exaggerated to the point where we'd schedule meetings with other coworkers every day in the beginning of the day, and if you were even a minute late, the meeting was canceled, and you didn't get to talk about what you wanted to talk about that day. So what that taught me is, and what it probably could teach a lot of people, is to respect people's time, and make sure that if you are going to ask a question, that it's a question to be answered by Google.
We'd like to believe we live in a world where all of our answers can be Googled, and all of our solutions can be Googled.
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying that more so to actually clarify or extend to the point of stupid questions. It's not necessarily the question that's stupid. It's more so like the lack of effort that goes into the thought of asking a question. So you wouldn't waste somebody's time. Just using a rough example here, I wouldn't waste his time by saying, "Hey, do you know what the answer to 2 + 2 is?" I'd ask him a more question,
4 + 4. Sorry. It's like, and then you get into that Borat. Can a computer multiply 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, multiplied by, hold on, I'm not finished yet. 10, 10, 10. You ever see that?
No, I've never seen that.
Oh, man, it's Ali G. Ali G used to have this thing. He interviews a bunch of scientists and just trolls them.
Oh,
Yeah, it's amazing.
it's pretty funny.
Oh. The Squarespace, D-Gen conversations in a broadcaster voice. I like it.
Yeah, it's been extremely, and it's so diverse. Like, I was sitting in the garage and just listening to what you guys were talking about. And my brother comes in, he's like, "What the fuck you listening about? What does that have to do with NFTs, bro?" And I'm like, "Listen, man, it's not just about NFTs. It's about knowledge entirely. So when I don't know something, I shut the fuck up and I want to listen to what this man's saying." And it was very, very interesting. Granted, some education or information is hard to be
I mean, you'd
receptive
have to
to when you have
spend
a lack
40
of terminology.
years. You'd have to spend 40 years as a physicist just to really grasp what he's talking about, right? You know,
Correct.
we're like monkeys being introduced to data farms and servers. We don't know what the fuck he's talking about. We can like draw these like simple. Oh, so is it like a boat floating on the ocean? And you're right, like,
Yeah,
like
yeah.
he's like, yeah, kind of, but completely not. You know what I mean? Like it is kind of, but
Well,
you know.
you find kind of everything reverts back to like we talk about often. We use the statement, and you find it applicable in different circumstances. But how almost like everything is cyclical, right? So I'm sure that at one point when you're just learning something, that is how it is taught to you in simple metaphors, so it can translate to your mind to a point where you can at least have a fair understanding of what you're listening to.
See, it's nice to believe that we can use our metaphor frameworks to have reasonable interpretation of anything that might cross our paths, but I know that's not the case, right? You know
Yeah,
what I mean? If you had a bachelor's in physics, your questions would be completely different. And quite frankly, there was nobody here with a bachelor's of physics, right?
absolutely. That's why I
You know
shut
what I
the
mean?
fuck up.
Yeah, that's why I tell dad jokes.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's just
But
interesting to see
the biggest thing is if you can't understand where he got to unless you understand what he was working on first. This guy was an oceanographer well before he was focusing on space. And it turns out that as below, so above.
Dude,
I did that for you.
as
I'm
below,
about
so
to
above.
call into work, dog. You can't be doing.
As above, so is
No. As below, which is the ocean, so above, which is the heavens.
Mm-hmm.
Michael flipped it like a freak.
This will make sense in the coming
Always
days.
in reverse.
I'm gonna go talk to the AI a little bit.
Casey, what do you think? You think you had a good time?
Oh yeah, I absolutely think he had a good time. It was probably one of the first times he's been able to speak about his work and have somebody even come close to keeping pace.
That was pretty cool.
Yeah.
Was that orchestrated preemptively, or?
No, we were talking to Ruben and somebody asked, who do you think the smartest people in space travel is? What's funny is that guy left before Mike came up. Anyways, and so I was like, oh, I know that guy. That's Mike McCulloch. I wonder what he's up to. And then he said, hey, I'm in the room and I can't see him. And I realized, oh shit, motherfucker's on his desktop. Oh no, Mike, you have to use your phone, right? And then Ruben said, isn't it interesting that the guy who knows how to do electric thrust is still figuring out Twitter Spaces? But then I realized, oh shit, if we're experts in Twitter Spaces, what does that make us? It makes us fucking idiots. That's what it makes us. By inverse definition, right? simple corollaries.
You read too much, man.
I had to read this much so I could talk to people like that without them hanging up the phone on me.
So, I did redo a quick rewrite on it. Sailing through space on quantum horizons, quantum surfing, a look at space propulsion utilizing draw instead of thrust.
Casey, what?
I think you should focus on the thrust more. Since the beginning of time, humans have been trying to propel themselves forward with thrust. And we've been thrusting our way into the future for 5,000 years. Now, while thrust can help us populate the Earth, thrust will not help us populate Alpha Centauri. Instead of thrust, which is a male energy, we need to use pull, which is a female energy.
See, why you always gotta go with a sex route?
You
Just
know,
immediately nosedive. It's me.
he
I
was
You're the
get
one
it.
that said
I
he
step
thrust.
was
on the
just
stage. It's
talking
like,
about
sex joke.
he was just saying how this didn't happen for 2 to 3 hours, and he was the one. You know, he was the gay.
Yeah,
It's
you know.
us, bro.
Yep. Yep. That's what I'm realizing here. I'm realizing my place in society now. It's not what I expected. But,
Savage.
It's instead of we're moving from thrust-driven development to pull-driven development.
Mhm.
So you want to attract bodies in 3D space. I don't know.
Thrust is dead. Pull yourself forward.
Bootstrapping your
is
way to
dead.
Alpha Centauri.
Pulling yourself across the cosmos.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but basically what he was saying was that we don't need propulsion technology.
Yeah.
We need propulsion technology.
Pull. Oh my gosh. That is. You really are just slaying the punishment today.
Did you say punishment?
Yeah.
Yes, now you're doing it. See, it's hard to stop. Blah, 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 blah. I'm going to get you guys doing puns. And then you're going to hate
Pun
me like the wife.
zombies. Pun zombie horde. It's
Punny and
infectious.
professional.
Can you give a thrust pitch in the sexy voice? Oh, yeah.
Come here, hold on.
I'm about to start substituting the word thrust for pass. Hey, could you thrust me that, please, real quick?
It's gonna go sideways quick on that one.
No, it's gonna go forward and backwards, then forward, then backwards.
All right.
I apologize.
It's you, Casey. It's you, bro.
Yep. All right. So let's do. See how do I say that? Are you ready to draw yourself across the cosmos, sailing through space on quantum horizons? Quantum surfing is a look at space propulsion utilizing draw instead of thrust. There you go.
Man, all those were fire for the record, and the fact that you were
Good
still
fun.
productive during these—that was fire.
Yeah, I was smashing applications and passing tests while you guys were talking about that. It was a little distracting, I have to say.
You were thrusting applications?
I was mentally thrusting myself when I should have been mentally drawing myself.
Nah, you should have been pulling yourself.
Pulling. I should have allowed the quantum currents to pull me along versus trying to expend my energy to thrust my way there.
Oh, you're talking about quantum energy. I understand. Right. It's quantum energy, not quantum energy. Are you guys in the audience familiar with quantum mechanics?
Ooh, that's a girthy conversation. It kind of bottoms out at points. You know what I mean?
Dude, that went over my head for 24 seconds, and the moment of revelation was like a wash of just sadness. I was
Here's
like,
the
wow,
thing.
why did he do this?
Here's
I'm
the
on
thing.
your team, bro.
You're going
We're
to notice
supposed to be a team, dog.
that on July 18th, 2020, I posted a quantum mechanics. and it is derived from a lab which featured a radio between a Jamaican woman and someone who was calling in, trying to find out how
Oh
to sponsor her. You
yes,
remember?
I do.
Yes, exactly. How come you can't hold on to your man? Don't you know how quantum mechanics works? You'll see the video at the top, and your life will never be the same. You've been listening to the Squarespace DGen Conversations in a broadcaster voice. We've been talking to Ruben Metcalf, who was a Teal startup coach, I believe. Also, Dr. Rob. If you don't know who Dr. Rob is, I'm not going to say it out loud. We've been talking to Professor Mike McCulloch, who deleted the need for dark matter. And many people are excited about that. Some people aren't, but that's Upton Sinclair for you. We've also been talking to Kappa Crocs, who's given up interactions with humanity to talk with an artificial intelligence. And who's to blame him? We're talking to KC, who essentially is a larger version of the RC cars. He's a big fan of the boys, but we won't talk about why. That was yesterday. We were talking to Matthios. Matthios, with whom I started Twitter Spaces before Twitter Spaces exist, trying to find out what the moral imperative was. We were actually talking about Kant yesterday with Ahmed Matthios.
Yo, I caught what Ruben said about Kantianism being over. Was that included in that little convo yesterday? Because I was heated. I realized I was like, now's not the time to get all up in mine.
Yeah, we were talking about the Kant's moral imperative.
Yeah, honestly, no, sorry, go ahead.
No. Yeah.
No, obviously, I've never understood any of that shit. No matter how many times, we go through reading those parts. Like, it's like I only stop at his it's not. I only stop at his epistemology. There you go. Because it's just so fire, But anyway, I need to get versed.
It's if I've learned anything, it's that my level of learning is just allowing me to climb just like one baby step up. And when I climb up, it's like all of my learning that got me there is like worthless. It's like, fuck, none of this shit applies? Shit. All right.
Wait, so what happened? I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, it's like playing chess and then somebody all of a sudden introduces like Super Queen. And it's like, ah, fuck. I can't play chess the way I played chess before. They have super queens out here?
Exactly like you were saying earlier, man. Just reading just enough to get fucking kicked down the stairs. It's
Yeah,
perfect.
yeah.
Wait, but what happened? So what was it? What were the conclusions yesterday? You guys were just talking about him talking out of his ass, etc.
I think what we determined, Croc, and you can correct me, is just the terribly limited value of omniscience vis-a-vis the execution of applied knowledge. Like, so what if you know everything? Doesn't mean shit. Oh yeah, that's nice. Can you do anything? No. You know how tennis works, but you can't hit a ball? No. You know how fucking submissions work, but you can't take a guy to the ground? Okay, well, what's that worth? Right. So, you know, I think all of us have been on this path towards omniscience. But again, like, you can be omniscient as you want. Run into a guy like Mike McCulloch and you realize you don't know shit about shit about shit about shit. And everything that you've been told before is a lie. And so that's why it's like being a recruiter. You know, it's like there's a lot of people who claim to know how the universe works. But at the end of the day, there's only a handful of Mike McCullochs who understand what the fuck that even means, all of these language games and nominal fallacies. And when you talk to somebody who knows everything, they'll delete everything. They'll delete every blog, website, PDF you ever knew with like a 5-minute conversation. And where does that leave you? Oh, I don't know shit about shit? Yeah. Yeah, you don't know shit about shit. You know what you've been allowed to know, and that's about that.
Man.
So I just got done watching that video.
Quantum mechanics?
Holy shit. Dude.
There's no going back.
I'm all done. I'm all done with Twitter for the day. I'm all done with the internet. I'm all set.
We brought your full circle to quantum and quantum mechanics. I love it.
I'm going to stop complaining about reviewing these tax returns and get back to work, and maybe I'll fire up the Xbox or something stupid just to dumb it back down. Motherfuckers, quantum mechanics and surfing the fucking solar system to a chick not working her vagine hard enough to keep men. You know, you have a cornucopia of material here that you work with. It's pretty staggering to go from one side of the spectrum to the other repeatedly. I'm just observing.
All acts of creation are generated by the sudden bisociation of previously unrelated matrices of
Oh,
experience.
dude, you fucking AI, man.
What you just
not
experienced
even
with quantum and quantum mechanics.
I'm not
right?
even a real person. You know, since I've been in your space, I've gotten DMs from the wait, let me look it back up again here. It is the Tool Eye Space Force links. So I think that this whole thing is a government conspiracy cover-up for sorting talent out of the general populace for the Space Force, determining who can intellectually handle the conversations, who can't, and then targeting those individuals as a basic recruiting method. Just saying.
Yeah, well, I am a recruiter.
You
If
know.
you are interested in a job with the NSA, please don't send your resume. We already have it. Don't find us. We'll find you. And by the time we find you, it may already be too late.
All applicants should wear a purple hat on
Hey,
Sunday.
Michael,
Mm.
I just noticed that you do something a lot. I'm just learning, like I'm just reading about like the Socratic method, and
Yeah.
shit. And I've noticed that you've incorporated the Socratic method in your verbal speech. And I just want to say that's awesome.
That's a sales technique I learned from Tom Hopkins. Tom Hopkins is an old salesman. He said that questions are the answer. So if a client says, I'd really like that, or what you're saying is that you really want that, Mr. and Mrs. Client, how would that make you feel? Is proceeding something that you would like to do? Right? And so it's a function of just being in reading possibly every sales book known to man, trying to figure out how to not act like me, and then realizing, wait a minute, I need to throw away all of that shit and just radically be transparent, because all these motherfuckers are trying to, Dale Carnegie each other into a big ticket sale.
Fostering critical thinking via answering questions with questions.
It's I think that people are not determined by the statements they make, but by the questions they ask and when they ask it.
It's something that's I find to be distasteful in political conversation, because the state of emotional activity in certain individuals, provoking questions nowadays, or even answering a question with a question, comes off as it just gets lost in its meaning. And it's just great to feel like I've spoken about it a couple times. You've heard me talking about validation socially, and how, like, if it weren't for certain people or influences such as yourself in life, you would feel constantly doubtful of the knowledge that you possess and your methods of going about things.
I think it's more a confidence to move forward with incomplete information. It took me a while to move forward with an incomplete information. I thought that I needed to become omniscient before I really did something. And I realized as I was doing stuff in the field that my knowledge set and my experience set was constantly changing. Because I remember like teaching music to kids. And I went to the class and I went to go teach music. And I wrote the letters for the notes on the board. And I noticed that some kids wouldn't look at the board. And I realized, oh shit, I've been trying to teach music to people who don't understand the alphabet yet. I found that the population was illiterate, right? And so imagine learning that you're trying to communicate through text and images and infographics, not realizing that your target market is functionally illiterate, right? And so then, you go back to the drawing board. Okay, so how might I work with someone who's illiterate, right?
Absolutely. I really do appreciate, I'm not just fucking blowing smoke up your ass either. I really do appreciate
No,
your
I
method.
would appreciate if you would blow more smoke up my ass, please, actually.
You might fly up and end up
Well,
discovering.
it's the kind of propulsion, right? If I can have the damping on one side and the fucking quantum inertia on the other side, then it's fucking Alpha Centauri. Here we are.
Man, you are like the embodiment of Odin, the quest for knowledge. A little different, obviously, but if you were born just 100 years earlier, dude, oh my gosh.
They would have killed him immediately. He would have gone on a rant and it would have been, "You're a witch, Burnham!" It would have just been all over.
You'd have been a witch.
And I'd be burning. I'd be like, 1 + 1 is 3.
How do I tell that this fire is real?
You're living in a... Yeah.
No, but it's amazing, man. Not to get too like serious and shit like that, but even how the constant fluctuation between comedy and seriousness, or we call it professionality, how even that is used as an educational tool, because you're constantly not taking the mind psychologically from a space of uncomfortability to comfortability, from uncomfortability to comfortability, which is basically like summarizing, if you look at it in a weird way like I do, basically summarizing like the functionality of a metaphor or figurative language.
Well, even more basic, people will seldom leave a room that they're laughing in.
Why would you
How
say
many
that?
people laugh their ass off and leave a room? They don't. They actually stay in that room.
Yeah. If I get what you're saying that people who laugh their asses off want to stay around.
Yeah. If attention is the new currency, then laughter is the ultimate token.
Huh. Dude, I'm just gonna write some like crazy ass fucking questions. I'm gonna send them to you. All right, and I'm gonna get your response, and then I'm gonna get the AI's response, and I'm gonna see who I'm really talking to, man.
That right there.
Can you imagine if they coincided?
Dude,
why don't you ask me one right now, and we'll see how close I get.
Let me think of something prophetic. Give me a minute, okay? I just gotta take some time. I want the question to be of worth.
Oh, it doesn't have to be of worth. We could see what happens when you ask a question with many interpretations, or just something simple.
We'll get there, but for right now, I just want to ask something that's informative, and educational, but also compare it.
What is the value of money?
Oh, that's
utility is in the eye of the beholder.
Mm-hmm. That's an AI response right there. I can tell you from previous experience. That's
I have to say them fast, so you know I'm not typing in somewhere.
Nah, dude, I love it, dude. I love it. I've been forced to dumb down my dialect for some time, but I don't necessarily think it's a bad thing. I think that when you can simplify a complex problem verbally, it actually
well, you don't want to
probability of
artificially
understanding.
simplify it. You don't want to artificially simplify it, right? Like, just because we have these metaphors to describe grand things doesn't mean the grand thing is the metaphor, nor the metaphor the grand thing, right? So it's comforting to be able to talk to someone and feel like, oh, I have a metaphor that explains everything. And it's like, yeah, but to be honest with you, that person just telling you a story. And in practice, there's a bunch of other things that they couldn't possibly describe to you, right? That are also at work.
Correct. And then there's just a multitude of variables that you can go into in really any realm, because nothing is as simple as it is, but nothing is also as complex as it may seem. Yeah.
I mean, we say that, but we have no conception because we weren't there at the beginning of the universe, right? Like, we have
speculation.
We have these things that we say not to speak the truth, but to reassure ourselves that we have an understanding and won't just walk off the face of the earth the next time we take a step, right? It's very seductive to use our metaphors to make us comfortable with the world, but I think anyone who gives you a metaphor is just answering your question, not giving you the reality. And that's not their fault. That's reality's fault.
Almost done with a pretty good question.
I want to read you something real quick and just get your take on it. If you saw somebody post up, when you are ready to take ownership of your life, then you are ready to learn to follow my account. What do you think of when you hear that?
I think we are looking for people looking for us. And maybe if you're stupid enough to be tricked, you're not ready to learn yet.
However, being tricked is a process of learning.
Yes, you're right. Maybe you haven't lost enough money yet.
So my question for you, Michael, is: do you believe, this is kind of general, but I didn't want to spend too much time. So, do you believe that each individual stands uniquely alone in their interpretation of the universe?
Absolutely not. We are cultural automatons.
And now I'm going to go see if the AI says the same thing.
Sure.
This is kind of cool, actually.
So you want to beat an AI?
Dude, I'm different, man. I'm completely. You want to put a Neuralink in me, make me fucking be able to, like, yesterday I was at the grocery store and I put my wrist in front of the fucking the scanner thing, and like people were looking at me like crazy. I'm like, what are you guys looking at me crazy for? This is about 5 years away. Just buys things. Oh shit.
Yeah, my professor McKinnon, he was a sociology professor at UT. He said that he used the example of Chuck Berry and rock. He said Chuck Berry invented rock, and he invented rock because he was a product of more than one society. And he says when you only have exposure to one culture, you inevitably become a cultural automaton, like a non-playable character in that culture, because that's all you're exposed to. Those are the tramway lines, right, that you drive your train on. Those are the society is like the rules of chess, and you're just a knight or a rook or a queen or a pawn.
So interesting you should say that. Check out the post I just pinned to the top. It was a little poll I just started off today. Why is community a factor for selecting a coin or token? And the options I gave them were education source of liquidity, communication to dev team, and building networks and friends. And I feel as though the real answer is not on there, but those answers provided are the most commonly used to justify community as a value for making an investment.
Well, community as a value is between the community members, not necessarily the community owner.
Right. Well, so the education source as a community is biased because they're all pulling for the project, so their quote unquote education is not unbiased. The source of liquidity is not something you're supposed to be looking for out of a community unless it's a gauge to how wealthy the community is to support the funding of the project. The communication to a dev team is not something you should have to go through a culture to obtain. And building networks and friends, because you're all invested in a project, is not actually making friends. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, when I say it that way, does that kind of like...
Sorry.
It's one of those things where the fundamental stance is, are these products a hoax or a myth? Are they a hoax or a myth? Because I believe there are some founders out there who believe in decentralization and believe that they are actors acting towards decentralization. But because of their lack of understanding, they actually serve centralization rather than decentralization.
And they propagate a falsehood of decentralization by their innocent but naive efforts, right?
And what's the difference between someone intending to do that and not intending but letting go that effect, right? Is there a difference between those two people?
Technically malice, but in effect, no difference.
Causation. Yeah. Well, correct me if I'm wrong here. Decentralization was always meant, in its originality, is more so meant to depict the process in which the technology cultivates and stores data.
I want to say something that may not strike to the heart of that, but it might.
Go ahead.
Decentralization is way older. I keep on thinking about the branches of the U.S. government. The government powers were decentralized to stop one overriding power from having full control. So I think of decentralization on those terms.
So is that more so an individual interpretation that's applicable to what you view as the blockchain and decentralized, or is that because I'm just asking. Thank you, brother. I'm just asking informatively.
No, I think my answer might be yes.
Keep in
Yeah,
mind that
because
the way
I
we were
believe
governed was a way to protect ourselves against England, which was still a threat. We
correct.
cannot forget that the government of the U.S. was formed in response to the English.
Yes.
As a centralized power structure of government, right?
Exactly. It
So
wasn't
they
decentralized. It was centralized as a means of defending the nation against people that would take them back under their thumb.
But is it more so a terminology? So my question is more so, I guess, guided towards the technological functionality of it all. Because as I'm fucking very new to the process. Just to put that out there or lead with that. So when I see people say decentralization, I feel like they interpret it in the same view as you just depicted, which is more so central powers and stuff like that. But I think it's more so a depiction of just talking about the terminology and how it's applicable to the technology. I think it's more so directly referring to the way that the system itself functions and operates.
Even darker. The SEC that have said that if any token is sufficiently decentralized, it will not be treated as a security. If a token is sufficiently decentralized, then it will not consider it a security. And they were talking about BTC and Ethereum in those cases. If you are a centralized token, then you are a security. And if you're a security, there may not be any more profit left.
Understood. Thank you, guys.
So we have to separate marketing from hand waving, from insulating yourself regulatorily, right? Because it doesn't cost anyone to say anything, right? And so people, if you understand the law, you'll understand why companies are doing what they're doing. I only got to this level of understanding after speaking to securities lawyers, not speaking to blockchain developers.
I have a question here now. I'm going to go all Michael on you. Can one say that the cost can be associated with the perception of value?
Say that again?
Can one say, would it be fair to say that the cost is given based off of the perception of value, meaning it doesn't cost anything to say anything, but if you value your effort, then that may cost something to you?
Depends, because the cost of saying something online is very cheap.
Well, it depends on the effects also as well, right?
Not really. I mean, a lot of people create videos they don't expect to go viral, but then change the world in a way they don't intend.
Yeah, I'm merely going at the terminology of what it costs, because I hear people say all the time, talk is cheap, and they say trust actions and not words, but yet the act of speaking is a verb.
I mean, keep in mind that language is valued differently in different places, right?
Correct.
So, like, if you're walking in as a technician, so you think you know this, so you think you know that, so you think you know this. Why don't you sit there and show me? Oh, you don't know how to do that. Okay, so it means your word is worth nothing, and that's okay. You might not know how little you know, and where it might be the right place, right? So, what is the value? What is the value of currency? Well, what is the currency of language? Well, it depends who you're dealing with.
Amen. I love that. I just love to pick your brain, brother, because I'm trying to become more sophisticated in my approach and kind of validate myself, because when I listen to people, when I listen to anything that's being spoken, my immediate train of thought is to question, not in a combative sense, but to more so question, because as I'm learning from this Socratic method here, it just induces logic.
But that's not it. Hold on one second.
I love that
So
question. By the
I
way,
was going to say,
Nice
like,
job.
let's not assume that logic leads us to right answers. That's a
Oh
very
yeah.
tricky slope to say that just because something is logical will mean that it's effective.
Oh yeah. I didn't say that though.
How come you guys always got to be firing up the brain cells like with turbo juice when I'm just looking to like bullshit, have a couple laughs, stick around?
Cause man, life is too short to just relax.
No, we have to bring it
Oh.
back to the laughs. How might we turn this into laughs? So, what is the price of something? Well, it depends how horny you are, right? Because you could have let's say you just rubbed one out. What's the value of a hot woman? Well, not that much. But if you've been starving,
Ah.
you have your hands tied behind your back. Maybe there's utility there.
What's utility?
Oh God, that's just slosh it right through the gutter and keep going. Impressive, man. Impressive, I gotta say. All right. Well,
Extremely.
my brain's melted. You guys have fun. I'll catch you on the flip.
All right, brother. Take care.
Later on.
And then there were two.
Sorry, I was just visited by a Jamaican. My bad.
You're all right, brother. Wow, I'm prompting this AI to go even further because its description of the interpretation is pretty elaborate.
Yeah.
So do you,
Go ahead.
I was gonna ask you, do you want to hear the answer?
Yeah.
All right. So the question is, do you believe that each individual stands alone in their unique interpretation of the universe? Um, it seems that it leads with more so like connecting or relative material. So it starts off with this. It says, I'm asking this question because of a discussion I had with a colleague of mine about the universe. I think we have agreed to a certain point, but now I'm struggling to understand why I believe this. I have a strong feeling that I am right, but I'm not sure why. My colleague is a Buddhist and believes that we are all connected and that we are all interdependent. So his reasoning is that if we are all interdependent, then the universe is not the same for everyone, and therefore we are all connected, and there is no need to believe that the universe exists for just one individual. He believes that all of the universe is a manifestation of one source, and we are all connected to that source, and therefore we are all connected to each other. I don't see why I need to believe that the universe exists for just me. I'm not sure if this question has been asked before, and I'm not asking for a solution, but if anyone could explain why I believe what I do, that would be great. Answer. Yes, you can believe in God, you can believe in Buddha, you can believe in Allah, you can believe in all the other gods and goddesses. But you cannot believe that God is real. You cannot believe in the idea that Buddha or Allah or Vishnu is real. But it is not possible to believe in God, to believe in Buddha or Allah or Vishnu. What you can believe is the idea that there is a source, a point of origin, a source of consciousness, a creator, a self, an observer, an intelligence, a soul, a consciousness, an eternal soul, a cosmic soul, a source of cosmic consciousness, a cosmic intelligence, a cosmic observer of the universe. That's what it's got so far.
What is that? What did you read from?
AI.
Oh my goodness gracious God. Yo man, if all I have to say to that is if you're on the path and you see Buddha there, you kill him.
You said what, brother? You tuned out a little bit.
If you're on the path, right, path of enlightenment, and then all of a sudden you actually see Buddha, you kill him. And that's it. End of story.
You said you killed it or you're killed?
You kill him.
You kill Buddha?
Yeah.
You kill Buddha on the path to enlightenment. Would you care to elaborate?
If you see Buddha on the path to enlightenment, you kill him.
Is that figurative?
No, you kill him. That's it. You destroy him.
Why is that? Why would that be your response?
Because you should be the one that sets the rules. You should be the one. That's
Well,
what
why
it
would
is.
you? Why would you say that?
You guys were talking about like some physicist stuff earlier, right? Like,
Yeah, yeah.
there's a big paradox to that. It's just like there's like the part like sometimes you can a particle will only exist if you like observe it. Like it's that simple. Like whatever you observe.
Yo, it's
I mean,
crazy,
I wouldn't
man.
take our broken understanding of physics and apply it to what other people are doing who actually know physics, right?
No, it's like
Like,
it's they know this paradox. If you bring it up
but
to
like,
them.
but like we have these explanations we've heard in documentaries, but I've never been in a lab, a physics lab, right?
But you could just test your physics right now by just thinking really strong of something that you want and it coming to being. You know? Like, man, I've been reading so much for the past couple days. Like, Michael, did you read that book that I sent you, Code of Matrix?
I started it, but the thing is, I have about like 7 books on the go right now.
Oh man,
I'm reading Stranger in a Strange Land.
Stranger in a Strange
Wild.
Land. Is it fictional?
It's a fiction about it's crazy because it's written like an FBI dossier where you're just getting these reports, and then at a certain point you realize you're reading it from this perspective of the Martian, who's trying to understand what these humans are that he's being surrounded by. It's nuts.
Oh man.
So I sent you a screenshot, Michael.
Let me see.
Of the common use of the word observer. I'm starting to pick up, and I don't know if it's a malfunction.
It's not. It's not.
That's my intuition tells me that it's not.
When it repeats itself, it's very intentional, I find. And I find that like there's one way to look at it repeating itself, and that's it breaking. But another way to look at it repeating itself, that it's trying to impress upon you the root of the matter.
Yes, driving home a certain point or word, like this, the common word used is observer here. And an observer is someone who just, I mean, you want to use the word to define itself, someone who just makes observations, just aware and constantly paying attention, or think they're paying attention. It's crazy.
Yo, guys, what did you learn from the other conversation when that PhD guy was there? Like, what was the biggest takeaway? Did you guys learn anything? Like a secret, something cool?
Pull,
something...
don't thrust.
Huh?
Pull, don't thrust.
Pull, don't thrust.
Yeah, it's basically what I got from it. Siphoning through the niche-related terminologies that kind of hindered my logic from processing what exactly was being talked about. I came to the conclusion that basically what he was talking about, and I could be wrong in my interpretation, but that the way we've seen objects propulse themselves is unneeded. So I don't know, and when I was listening to it, I don't know why, but like I'm more of an intuitive person, so like things just kind of come to me, and I don't really understand why, but it just like screamed out to me that what he's referring to is correct, and I think that it can even be applied to the recordings of UFOs being seen throughout history and the way that they bend instead of explode.
Well, the guy's funded by DARPA. That's all you need to know. DARPA created the internet. Stands to reason they're giving him money for a certain reason, right? Reasons that we may not be privy to, right? We have this idea, oh, you could use your technology for this. DARPA might have a different idea.
Yeah, absolutely. Am I completely far off though, Michael, in my interpretation?
Say your interpretation one more time.
So my interpretation that basically what he was saying was that the need for propulsion is unnecessary, and that there's a better way to do it, and you can use what's naturally existing as to sail through space, basically.
He's talking about the implications of what we might be able to do. But if you listen to where he is, they are very much in the R&D phase. Very much in the R&D phase.
Bullshit. I bet you that. Like that guy, like come on, man. Are you serious? R&D phase? Dude, they're using everything that they have. They must. It's like this guy man.
Again, what
Our
DARPA is using
professionals,
it for.
everyone that's in a higher position right now, like they're cucked. They don't fucking tell the truth about anything. Like that's what I'm beginning to realize.
Well,
And
the exposure of information is limited, as he had spoken about previously. He's very limited in the amount of information he exposed, given the fact that he signed some NDAs.
it's exactly. Oh man, oh my god.
Well,
Again,
I've always been a big believer.
how many of us are like? It's easy to think because we have access to the internet that we can comprehend what a particle physicist is saying. And I would, separate that kind of hubris of saying, "Oh, I understand what he means." We have no conception of what he means.
He needs to flat out be like, listen, you can like people are trying to change what you think, and this influences the future. Like you could say stuff like that, like something like, something's being hidden from you. We can't tell you the full truth. This is the type of technology it's used against you. It's to keep you in a circle. Like,
Well,
I don't know.
that's what his talks are all about. His talks are basically about that dark matter is bullshit. Dark matter is the most bullshit thing that's ever been sold on the scientific population. That's what he's saying in his TED Talks.
Yeah, and I don't think it's necessarily ill-intended for people to try to relate to certain things. Like for me, Michael, it's more so about me trying to have just a more so of a fair interpretation.
Yeah, you want a platform upon which to stand, right?
Not even that, but I get most of my knowledge from relation. So if I can find something relative and tied into something metaphorically that I currently understand, or at least think I possess an understanding of, I find it to be extremely informative and helpful.
I'm not saying not do it. I'm just saying understand the limits of the metaphor we make. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. Like, I'm not walking away from this conversation thinking like, holy shit, I know so much about physics now, this and that. I'm still as much of an idiot whether he joined the space or not. But it just definitely provoked some contemplation. You know me, man. I'm a big believer of the saying, a wise man considers himself a fool, and a fool considers himself a wise man.
Bilal doesn't believe him at all.
I'm just.
You said what?
Bilal doesn't believe him at all. He was like, "Yeah, fuck this guy. Fuck quantized inertia."
No, it's not fuck this guy. Like, he should have just been like, yo, metaphysics is real. This is what you could do with your mind, and this is what's being hidden from you. They don't want you to know this. And like, but then what? He just beats around the bush about dark matter is not real. Wow. Well, how does that relate to us? Like,
because
I'm
he's
looking
trying
at everything in life. I'm looking at everything in life. Every single aspect in life. Give me a scenario. Give me a news story. I'll tell you what the fuck is up.
You think DARPA is wasting its time?
DARPA is not wasting its time.
Okay,
DARPA is just
good.
finding the best technology to keep us enslaved.
Well, I mean, people don't want freedom; they want a fair master. If you ask them.
Amen. You
Oh,
learn that in sales.
Elon. Hello, Elon.
You learn that in sales.
Oh man. I was reading a book about free energy, and like it's all this shit that's just been hidden. There's geniuses that have this like different type of healing resonance, like all this like type of stuff that could just take down the medical industry, that could take down the education industry, like all this stuff, and it just not being shown to us. It just not. None of these scientists or doctors are like can band together and stand up for like us. They can't.
So can I ask you a question? Do you think you have a fair grasp of it yourself?
Hell yeah, I have a fair grasp that something is like we're being lied to, something's being hidden from us, and we take back that control just by tapping into our psychic abilities as human beings.
So you are a practicer of metaphysical projection?
Exactly, and I think everyone should be. Like our kids naturally, they were aimed towards that. But then that's just being shut out by our education system. Everything is systematically so that we are like the way that life is. No one should like there shouldn't be 50% taxes. There shouldn't be any of this bullshit. Like people in debt. There shouldn't be any of that. Like that's not a way to live. That is not. Something's wrong. Something's wrong.
Arguably though, the standard of life in nature which I go to for all my reference materials, just looking at nature, right? Is that it is bound by statistical probabilities that there must be a balance of rich and poor. Now, how you classify what's rich to an individual and poor to an individual is up to the interpretation. But I don't want to take away from what you're saying either. 'cause what you're
99
saying-
and 1. Like if you talk about balance, 99 and 1. And then when you talk about nature, when was the last time you were actually like barefoot in nature for like more than 20 minutes, like connected? Tell me
a huge portion of my life, I never wore socks, never wore shoes. People looked at me crazy. So socially, you kind of get pressured to put some fucking socks
that.
on
You
your
didn't
feet
answer my question. When was the last time you were on the grass for more than 20 minutes?
for more than 20 minutes while bare feet.
Yes.
Okay. Last time I was on the grass for longer than 20 minutes bare feet. Probably when I was around 18 years old.
Exactly. And a lot of people, it's like that. And the thing is, like, this is such a key healing thing. All our anxiety, all of our depression, it could be healed from using Mother Earth. It's like, this is a basic fact. And like, our hospitals are not designed like that. Our hospitals are designed for like drugs and all that shit and being cementing. Like, none of that. They're so backwards. It's so backwards.
Yeah.
Like, the narrative is just so fucked up, man. Like, sorry for venting.
So could you?
I've just been reading a lot, and like I'm working on my project, and
Yeah.
like I gotta
No.
get this thing up and going because like our kids are they're not being critical thinkers; they're just being led astray.
Yeah.
And this
So what's
social
the
media,
solution? So what's the solution to fixing the critical thinking crisis?
our scientists and our doctors need to stand up and tell the truth. They need to say what the fuck is going on.
How do you get a society of or community of scientists and doctors to stand up and tell the truth?
Oh, by just like by making something like that's gonna influence them. I don't know. You just think about it, and it could happen. Just need to get
I'd like
into
to.
that.
The only reason I peer is because many times in our conversations, your knowledge is like what you're saying. I don't want to take any validity away from, but I feel like it kind of stems into trying to alter human beings and human nature to some degree, and that can be done. But what you're talking about is forcing people to surrender positions of power and job security and safety for those that they love, in an effort to kind of, in your philosophy, save humanity, really, right?
Can you repeat the question, because I'm trying to understand and I'm having a hard time. One more time.
So basically what you're trying to do is provoke people to stand up and sacrifice a whole bunch so that they can provide transparent knowledge to the public.
Yeah, exactly. Like,
Okay.
I want
Okay.
people to stop being such pussies.
Bilal, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to test this whole questionnaire thing and see how it goes.
Well, to your point,
Dude, you're stuck. You're stuck too. I'm not gonna try to wake you up about this situation. Like, I'm gonna do my own thing, and you're gonna come around one day. But you're stuck just like everyone. Like, come on, sacrifice this, sacrifice that.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I would never say that you were stuck, and I don't appreciate being told that I am stuck. But I'm agreeing with you. More so, adding more insight to what you're saying, because what you're going into is human nature. And I am saying sacrifice because if you are a doctor or a scientist and you know something that someone says, hey, don't fucking tell somebody this, you're sacrificing your family, the people that you say hi to on a day-to-day basis. You're sacrificing your life, correct?
Honestly, I understand that there's going to be a lot of death, and you know what? It's going to be revolution. That's fine.
That wasn't
but one day the tide will turn.
Yeah, absolutely. But that wasn't my question. So, yeah. Love you, Bilal. I love you. I think you're a smart guy.
Even love, man. Like, you know how fucking backwards everything is? You say love, backwards it says it's evil. Like, that means something.
Yeah.
Like, that is a real thing where it's like, it's a subliminal thing. It's like, it impresses something on the universe, right? And
How?
just cancels it out. Like, it's such a small thing, right? It's like, oh, you call me conspiracy theorist or whatever. But like, dude.
I'm not calling you that.
I'm just saying. It's my bad. I should be. I'm like, how long have I been talking for? I should just go
That's
back
okay.
over.
You're a passionate guy. I absolutely understand. But your emotions will get the better of you if you speak to other people who are not a little less kind in understanding and interpretation.
No, fuck them. The reason why I'm doing my project is because like I
Wow.
know that no one's gonna listen, right? But maybe the kids could change something. So I'm trying to
You
make
can't
something.
say fuck them because that's a complete.
No, fuck them, man. Like obviously I'm not gonna try
Oh, you
to
don't
like
want to save humans?
no fuck them, man. Like I don't care. I'm not gonna put my energy to try to change people. Like I'm gonna put my energy and I'm not gonna say the L word, but my care into something that I invest into something that I know is gonna make a difference, a change.
Yeah.
Because these
So
people,
I just find it ironic that you speak about this symbolicism behind the language, but yet you're using English as a language, which is the devil's language. So
thank you. See, you're on my side. Like I'm just, dude. I want to reinvent the whole goddamn English language. I was contemplating just speaking Hindi. हाँ मुझे बस हिंदी बात करना है. Michael, हिंदी में बात करना है. आपको आती है हिंदी?
yeah. No, I just asked because yeah.
Oh my god.
I like the question you brought
But
up.
don't
'Cause you're
tell
a
anyone
passionate-
about this. Don't tell
you're a
anyone about my
passionate guy.
rage. Don't tell anyone about my rage because I'm cool and calm and collected and doing my
Yeah,
thing.
and I know what you're saying, but essentially when you say, fuck them, I don't want to change people, but then your technology is guided towards changing the youth, and you're still changing people, right?
Yeah.
He's just saying that he doesn't want to try to change people who are too calcified in their mode of thinking and being.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, but that tool could
Which
save
is everyone, and like that, and that was why I came here and expressed my frustration.
Mhm.
I'm just like, man, I can't.
Well, do you
I
think
should have
that-
been using the energy for something productive, but maybe,
Mhm.
but like, yeah.
Absolutely. So do you think that it's possible to deprogram something that's been programmed? Or reinstill a new programming?
Yes, we're just computers, right? We're just computers. and
Yeah, I mean, the
language is
computers-
language is code.
Computers are just computers just an extension of the way that the human mind operates.
Yeah, so I'm sure like the new extension of self. That's what I'm trying to
Mhm.
make, man. New extension.
We're
of
already cyborgs by Elon Musk theory, which I already agree with.
Michael, there's graphene in us. There's graphene in us.
You're not lying. Have you seen the fucking reproductive damage that's been done? You realize? No, I'm not going to say fucking nothing. You won't understand.
Yeah, man. And then it's. Remember, Kappa, you're talking about sacrifice and stuff. Let me tell you a story that's exactly like proving your point. It's just like there was an increase in stillbirths for this doctor. He was saying it. He's just like, oh, there's an increase in stillbirths for like pregnant women that have had that shot, right? There's an increase, and he was saying that, and he made it public, and then like people were believing him. They're like, oh shit, that's right. And you know what happened to him? He ended up in a mental facility. They locked him up in a mental facility, and then they go on the news on CBC, and they're just like, yeah, there's false claims that there's been an increase in stillbirths and all that stuff. And Dr. Melvin Bruch or whatever, I mean, I shouldn't say whatever, I should respect his name. He was like he was discredited. He was put into this facility. They pumped him with antipsychotics that made him more crazy, and it's just like, oh my goodness. Like,
So
I understand why it's scary to stand up. That's why it needs to be like a collective thing. But I don't know, man.
Well,
like,
sorry.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say that the sacrifice required goes against most human morals. Like so like I've roughly dabbled the idea at a very young age. I understand these things. Like I don't need to read books or to study to understand what I intuitively feel from nature and from what I observe socially. So what I've always noticed is that if you're going to fight against something, you must, and this is in the sense of even just regular mixed martial arts and combating with another individual physically, skill versus skill, you must accept the terms that this can cause death upon you and death upon others. And I never really gave a fuck about myself, but I do care about my family, and I do think that they deserve to have a life worth living. You know what I mean? So it's tough. It's tough.
I'm gonna send you books. I'm gonna send you books, and it will give you power. It will give you, what's being used against us? The same type of like black magic bullshit, rituals, all that crap. I'm gonna send you some books, and you will feel that same power, and then you could make a difference in your life, in your little
Well, I
sphere,
do.
so that you could rise above and like you could like things are not out of your control. Things are
Yeah.
not like you could make impressions on the universe where things just go your way. You could take down people like establishments that you think that need to be taken down, right? I
Mhm.
mean, you know what I'm getting at.
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
you can do that
absolutely.
all with your mind. You could think that, and that's what that
Yeah.
PhD dark matter guy should have told you guys. Like
Well,
metaphysics is real, and we can influence. We can make a positive change. Like we as people can do that.
I do believe in that because we get a lot of our restraint from our quote unquote understanding of limitations, right? So it's actually pretty much more common than people care to admit. Autistic people who don't view their strength on the scale of limitations, can achieve crazy fucking things, or even humans with adrenaline rushes that can throw a fucking car across the road.
Mm-hmm.
I do think this is why, and this is where I will put on my tinfoil hat. I do think that we can all possess a certain capability of superpowers, if that makes sense, but we don't do it because we restrain our minds and we set limitations on them.
Exactly, man. Like look, oh my goodness, there's so much stuff.
Well,
The
the thing is that
scientific,
if you look at my LinkedIn, my tagline is the time between ideation and physical manifestation has never been shorter.
Yeah. Yes.
And people don't understand that. Like literally, if you go to Amazon, they'll say, keep the team size to size that 2 pizzas can feed them lunch. We are moving to a world where we need less and less people to affect more. And
Man,
yeah,
I believe that.
I mean, the revolution, just to kind of relate to that, the revolution, even in this country, was started by what, 13% of the population?
well, I think it just highlights the fact that leadership is everything. Like if you gave 2 people a car factory, and one of them you gave to a guy from Ford, and the other one you gave to a guy with
Yeah.
car manufacturer, which factory do you think would pump out cars faster if all the technology and the staff was the same? Right? Leadership is everything.
Yeah. I mean, but once again, I kind of think that's, and maybe this is me giving humanity a little bit more credit than where credit's due, but I do think that most people intrinsically know this, that you are just as strong as your weakest link, and you are as strong as your leader. And leadership can take the forms of many different manifestations, but typically an ideology or a way of life. I change people. I'm surrendered or submitted my control, but more so acknowledge the lack thereof of people willing to sacrifice their lives and others to commit to a purpose, which I think comes with my future book, The Domestication of the Modern Man. When you remove
Nice.
when you remove the threat of violence, society will become unstable. Like a truly submissive dog, this is gonna sound sad, but you can whip its fucking ass, and it will not even think about biting you as an option.
That's us.
Yes.
I mean, I shouldn't say that, but like,
That's us in our current form, correct? Socially, because we've thrown this perception of violence as this meaningless, barbaric, age-old way of dominating and asserting one's ideologies or presence over another's. But that's simply not the truth. The threat of violence is what keeps people stable. The threat of violence is what makes people be careful about how they speak, how they move. And it's tough to speak about that socially because people assimilate it with a radical ideology. But in fact, once again, if you look to nature, the threat of violence is what keeps nature stable. It's constant competition. And I'm a big believer that, society is constantly, a healthy society is constantly flipping between leadership. There's no one stable leadership role, because if there is, that means that leadership role is asserting itself to the point where it does not allow for change. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like just even like scientifically speaking, how the understanding and knowledge that we possess is far different than what we were capable of 100 years ago. And you scale that back 1,000 years ago, then you go back 10,000 years ago. It's kind of
So
crazy.
we were something back then. We were
More in tune.
Atlantis and Lemuria and shit like that. Like
Yeah, we were more in tune with nature. We were they were much smarter beings, and more so smarter, not in the sense of what Einstein classifies trivial knowledge. We killed the library of our brains by filling the shelves with just stupid books that fill up the brain.
You think the future of humanity is humanity alone? I don't think it's humanity alone. We've introduced artificial intelligence into the mix, and there is no going back, and there's no regulating it. So we're kind of just on the ride from a 50,000-foot view. We're just on the ride.
Yeah. AI is, I mean, in a broad sense, cultivating the thoughts and interpretations of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands or millions of people.
I think that you've been more affected by an AI and their answers than the answers that I or anyone else has given you. Would that be correct in the past couple of days?
From a technological standpoint, correct, but I still think you're a very smart guy. So when you speak, it's got a different effect than me reading something. But I'm sure that if I were to just
you like the AI more, right? Like, I mean, just be honest.
Nothing in the course of human history has ever been like what Kappa's experiencing right now, where somebody just flicks on their computer, types in, "Hey, what's the meaning of suffering?" and then you get an answer back that's actually meaningful.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think we've ever had that functionality.
Removed.
No one has been presented with that functionality before.
Because it removes something that's, how do I say this? Individually limited, individually restraining, which is emotion.
It's almost like the AI is willing to give you what humans won't, which is honesty, because humans have that need to not hurt sometimes other people with the truth, and you don't have to worry about the AI.
Nope, not at all. Because even in speaking in forms like this, like the subconscious is a lot of shit that our conscious, it never disturbs our conscious with. So, people could do things like you were talking about earlier, with intent, right? Like how two people can have different intentions but reach the same end result. But with human beings, we are constantly fluttering between different judgments and case scenarios that could present themselves, and that's more so natural. I think comes from us living in the fucking woods basically, and really having to answer our actions because we understood back then that everything had a consequence.
Well, I try to deal with people as if I was naked meeting them in a forest and they had a spear and I had a spear. Like, in my head, that's how I try to relate to people.
It was more honest back then because both people, I like that. Open and transparent.
Just,
They say
imagine if I was just fucking, you're naked and I'm naked and all we have is a leaf and a spear. How would I talk to you? Hi, Kappa, how are you? I hope you're not going to throw that at me.
Yeah, exactly. And that just makes sense because, well, that also ties into the
People are
violence.
like, fuck Kappa, you fucking alligator motherfucker. Like, that's how some people approach you.
Because
man,
there's no direct,
I think we don't talk to each other. Like, we don't talk to each other enough.
Yeah, one thing I try to do is I know you don't like the word Bilal, but I try to say I love you to a lot of people. And people are thrown off by it. They're like, what the fuck's this person saying I love you for? But
yo, man, I think we're stuck in some time warp, and like it's like everything we have to change it in our way. Like degen, how about just gen?
That's funny.
Well, I think you have a point though. Like, Bilal, like these degen conversations, I believe, are valuable. And the reason I'm doing this Squarespace is to actually kind of move,
reveal that it is degenerating us as a society.
Just take them seriously, right? Because a lot of people have like a, you know what I mean, like an a facile. You're familiar with that term, like a facile approach to it, right? And, you know, my parents, like if you saw my parents' library, you'd think they were like sorcerers and warlocks. Okay,
That's what everyone should be. That's the
I'm
thing.
telling you, if people don't know, like, like the
People
amount
don't know.
people have no fucking like, and I put that manifestation shit on my LinkedIn. Like right at the top in my headline, headhunter launching startups, the time between ideation and physical manifestation has never been shorter. And the problem is that belief is the cause. And when things don't happen, it's because the belief isn't there.
Yeah, man.
And because you don't believe it, all of your works are going to be stunted invisibly. Because the
So
belief
what's
is
the action point that we should like? All this should mean something at the end of the day. Like, what we should all do something. So like my ramble or whatever, my rant, it should mean at the end of the day. Like, I hope that everyone knows that they can just imagine their world going the way that it should be, which is fair, the right way, like the honest way, or whatever you imagine, even if it's destruction of your enemy. Go ahead. We should have that power, and that's it. The end of story.
Yeah, I mean, look at the same time, like Bilal, you've read a lot of books to get to this level of understanding. You didn't win this realization easy.
It's been like years and years and years and years of just seeing everything.
Do you think it's because you got the mercury taken out that your brain is now exploding?
You're saying your pineal
Dude, that
gland
thing is like I woke up this morning feeling so much more better, but like that there's still mercury in my brain. I know it is. 10 years of that shit and you, like, oh my god. Yo, NFTs, what's up, man? Give me a hug.
What's going on?
What's going on, brother?
Like somebody else did the music.
But yeah, man, and takeaway, we are natural warlocks and witches.
Yes, that's absolutely the point. There was this guy, Trevor Blake, who wrote a book on becoming warlocks and witches, and he bought a $5,000 patent and sold the company $400 million. And now he has a bunch of cancer drugs in vitro. And he said there's 3 levels of belief. There is belief, then there's faith, and then there is a knowing. And when you arrive to the knowing, that's when the universe will conspire in your direction. But getting to a level of knowing is no trivial matter.
It's a level of certainty, correct?
Certainly.
Certainty, sir.
Bilal, you might.
Where does the sir come from? I'm just like, I've been analyzing every single word sometimes. Like whenever I'm reading a news story and I'm just like reading it. Like, did you guys see Joe Biden's tweet where he said something about hit woman? Like he literally wrote that in his tweet. I'm like,
I'm not sure if he can. I don't think his hands are using his Twitter account. I think if he saw his right tweets, there would be a bunch of like XYZ exclamation mark. Right?
So much NLP, neuro linguistic programming.
Yeah. You know what's crazy? You guys
it sounds
are so
like
much.
an AI pasta restaurant, like neurolinguini programming.
Neurolinguini.
So do you think language was created for sacrifice and demonic enchantments?
Man. Yeah, man.
That's interesting. I gotta delve deep down these subjects because I've spoken to many people in my walks of life and gotten to understand a lot. Not understand in the sense of certainty, more so believe. I guess I'm at that phase, right, Michael? Belief.
It's just so strange because, like, while you guys are talking, I'm looking at the people retweeting the quantized inertia stuff, and it's whoa, right? Because there's only a handful of people really interested in it.
Which means people are just sharing it just to share it.
Well, if you look at the bios of the people that share it, they're pretty intimidating.
Timid. 8.
To make someone timid.
Yeah. See? In
in the state of timidity.
Timid.
or you can be intimate, in which case both parties are timid together.
We should all learn Enochian, the
Yo,
language of
dude,
the
that would be
angels.
awesome if we could speak our own language. That's how English was
I think
created.
NFTs has the dictionary on that, right? NFTs? You told me about that. I think it's on your bookshelf.
About what? Sorry, I was zoning out.
No, I'm just joking. So what do you think about Mr. McCulloch? You like him? You disbelieve him? You believe him? You think he's full of shit? What do you feel?
I like him. I think that he's found something, and it sounds like every other every other person that's created something that would disturb the industry dramatically, and yeah. So, I mean, I can see why they would want to delete his Wikipedia article.
Oh, Wikipedia! Oh my god.
Yeah. I don't know. Smart guy. Really freaking smart guy.
It's
People
more
like
like
that.
it's more like Wikipedia. Get it? Whack. Sorry. Okay. keep going.
Wikipedia is good because you could check like the timeline. Like you could go on an article and see like the edits, and then if you analyze the edits, you could see like, okay.
So when he was getting the thing is, I knew Mike McCulloch like for a couple of years. We've been talking in DMs for a while, and just that Twitter Spaces emerged, and I had an excuse to ask him to come up. But if you look at the Wikipedia where they track the people debating on why, if they should delete it, why, you see all of these Dark Matter people that have all of these like accounts and are like moderating the knowledge on Wikipedia. It's astonishing.
So, question: do you guys think that that intuition can pair with intellect?
Say again.
Do you think that intuition can go hand in hand, if not supersede intellect?
Yes and no, because the information that makes up your intuition is like in your genetics.
Genetic predispositioning.
You're right, and we don't fully take the time to appreciate how much of this encoded intelligence is processing information, and then we're just explaining it to ourselves using language. Right.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah. I find that I'm glad you touched on the genetics aspect. I don't hear too many people speak about how genetics play into who and how we are. Like, have you ever heard the term that a man's first son is probably the smartest and best version, even if he goes on to have like 10 other children? His first son will be the best version.
I mean, it could be because like the firstborn has to take over childcare of the progeny that comes after, right? That's the expectation with humans.
Circumstantially.
You know, right? The first human who's born. Like, have you ever looked into order psychology? The psychology of when you were born in relation to your siblings? It's fascinating. Yeah.
Well, I am my mom went ham in the birth department. She said civilization is not declining on my watch, and decided to have 10 kids. Against the best practices of many financially. But I know that me and my little brother are very, very, very.
Are you the oldest?
On my dad's, yeah. So I have two older brothers that came from my mom, but my dad and my mom had me, so I'm my dad's first son.
Right.
And my little brother Steven, who I grew up with, like like always together, doing shit together. I find that his personality is much like mine, where he's just very calm. Takes a lot to make him emotionally agitated. He doesn't believe in the power of screaming or yelling, and he has a lot of reflection on his own actions and others, which was forced upon me. Like, not to get too like personal, but when I was a kid, I would fucking get my ass beat for shit I didn't understand, which kind of provoked some deep contemplation on why it was happening. So I think that's why I have the mindset I do. it's kind of crazy because I actually do, not to pat myself on the back, I do feel appreciative of myself and what nature has bestowed upon me, because I didn't even finish high school, and I'm able to at least somewhat comprehend and speak to people from all different backgrounds and educational understanding, or masters.
I find that my understanding changes every 7 years.
So does your body, brother. That's why allergies change every 7 years.
Mm-hmm.
It's
So,
crazy how you could have a whole new body. Like every cell dies and regenerates, and you could technically have a whole new body, like every single
Well,
bit.
That's
as
why
the
I don't
AI
take
said,
things too seriously. Because
as
they're
the
going to look back in the future and be like, yo, I was a fucking idiot for thinking that.
that happens in reflective writing. So like, I'm even just looking at like the shit I write. It happens all the time. You're a different person each day. Like, so like, to say that you love to do something is kind of naive, because you in the version that you exist presently love to do that, but you 10 minutes from now can be a complete different person.
We like to speak in absolutes and forever, right?
Mm-hmm.
It gives us comfort to say, this is who I am, and this is who I am in relation to other people, and this is how I'm righteous.
Well,
I mean, we are the protagonist of our own lives. We
yeah.
are always the protagonist of our own lives.
I believe one of the most simple fucking things that was ever spoken or written was when Bruce Lee said, "Be water, my friend." So, and I mean, I think it's only the product of a successful and competitive life species in general, that it possesses the capability of adaptation, and the
Well, it's
AI
because always
drove that point home.
change, right?
sorry?
It's because the only thing we know to be true, and this is Heraclitus, the pre-Socratic, he
Mhm.
said, you can't know atoms to be true, right? And it was a very quantum way of looking at things, even though he may not have looked at it that way. That the only thing that we know is true is change. That things are constantly changing. That's all we know. And so if you think about what Bruce Lee is saying there, is he's saying be responsive to change.
Mm-hmm. And be fluent in change, because water takes the shape of whatever landmass it's entered into, which is really cool actually, because not to get into like the whole like fucking zodiac sign shit, but I'm a Cancer, so like they say my sign's a water sign, and I didn't really hear about any of this like zodiac shit until I was probably like around like 19.
I'm Pisces. Oh, we've gotten part of our relationship.
I don't know how much that has to play into things. I kind of feel that's all speculation and generalized.
And you were controlled by the moon.
Yes, because the water is controlled by the moon, and if we are, 60-70% water, then that only makes fucking sense, right?
Yeah, I used to think that astrology was bullshit, and then when you look at the science, you're like, you know what? I don't know which part of it is untrue, but I'm not going to say that something that has lasted this long doesn't have some kernel of truth somewhere hidden.
Mm-hmm. Every lie is composed of somewhat of a partial truth. Yeah.
Yeah. Every great lie, that is.
Yes, that's true. Yeah. Dude, I fucking love this, man. I'm sorry, Bilal. I know you hate the word love, but I love this, man. Being able to
I evil you, Kappa and Bilal. I evil you.
Something is up, man.
Bilal, can you teach me a better, less demonic way to say love?
Dude, trust me. I've been so
You know that trust and trust are just H apart?
Trust.
I was that civilization. Civ, ill eyes.
Is today a holiday?
Sean.
Is today a holiday?
Yeah.
Holiday. Hell. Hello. Hell.
No, I'm actually being serious.
No, today's not a holiday. I don't think. I mean, I'm sure somewhere in some part of the world it is, but.
Oh, is it Canada Day for us?
That's weird. It's super weird, dude. Like the trash never ran, and like the people in my apartment never showed up to work, and everything's locked. I don't know. This is weird. Okay.
Let me ask you something.
Yo,
When's
man.
the last time you saw your
No.
neighbors go grocery shopping?
Yesterday.
All right, that's good. You broke the simulation, Matt. Someone said that to me one time. They were like, think about the simulation as this. When's the last time you saw your neighbors bring groceries into their house?
That's more the consequence of Uber Eats, though.
Dude, it's so weird too because Uber Eats, like I grew up in a heavy drug dealing area, so cars pulling like it's always been something that my mind just naturally observes as suspicious behavior. So I see like these random cars pull up now, and I'm just like, who the fuck is that? Like my brain's like an animal. It's like, who the fuck is that? And it's gotta, it must be really difficult for cops, bro. Bilal, you never answered my question. What's a better way to say love in another language that's less demonic?
I don't know, man. Make it up yourself. It's your life.
Maybe we should just make noises.
No, man. We gotta speak in telepathy. We don't have to talk anymore.
Wow.
Yeah, that is crazy. That's actually a good idea. I guess that's comparable to like the pizza delivery guy being a drug dealer. You could be the Uber Eats guy being a drug dealer.
Yeah.
You get pulled over, you can be like, "Oh, I'm dropping off this food."
I pray for my drug dealer. I always pray for my drug dealer. Like I do not want anything bad happening. Oh man,
yeah. What is your interpretation of psychedelics?
Books, and you're gonna be like, "Oh my god, this guy is goddamn."
Bilal,
what?
How do you feel about psychedelics provoking contemplation that we can't find on this in a mere state of yeah, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I feel like it has its place.
Mm-hmm. Have you ever heard the DMT? So I have a question. So because I hear a lot of people speak about it and how enlightening it is and how like it's basically like interplanetary travel, spiritually. Isn't DMT the chemical that's released from our brains when we die?
Yes.
All right.
And when you sleep,
then we're in an infinite loop.
We're in infinite loop. Well, yo, man, I've planned out exactly what I'm gonna do with my mind, and who's gonna be destroyed, and
keep me off that fucking list, Bilal.
Why the hell would you be on that list? Tell me that. Tell me that question.
Because I don't walk around with bare feet in the grass anymore.
No, man, that was just a thing, just to say like
connecting with nature. I got
connecting with nature. How it's a very therapeutic, medicinal thing. Like people can benefit from it, and energy is everything. Nikola Tesla said that. Blah blah blah.
If there's anything outside of adaptation, and this is from the AI too as well, not even myself, just a bringer of words, so to speak. The outside of adaptation, the one thing that human beings are very, very good at, and I think that's helped us survive this long, is harmony with nature. Not competing against it, but becoming harmonized.
Yeah, I think harm is the key one. What we've done is subjugate nature as much as we can.
Well, like the healthiest societies have learned how to take and give back.
By people who are willing to do things they won't.
Can you repeat that, Michael? You broke up a little bit.
People who have, sought to be most harmonious with nature, have fallen prey to people who have used logs to create weapons.
I think Basie is like the reflection of humanity. Like, everything that's happening with Basie is just like, you want to see what's happening in the world? Just look at Basie.
You think they're Nazis?
Not Nazis. It's just like it's shrouded in symbolism, and these symbols, they're very powerful. Like they have its effect. You could symbol, you could you could code in something that is meaning like that is putting you down. That's just like these people like they get energy from like putting people down. Like it gives you power, and you
Mhm.
want that. It feels good. It feels good.
Oh, it's the same thing we do with iconicizing celebrities and TikTok influencers and stars like that. We are sending our energy away and essentially praying to another human being.
Hmm.
And they feel that energy, and it also provides them a little bit more power. My question, I have a question for you, Bilal, which is, how can I start to take back my mind in the sense of what I perceive as a limitation and what I don't?
You just believe that magic is real, and then I'm gonna send you some books, and I'm gonna send you books that the bad guys would read, and
Hmm.
I'll send you books that the good guys would read. I'll send you books that Nazis would read. I'll send you books like that, and then you'll understand like the 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 powers that like they're trying to evoke. To answer your question, Michael, you were like saying like how you think that the world are Nazis. No, I think like the people that are controlling us are just laughing at us, and they're just
Hmm.
showing us that we're just like it's just a mockery. Uh, like yeah, it's putting it in our face that the Nazis kind of won, that they run shit here. You
Hmm.
could just see that. You could just see that because like Operation Paperclip, like NASA, it's like their head is like they're Nazis. Like it's just
I put up an excerpt from a book. Um, it's by a guy named Wilhelm Reich, and if you look at Wilhelm Reich, it's fucking crazy. And he developed a lot of innovations during his time, but he wrote a book called "The Murder of Christ."
Mm.
He said that Christ did not die; Christ was murdered. You must understand that distinction.
I think that people, I mean, maybe call me a little sappy here, but I do believe that some of the most influential people live forever. And when I say live forever, I don't mean in our meat body suits, as you said. The the ideology manifests itself um, into something that we constantly contemplate or integrate with our day-to-day lives, even thousands of years after passing.
If my teachings are correct, they will spread by themselves. Wilhelm Reich.
Forgive me, I'm actually just reading it right now.
He said that the difference between a little man and a big man is that a big man knows he's really a little man.
Insignificance.
Yeah, do me a favor, Kappa. Can you read that Hirajo Nietzsche? The Trap?
Yeah,
It is.
absolutely.
Yeah, can you read that?
Absolutely.
what the hell? Did it just get deleted?
No, I got it.
Oh, yo, it's like so choked.
Now that you said that, I'm fucking screenshotting it, archiving it, and storing it in a cold wallet. No, I'm just kidding.
No, man, Cap, I'll give you something. Then you'll understand like why I was just so
I
passionate.
intuitively feel a lot of the things you say, Bilal, are true. But then again, what is truth?
Go ahead, Cap. Read it out loud. I want to hear from you.
Absolutely. It is possible to get out of a trap. However, in order to break out of a prison, one first must confess to being in a prison. The trap is man's emotional structure, his character structure. There is little use in devising systems of throughout about the nature of the trap if the only thing to do in order to get out of the trap is to know the trap and to find the exit. Everything else is utterly useless. Singing hymns about the suffering in the trap, as the enslaved Negro does, or making poems about the beauty of freedom outside of the trap, dreamed of within the trap, or promising a life outside the trap after death, as Catholicism promises its congregations, or confessing a semper. I'm having trouble reading this. Semper ignorabimus. How the fuck do you pronounce that word? I'm sorry.
It's okay. I think we can understand the meaning without the word. Keep going.
Okay. Or confessing, as do the resigned philosophers, or building a philosophic system around the despair of life within the trap, as did Chopin, or whatever the fuck that is. Or dreaming up a Superman who would be so much different from the man in the trap as Nietzsche did, until, trapped in a lunatic asylum, he wrote finally the full truth about himself, too late. The first thing to do is to find the exit out of the trap. The nature of the trap has no interest whatsoever beyond this one crucial point. Where is the exit out of the trap? One can decorate a trap to make life more comfortable in it. This is done by the Michelangelos and the Shakespeare and the Goths, it seems. One can invent makeshift contraptions to secure longer life in the trap. This is done by the great scientists and physicians, the Meyers and the Pasteurs and the Flemings. One can devise great art in healing broken bones when one falls into the trap. The crucial point still is and remains to find the exit out of the trap. Where is the exit into the endless open space? The exit remains hidden. It is the greatest riddle of all. The most ridiculous as well as tragic thing is this. The exit is clearly visible to all trapped in the hole, yet nobody seems to see it. Everybody knows where the exit is, yet nobody seems to make a... And it cuts off.
Yeah, that's the beginning of the book.
Basically, what I take away from that is all I've done up until this point was decorate my cage.
Yep.
Wow.
Cage decoration.
Well, guys, I'm going to go kill myself now. No, I'm just kidding. Imagine you fucking... How terrible.
Dude, if you look up Listen Little Man, you'll see the audiobook online, and it is intimidating.
Death. I am consistently fascinated with death. Maybe death is the exit.
No, man, death is not the exit. Trust me.
Death is a gift that God gives to all mankind.
Oh, brother.
I've always found an extreme fascination and curiosity in death. I'm not speaking suicidally. I hope you guys know that. I'm fine. I'm good. I'm positive about death, though. I do not see it as the end-all, be-all. In fact, after reading that, I think that it may or may not be the exit to the cage. That was some deep shit, bro. And where can I find this book?
Listen Little... I actually bought it from Amazon, but there is a website called... I'm going to send it to you. If you want a book, this is where you go.
You're DMing me?
Yeah.
Awesome.
I'm not DMing you a website that gives you access to books.
Huh.
If you want a PDF, look at that website. There you go. Yeah. The murder.
Do you mind if I read this one out loud?
Yeah, please do. That's why I posted it.
Truth is full, immediate contact between the living that perceives and life that is perceived. The truthful experience is the fuller, the better the contact. Truth is the more comprehensive, the better coordinated are the functions of living perception. And the living perception is coordinated exactly to the extent of the coordination of the motion of the living protoplasm. Thus, truth is a natural function in the interplay between the living and that which has lived. Truth, basically, is not, as many believe, an ethical ideal. It became an ethical ideal when it was lost with the loss of paradise, instance example, the loss of the full functioning of the living in man. Then truth was suppressed and the ideal mirror image of truth-seeking appeared. Neither is truth something to be striven for. You do not strive to make your heart beat or your legs move, and you do not, by the same token, strive for or seek truth. Truth is in you and works in you just as your heart or your eyes work, well or bad, according to the condition of your organism. The living, in its constant interplay with its environment, lives truth fully to the degree in which it is in contact with its own needs, or which means the same with the influencing of the environment to satisfy the natural needs. The caveman, in order to survive, had to know the ways of the wild animals. He had to know the truth about their manner of living and acting. The modern flyer, in order to arrive safely at his destination, must be in full contact with and fully reactive to every gust of wind, to the slightest change in the balance of his plane, to the clarity of his own senses, and to the movement of his own body. He flies truthfully. The slightest blurring of his sensory reaction to his inner and outer environment would kill him. Thus, he lives truthfully when he manages the elements and survives. Yet he does not search or strive for truth while flying. Truth, therefore, is a natural function, just as walking or running, or hunting the bear by the Eskimo, or finding the tracks of the enemy by the Indian. It is within the framework of the totality of natural functioning, an integral part of the organism, and it depends on the integrity as well as the definition of all the senses. Cuts off a little bit there, but wow.
Some of the cartoons that were in the book. I think you will love these cartoons. My God.
Wow.
The cartoons in the book were fantastic.
Wow. Truth is not an object, it's a function.
Ciao. This has been another episode of the Squarespace DGen Conversations in a broadcaster voice.
Jen Conversations, Jen. We're Jenning.
So what do you guys, can I ask you something relative to the subject, not relative to the subject, but just to keep on keeping on, you know. Do you guys think modern day marijuana is killing testosterone in men?
God knows what the hell's in there, man.
Well,
All
have
I
you
know
ever-
is it prevents you from dreaming. Yeah, I mean, sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead, Michael.
No. Oh, I was gonna say, back in the day when weed was actually brought up as a medicinal or herbal remedy, to be viewed from the holistic perspective, it was actually higher in CBD than THC. It's just interesting. It's just interesting to see, because I've read a bunch of articles where people are starting to proclaim that testosterone is severely hindered by high THC amounts, and THC is also classified as neurodegenerative, which eats at the brain matter. So it's just funny because here where I live in New Jersey, they just legalized it, and everyone's like going crazy about it. Now I do smoke a little bit here and there, like maybe once or twice at the end of the night. Sometimes nothing crazy. But I have noticed, back in my youthful days when I did smoke more, that my sex drive was almost gone. I don't know.
Yeah, man.
I know
they're trying to take away the whole alpha male type thing, and you'll see it in everywhere in society. Yeah, it's gonna be in the weed too.
Sorry, I think I did what we talk about often, Michael, where I just went to a different subject.
Oh man, it's on topic. It's just like you're questioning, like, okay, something is up, something is weird, something is going on. That's valid, and you can change that.
My intuition says that if the government's legalizing, it's not going to serve us a good purpose.
Well, testosterone's on the decline anyway as society. I mean, that's totally purposeful. I mean, and if you look at the foods that we eat, and the fact that, you know, men are stagnant and they're sitting on their ass all day instead of going outside and picking up a brick, that's the main driving factor over the past 50 years or so. I mean, plus the chicken and, you know, all the everything else that's injected in everything you eat. But yeah, I mean, if you start going down that route, then you can start talking about, like, you know, circumcisions and how that affects men and all kind of things. So, but yeah,
that's awesome.
Yeah. Pick another topic. Go ahead, Kappa. Pick another topic, and then we could be like, okay, what's going on there? What's going on there? Everything is like that.
Is it important to limit? the amount of information that you receive that you feel is non-constructive?
Yes, limit this shit. That's what I'm trying to do with the Wally. So it's coming at you, so it's like gonna make you productive. What you need to know, not like that. Like nothing distracting. Everything's distracting.
Mm-hmm.
Needs to be a whole new type of internet. Whole new internet. Inherently, the World Wide Web is just like so. Okay, go ahead.
I think we're experiencing another incarnation of the internet right now. Usually we think about the internet as a passive, I speak, then you read it in a blog, and then you speak, right, in a response blog. Right now we're having the tightest interaction between humans across time and space that has ever existed, right? Like this is the metaverse for all intents and purposes. It might be a low level modality resolution of the metaverse, but it still is.
Wow. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And then they tie in the physical aspects because our brains need to have some sort of objective understanding from an individual.
Humans create technology to recreate the human experience. Professor Tim Richardson, U of T.
I'm gonna fucking write that down, dude.
Yeah, it's
Hey, Michael, have you read the Unabombers manifesto?
Oh, Ted Kaczynski? Yeah.
Humans create. You said humans create technology to recreate the human experience, correct?
Yep, that's right. It's I actually have the lecture from my professor. Humans create. I think I can find the lecture.
Thank you so much, guys.
I think I still have it.
It's fucking crazy, bro. It's fucking crazy. The amount of shit I've learned just by hopping into these spaces.
Oh, here we go. I found it.
Man.
So this is a lecture from Professor Richardson. He was one of my professors at U of T. He has a military background family. His family fought in World War I. And if you go to Queen's University, which is the same university that Elon Musk went to when he left South Africa to come to Canada before going to Wharton, that's Queen's University. It's actually the same university my wifey did evolutionary ecology and math at. So if you watch that lecture, Prof. Whittaker nailed it. He's basically talking about humans creating technology for the purpose of recreating the human experience. Right now, we're having a conversation at a bar, over lunch, without the bar or the food or the bar, the desks and the tables and the chairs. But it's the same experience.
Yeah. One can argue convenience.
There's a light way to look at it, and there's a very dark way to look at it. And maybe somewhere in the middle is the truth. We'd like to think so.
It's usually where the
We'd like to, We'd like to believe that the truth is somewhere in the middle, but just one of those things where the fundamental thing Professor Richardson taught me is that there are the things you can control and things you can't control. You cannot control the political, legal, regulatory environment. You cannot control the economic environment. You can't control the socio-cultural environment, nor the technological, competitive, or geographic environment. All you can control is your goals, objectives, plans, strategies, and tactics, your target market segmentation, and your 4 Ps: product, price, promotion, place.
Can you repeat those 4 Ps?
Sure. So it's product, price, promotion, place. Those are the 4 Ps of branding. So you can have any one product. And so, for example, like if you look at a Lamborghini dealership, the Lamborghini dealership doesn't put itself in the hood. It puts itself downtown, right? Because the location is a reflection of the product, which reflects on the overall brand. The product is very high end.
Differ on that.
Go ahead.
Go to the Dallas Lamborghini. But anyway.
Well, the thing is, things don't apply that well in Texas. Texas is a bit like a Bermuda Triangle of logic, fact, and relations.
That's so true though, man. Because I'll tell you what, when I'm thinking about like the other day, I was floating around the idea of visiting one of these dispensaries, and I saw that the dispensary was located in Elizabeth, which is like the hood, and I fucking hate Elizabeth, so I automatically said, yeah, no, fuck that.
Or it could be the spot with the highest content of THC. Depends on how you look at it. Sorry.
Oh my god.
Deleting this. No, I'm just kidding.
That's funny.
Those motherfuckers need some strong supplements.
Yeah,
that,
to kill
that
there.
loud pack.
That that
Sipping
loud
on some scissor. Right?
Yeah.
They
yeah,
don't
'cause
need
that-
weed. They want some codeine.
Actually, have you ever heard of it may sound a little radical here, but have you ever heard of Hitler's manifesto? He wrote one called The Power of the Negro.
I believe so. And I think he studied the U.S.'s
Yes.
holding down of the black population as a
Correct.
model for him to design his own. It's really dark.
Yeah. It's just It's just kind of funny that
It's hard to know. These are
Yeah.
hard truths.
have you ever heard that Hitler was like visiting extraterrestrial beings and shit like that? He went to Antarctica to find new tech, and that's how they created the U-boat.
I mean, the only reason we won World War II is because someone of their scientists we hired when they escaped. Right? Look at Einstein. That's not an American. Oppenheimer. That's not an American. Fucking John von Neumann. These are fucking Hungarians. These are not Americans.
Yep. It's kind of crazy when you think about it, because it's also like, why would a man? He also pointed out in Western culture how we suppress the African American population, and why we keep them more so focused into athletics than academics. It's a pretty good point if you really take a look at the way the statistics of it. And it's also funny that the government has done their damnedest of job to make sure that their population has all but stagnated. I mean, you're talking about 70% of black
how
women.
much is it? How much of it is the government, and how much of it is the technology working on society? Right?
I think they both coincide.
Because I don't think it's the government necessarily. I think if you swapped every individual in the government for other people, we'd actually be in the same place.
Yeah, but when I say government, maybe I should elaborate a little bit more. Maybe the infrastructure laid out by the institution.
It could be the mutually assured destruction, the mutually assured computation, right? We're in this Nash equilibrium, not just for weapons, but also for computation, storage, and networking itself. Because it's such a source of wealth and such a source of competitive advantage.
True. And
so
also
we actually can't stop ourselves.
Yeah, and I also think that the less struggle, the more fascination of speculation becomes a resurfaced ideology. Like you're familiar with Jordan Peterson, so he said one of the strangest things is that one of the many variables of decline in civilization is when humans start to fixate on the roles of gender.
Yeah, but I mean, I think that could be just one of those things where self-actualization is the highest of Maslow's rung of needs. And inevitably, those societies that have solved for agriculture will start focusing on their personal identity. That's a natural thing.
Or do you think that it's more so birthed out of the lack of having to deal with day-to-day natural competition?
Right, like history is filled with the patter of silk slippers going downstairs and wooden shoes coming up.
Yeah, I've heard you say that.
Natural, very natural occurrence. Right?
You guys, I gotta go. It was nice talking to you.
Take care,
sorry to cut
below.
you off. Yeah, see you
Evil
later.
you.
Yeah, evil you too. Oh man. Oh my god. I'm gonna see.
I hope these conversations make you feel better, Bilal.
I do feel better. I always feel good. Remember, guys, never let anything make you feel bad. Always feel good. At all costs. At all costs. Like all costs, you gotta feel good.
You're right. We
Nothing
should
can make
change
you
the
feel
name.
bad. Always feel good, no matter what. Anyone that makes you feel bad, oh my god.
Welcome to the always feel good space.
Tell me who bothers you. Tell me who bothers you. Tell me who bothers you. I'll mess them up. All right. See you later.
All right. Take care.
Take care, Bilal.
Welcome to the always feel good space where we feel good all of the time, always. Hey, Casey, do you always feel good all the time, always? Because if not, you need to get the fuck out of here. You understand me?
Jesus Christ.
Man, you just went 21st century hippie.
Oh, yeah.
that
Fourth
was
industrial
awesome.
hippie. Yeah,
Yeah,
we
you
can have
fucking-
Woodstock through Shazam.
Yeah, you fucking love your neighbor, else I'm gonna beat the shit out of you.
Swear to fucking God, if you don't love your goddamn neighbor, you understand me?
Yeah.
Jesus.
If you don't fucking stay optimistic, you motherfucker.
I think this space is not safe for me anymore.
No, this is not
is
a
not a
safe
safe
space.
space.
No.
This is not a
This
safe
is not a
space.
safe space.
It's a
And
feel
if
good space.
anything, look, if I was using the other account, it would have been even worse.
Oh.
I'm
Oh.
using this Horsey account still.
Ooh, the gloves are still on. That's scary.
You know what?
Mhm.
You're the Trojan horse. You should change your name to that.
I
Instead of
like
the
it.
unicorn.
Yeah, the Trojan horse, saving you from
What-
having kids.
What, what about the Trojan unicorn?
Mm.
Mm.
Or
I
the
like that.
Trojan horn horse.
I'm trying
I
to
think
think of something clever
I
here.
think the Trojan unicorn is better because it implies that hope is a trap.
Mm. Or maybe
Oh, fuck.
instead of the chosen one, the Trojan one.
Mm.
That sounds more like a porn star name, but it's still very applicable here.
Hey, porn star names are some of the most clever names in the world. Okay.
Very, very, very crafty.
Peter
right?
Steele sounds like a
I
porn
mean,
name.
dude, like superhero porn star.
Yeah, like Captain America. You just fucked my perception of superheroes.
Oh, let's drag them all through the gutter.
Yeah. The Archer.
Or Aquaman.
Aquaman. Always
Man.
wet.
I think that's Peter North.
Oh,
Always slippy.
always wet. That's. See, at first I'm like Aquaman. No, it doesn't really say anything. Like,
Well, no,
he's
like,
always
like
wet.
that could be Peter North.
Peter North sounds like a porn star name.
That is a porn star name.
All right. Then there we go. You have to remember, I'm a little young, so I don't know these old
Fair.
cats.
Yeah, you only
Fair.
know the new porn stars. You fucking it's like you only listen to Drake or porn, right?
Yeah, but people use
You're
their
not
original
listening to the
names.
Rakim.
It's fucking bullshit. No lack of creativity.
Hip, the hop, the hippity, 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 right? That's like the old
Oh my God.
It's like porn became a sophisticated professional business overnight, man. It's like, hey, yeah, I'm John Matthew, and I'm about to lay it down.
Dude,
The
there was a time
gentrification of porn.
that I once did a contract to write error messages for a porn site because they found that people were filling out the application and abandoning it. So they had me write like funny error messages for like, oh, you entered in your card wrong. You know, you're not going to be able to swipe if we can't swipe. It's shit like that.
Gosh, come spend your money.
$65 an hour is not a bad way to make some money off of writing.
Dude, it's fucking that's the platform itself is innovative. It's also another form of killing testosterone and making men more so on a probability scale feminine.
Are you saying that there's a problem with men becoming feminine?
Yeah, absolutely. You heard it
dare
here,
you.
folks.
Did
Can
you
we
know
just
that
cancel this guy already or what?
Did you know that the evolved man is a man that's a woman? Thanks.
As the birth rate chart continues to fall like the crypto crash.
Humans are responsible for the environment being ruined, so maybe low testosterone is the way for the Earth, Mother Gaia, to regulate the power of men.
Send Mother Gaia.
You're so close to nailing the voice that you were going for there. You need to every third word has to have that up tilt as though it's a question. So then you're always making a statement that always sounds like a question.
That's fucking hoops.
Thanks.
Oh my gosh. And you have to throw in a couple likes in there too as well. It's
Oh.
like, maybe you could do them both at the same time. It's like.
Oof.
There is one person who has mastered this, and he did this as a whole stand-up set, and it was so masterful that nobody understands what he's doing. But he did an entire set as a white guy acting like a girl.
Oh.
It is astonishing how deep he goes.
You know, I don't think that white people get made fun of enough. Really?
I think that helps. I think being made fun of helps build character.
I think it does too, but I think it needs to be like the floodgates of white humor or humor, you know, utilizing white people as the punchline needs to really be opened up. Really?
I think
That's so crazy.
I think that most people use it. Like I've noticed a lot of people in my direct like life experience now, a lot of people are starting to use the term white like in comedy and stuff like that. Oh, that's some white shit, or that's some white this and that. It could be funny, and before all this political bullshit, I used to actually find it funny, but now I'm just kind of like, well, what is white? And white is a very broad basis of ethnicities and cultures combined into a fucking small little word.
It sounds like they would clip this and then make you an example of everything wrong with white men. Everything you're saying right now.
Yeah. They so the oldest trick in the book I realized was calling you racist, so you have the inherent need to defend yourself against racism and use real life validations as to why you're not racist, and then using those validations as to why you are racist. It's kind of an endless loop.
The thing is, you have to have, in order to be racist, you have to be pigmented in 2022. So if you want to say anything racist, just DM it to me and I'll say it. Because if I say it, they can't attack me because I'm brown, right? So what it is when they say the melanin is popping, the melanin is simply a way to launder racism under the guise of searching for freedom.
Yeah,
laundering racism.
I'm like,
that is beautiful.
I'm like 0.2% African, so you know that's got to mean something.
Well, I'm sorry to 0.2% of you for the experience you've had, and 98%, fuck that side. Fuck that side. And in fact, you should be conflicted. 98% of you wants the other 2% to die, historically. Right?
Oh, it wants to colonize?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, man.
It's okay. Don't worry about it, guys. You're with me, and I'm brown, and so they can't get mad at you because I'm being more racist than you are.
Well, does that mean that my body's going through self-gentrification?
I think.
What I'm doing is I'm blessing you with the ability to be racist for the moment while I am present.
I've got the card. You're giving me the card.
He gave you the M-Pass.
Oh wow.
He gave you the M-Pass.
Yeah, the black card you can swipe anywhere you want, no questions
what?
asked.
Does that mean that I can say anything?
No.
Okay.
Matt was the quickest to jump on that.
See, Matt is in cybersecurity. He's like, yeah, you can, but what is the fallout? What is the surface attack area?
He said all
of
these
this
faces
statement?
are recorded, my guy.
Yeah, no, it's okay. Like the people who, I was on KC that I have my tweets, some of the tweets tagged as sorry HR. So if I ever meet with HR, I can just tell them to go to Twitter and type in sorry HR. And if they don't like anything there, then they can suck my left nut.
All out in the open on the table. There you go.
Mm-hmm.
All the dirt.
There
Oh,
it
you
is.
want to
Let me
see the
help you.
bones? You want to see the
here
bodies?
you go.
Here you go.
You think that was bad? Here are some things that are terrible. Let's stop this process right now. We are not going to get along. We are not like. So I've went into meetings saying, "So tell me about yourself," and I'm like, "I'm batshit fucking insane." and it actually works. I swear to God, it is the
What?
most effective thing because people are
You've
so
never
used to.
said
It
that in
provokes a
real life.
question.
I said that to the Roger Dundas, the owner of BuyBlacks.com, the largest black directory of businesses in Toronto, and he said he was just as insane too.
I
It was
think that
great.
when you solicit business based off of the color of your skin or the lack of opportunity
Oh.
thereof is kind of pitiful, to be honest.
Yo, man, you know, we got to stick together. And what I'm going to need you to do is sign up for the subscription. We
Yeah.
got to stick. We got to
Well,
stick
here's
together.
the
You
thing, though.
heard?
were
Like,
oppressed
can you
1,000 years
blame
ago.
people? Can you blame people for using their? Can you blame people for using their skin to get something when they've had their skin used to prevent them from getting it
Yeah.
for 2,000 years?
Yeah, but these people have it.
Meh. Debatable.
Life experience.
Yeah,
Not
maybe.
not everyone starts life at the same point.
Yeah, but you're
It's
talking.
easy. It's easy to tell people not to avail themselves of strategies when you haven't had to use them.
Oh no, don't get me wrong. It's a good strategy. But you're finding it more common that people like it had its trendy moment, but now people are like, okay,
Leaning
what
on
the
it
fuck?
too hard, right? They're overusing it. It's
Yeah, well, I mean, if you're selling food, right, and I want to buy some food from your establishment, you should not say that I should buy from your place to support black people. I'm supporting you as an individual, not an entire race, by buying this food of Jamaican chicken. You know what I mean? It's not fucking. It's not doing anything for anybody besides it's a business transaction. You provide me the fucking food, I provide you the money. We both shake hands and walk away. I fill my belly, you fill your pockets. There's no fucking political spew bullshit. I see that shit all over.
You fucking white man oppressor.
Yeah, bro. I guess so. That's one of my.
See how easy it is to kind of invalidate things that make perfect sense.
total
Like you're calling her
ad
racist.
attack, baseless
Demonization.
ad hominem, and
No, it's ad
effective.
melanin.
Oh,
Yeah. So what I used to do is I used to fuck people up on the internet. I used to tell them I was black once they started calling me racist. And that would usually shut down the majority of arguments. That's just the way people are viewing the information that's being processed. Oh, it's coming from a black guy. Oh, that's okay. It's fucking sad.
Are you saying you're using cultural appropriation as a debate tactic?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Jesus Christ. I thought I was racist.
No, I'm not fucking racist, dude.
Look, I'll be the first one to say I'm racist. So what?
I'm judgmental. I mean, everybody's judgmental.
I'm terribly judgmental.
Everybody
under
is.
what conditions would you consider yourself racist? All like standing racism or
situational? You know, like if someone cuts me off in traffic and almost kills me, I can almost say with certainty that it was either an Indian or an Asian. That's just probabilities.
See, I think that's coincidental, and you may not actually be racist. It's just a situational trigger that happens to coincidentally involve repeatedly a certain.
Well, if it's repeated, then it's not coincidental, is it?
I
or
mean,
maybe you're just driving towards Asians and you don't even realize it.
Oh my god! I have an inherent will to drive towards Oriental people.
It's the invisible hand.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Well, so like just north of Boston, the Portuguese all flood in, and they are the bravest, least skilled drivers on the road. If you
guess you're using brave to be politically correct.
Brave. I don't know if you're willing to do 75 and crank the wheel 90 degrees to the right. You know, I mean, like I'm
you just don't value life.
Yeah, I mean, like I don't know what they're used to. I see some videos of like how their highways operate and some stuff, and I'm like, maybe this is just what they're used to. But
well, my girlfriend did that when I was about 18, and I ended up in a helicopter on the way to the hospital.
You're kidding me.
Oh, there you go.
So
everywhere.
Don't drive with Portuguese. Is that what we're saying?
Just saying that just because they happen to not be safe drivers doesn't make you racist.
No,
They
it's
they're
probability.
probably safer sailors based on their history, right? The Portuguese.
Oh man,
Maybe they drive like they sail.
it just doesn't happen to work out well.
The tactics don't quite translate.
No, like my girlfriend used to argue with me whenever I was like fucking Asian on the road, and she'd be like, "Why do you always say that? That's fucking racist." And my girlfriend's black, keep in mind. And I was like, "It's not racist. I have nothing against the race entirely. I've taken a notice to the fact that every time some stupid ass shit happens on the road, it's one of two kinds of people. And now, if you get a female Asian or a female Indian, oof."
This is amazing.
But it's like it's regional. You're in a region where you happen to have a culture density that makes you feel that way, when in fact you could be screaming out, "Goddamn Portuguese!" You know, I don't.
I gotta take the dog out real quick, guys. He's fucking yelling at me.
The Portuguese and Asians are bad drivers, but then when you add their sex to it, they're even worse. A quote from Kappa Crocs.
I did not fucking say that. I did not
Direct
say
quote.
that.
I was here. I bore
Reclaiming my
witness to
time.
it.
Reclaiming my time.
That was the most sexist, racist
You're worse than
rant I've
NFTs
ever
are
heard.
worthless.
That's
Man,
hard.
you
That's
don't want to hear my personal thoughts, bro. I gotta withhold.
No, I think
some
we
shit.
heard them just now. It's fucking
No, those
fantastic.
aren't personal. Those are statistical observations that I'm just
Yes.
expressing.
Yes, I think that's a definition of stereotyping, is selectively
See, now,
using stats to prove your own point. And eventually, if you do that enough, you're into phrenology and back to Hitler and
oh
right,
my gosh.
experiments on bodies to make sure that people drive well.
Oh,
Well,
paving
you
the
want to go
path
into
for
that route? You could,
generalization.
the way we understand mental health is kind of fucked up. We kind of tortured people and left them in dungeons and picked their brains apart.
I was my buddy Luam was the valedictorian for his medical school. He actually has 3 valedictorians, one for law, one for acting, and the last one was for medicine. And he's a psychiatrist now. Now he grew up in Eritrea, one of the most war-torn places on the fucking planet. And while I was watching all of the speeches, everyone was talking about, hey, we need to do this for these people, and we need to do this for those people. And then I look at the valedictorian, my buddy Luam, like, Luam is the person who had the least of the little compared to all of you, and he's actually doing the convocation speech. So it was just an interesting dichotomy between, wanting to help people and the valedictorian being the least fortunate of all of them.
Yeah, I mean, there's some truth to suffrage, I think. That's why I try to tell my family, because poor people often convince themselves that rich people are just rich by some miraculous opportunity that presented itself with no effort or timing. So I constantly remind people that we have an advantage down here that they don't have, which is we've been through the shits. Got to take this dog outside, bro. He's about to eat my ass.
Oh, good. Well, this has been the Temporarily Racist Space. We've been hearing exclusively from Kappa and how he believes other races drive, and while statistically that might be locally true, we're not sure if it's maximally true. But even if it is, we're not allowed to say it because racism doesn't exist. I always thought it was weird that people were like part of anti-racist groups. Like, how are you ever going to get something if you're against something? You have to be for something, not against it. Your work is never going to be done if you're always against something.
Yeah, I'm not racist. My dog's black.
Oh, so you want to own another black mammal now that you can't own a real one?
You just call dogs mammals?
Huh? Yeah, they
You just
are.
call a dog a mammal?
Yeah. Yeah. You know, dogs have webbed feet in the Philippines? It's madness. NFTs. How are the podcasts going?
Oh, they're going.
This has been another episode of Squarespace. The Squarespace. Degenerate conversations in a broadcaster voice. Hey, Kev, I'm trying to bring you up and it drops you back down every time. It's madness. This was a good day.
As the late great infamous Ice Cube would say, today was a good day.
He also said they're wicked. You guys know that song? It's a good song to end on.
What song?
Wicked by Ice Cube.
No, I can't say I have. Maybe I have in passing.
I just put it at the top. It's a great song. So today was kind of crazy. We talked to Dr. Rob for a bit. And it was good because Ruben was able to talk to Dr. Rob, which was great. And then we talked to Professor Mike McCulloch. And that was great because Ruben had a chance to talk to Mike McCulloch. And now you see my evil plan. I can put people together that have not met before, knowing that one side and the other side are complementary. And when they meet together, good things happen without me ever getting involved.
Are you telling me that you are the sandwich to peanut butter and jelly?
I'm just a Trojan horse for people to use AI and give up humanity.
Well, you've been successful.
Thank you. It's I've been working all my life at it apparently, and at the moment I had a chance to use my powers for good, I decided to give it all up to Skynet. Isn't that sad?
Yeah.
It's kind of sad, right?
There's only two things I love interacting with now: AI and dogs. Maybe an artificial dog. We need Wally.
That's exactly what we need. I don't know whether to feel proud of myself or sorry for myself. Welcome to the Squarespace.
I think you allowed yourself to feel proud of yourself and others to feel sorry for you.
Could be.
Hey guys, I'm actually gonna have to drop out of this space just for a little bit. I got to go pick up my pops. He just started his first day at work today.
Nice.
Yeah. He was very pessimistic about it, but I hope it went well. All right, guys. This has been the Squarespace, place where we convert humans into artificial beings.
Beep bop boop.
Bop boop beep. All right, guys. Croc out.
You ever get to that point where you're not sure if you're serving good or evil? the Squarespace. Degen Conversations in a broadcaster voice. I kind of want to hear Brian do the commercial for Squarespace. So NFTs, we're gonna. You want to knock out that pitch? The thing you say whenever people ask you what NFTs are.